Well, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to one and all. How are we this fine morning in, we're in Montpelier, in sunny France. Welcome to the 1/8 E-BUGGY Euros. We are RC Racing TV. My name is Nick Damon. We are here with you for most of the entirety of the next 3 days, so hopefully we'll have a lovely, lovely time. What is happening, I hear you ask? Well, we've just had the first round of free practice, or also known as Let's Learn the Track. We've got another couple of rounds of free practice and some time practice today, so plenty of racing all the way up to about 6:30 local. And then, of course, there's a bit of a break. And then there's the exciting, exciting, exciting world of the opening ceremony. Yeah, Frank's already too excited about that. Slightly worried about Frank being excited. Let's see what you see. Oh, look at those big names. They've just finished their first practice, and you see that Davide Ongaro was the fastest of those first practices. It doesn't mean anything, obviously. I think they're just running the standard runs, and I think they get to time practice, which is later on the day. Time practice actually starts after lunch at 20 to 2. Very short lunch for the Southern Europeans, only 15 minutes. So we've got 3 rounds of free practices, which are just 5-minute runs each, and then we have, I think the actual practice go up to 10 minutes. So it's 5 minutes. These work out what's going on, set your car up, have an idea of the driving, and Frank's now giving me information, which is great, but it's of no use to you yet, because you don't. If I said to you what he just said to me, we'll start being cryptic, because it's me and you, Frank. It would make no sense. We haven't built up why they would need to do it. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying? What you've basically turned up is, you've turned up halfway through the Philosopher's Stone with the result of Deathly Hallows 2. You know, you've literally gone through the entirety of the story and come to the end. It's about building. Frank, we need to build. We have so much time to fill, Frank. We cannot give away the end this early. It is just not possible. No, that was the fastest seat. Fastest group. Yes, you can see some top drivers brushing here. There's a lot of brushing going on. Frank's ruined it, but you were going to see next year. There's a lot of dust. Dust is a big issue here. There's a lot of dust issues. It is a very dusty world that we live in here in Montpellier. And, so we are having some dust issues. But, that would have been great to have talked about and really worked on. But no, Frank just wanted to say straight right there, brushing, all the dust is done. Frank's now going to tell us the winner. This is getting better now. This is like Mystic Frank. Frank, do you want to have? You can have a headset. You can talk. Well, I thought Frank, you were king of B-roll. That's what I thought you were doing. You know how I love a bit of B-roll. I so thought you were doing B-roll. I've not even unwired your headset. That's how. All right. Here we go. Let's plug in Frank. So, Frank, you are halfway to get into... We are halfway to... It was a lovely morning to talk to Frank. Hang on. Here we go. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Nick.
No, that's not working. I can't hear you.
Hello.
Oh, no, you're there.
All right, yes.
You are there. Oh, I know why. Go for it.
Hello.
That was it.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, world.
You hadn't got as much gain as I had. I was overly gained.
I'm so gained right now.
Yeah, sorry, you need that to be turned right down. How's that?
Yes.
We're fiddling with knobs. This is the thing. The first morning, it's knob fiddling time.
Yes,
so many ways.
It's listening to Nick plug in things in a purely visual medium.
Yes. Well, but what I feel this gives, it gives our listeners and viewers just a feeling of how we've struggled to bring this broadcast to them, and now
the struggle.
This is the result. The result. We've got timing up. We've got all sorts of things happening.
We have all the usual things that RCTV fans or viewers and fans are used to.
Oh, blimey, fans!
Yeah,
didn't know we had fans. That's rather exciting. I didn't know
we're going to get into that. Don't.
Oh, yeah. This is the good news.
That's the tiniest drop of a drip feed.
Frank's here for the advertising. That's always good fun. That's what we need. A bit of advertising from Frank. So basically, I am absolutely over-modding in my ears. I don't know if I'm over-modding to you.
I'm quite hot, yes. I will have to pop out in a minute.
No.
But this is the top heat. I need to get some photos.
That's the bottom heat out at the moment.
Is it?
Yes, it's the bottom heat, Frank. It's the bottom heat out at the moment, Frank.
Oh, okay. Canas was just out. Okay, I got some photos of the fastest.
Yes, because they were doing sweeping.
Yeah. Right, okay. Because they know where to sweep.
Well,
presumably.
I don't know. It's a
Presumably.
good question. I have no idea they know what they're doing one way or the other.
So yes, no, I'm fine. You're stuck with me for at least a few more minutes.
That's right. So we are in Montpellier, the home of the world-famous Montpellier Grand Prix that happens every February. And this is the first, I believe, EFRA event they've held here at the Mini World Club de Montpellier. Fabulous track, and we'll obviously get into all that. We've got a lot of time to talk you around the track, talk about every driver, we talk about the inside leg measurements. We have many, many, many hours of time to talk to you.
Oh, don't worry. I've started gathering your filler.
Really?
Yes.
Gathering.
I've started corralling.
Gathering. It's
not filler. Interesting personalities.
Entertainment. Yes, that's it.
Of
yeah.
RC
brilliant.
Motorsport.
Excellent. That's what we want to say.
And half of them are out there on the marshalling on the track at the moment.
Oh, I say, he's promising us big names, not small.
Well, I haven't named any names.
No, because that would again give it all away again, wouldn't it? Really?
Yes. Yeah. So yes, hoping to have many luminaries and guests in.
Excellent. It's great to have you all with us. Good morning. Good morning from Baz Reiter. Good morning from Chris Lovell. Hello from New Zealand, says Matt White. I don't know why I went the accent then. Hello.
No, yeah, we don't.
Come on, Frank. You got a Frank fan here, says Baz. Say something. Frank's got his own fan club, which is worrying because he's
a fan club of one.
Big enough head anyway, as it takes. Pecco will win it, says David Bauman. E-BUGGY, says David Bauman as well. I think this page is frozen. I've got various pages and various bits of freezing.
It should all forward into that. Yes.
Yes. No, that's awesome. So where was that one then? Just waiting for it. What's going on here? That's slightly concerning, put it mildly. I may have an issue.
I think I know the issue that you're referring to, and I think I know why.
What is the issue?
Well, because we're going into two separate things instead of...
Could you talk among yourself for a moment and tell people about the track and everything else?
Yeah. So, who's going to win? No, I don't know. No one knows, and even the few top drivers I've spoken with already have found the track quite interesting and dare I say, challenging.
You dare say that?
I dare say. I do dare. Yeah, so it is quite dusty, according to some of the regulars. It's actually got some new bits on it, if anyone is familiar with the Montpellier GP. And if you guys were lucky? Anyway, I was posting sort of the live, what was happening on track sort of info, because we weren't here as a video production piece unit for the GP in February. But yes, this is a very the track's been around for a long time. We don't have the history of the track, but I will gather those little tidbits and bring those in. So it's quite interesting. Hopefully we'll get someone who speaks some English from the track, from the club organization. It's been here quite a while. It's one of these old school tracks. It's the club members all sit around and hang out, fix up the track, have some beers, and go fix up the track a bit more, or tweak the track a bit, or whatever. It's quite a cool little club, basically. I mean, it is a sort of gentleman's club sort of thing. What's going on?
We appear to have two different streams of practice.
Oh, are they? Well, yeah, because...
No, there's been a mistake. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, well, Nick mentioned two different streams. We are...
One's not live.
One's not live. Oh, I see.
I don't know what's... But you're going to need to do another 3 minutes of talking.
Yes, that's fine. I'll ignore that because I'll get distracted on what the technicalities or possibilities.
Luckily, I'm here to do that for you.
Yes. Yeah, so... Who we have? Some of the big names. Yes, someone mentioned Pecco. We've got, I can see Elliot Boots. I can see Rana Falca's out there running his X-Ray. One of the, I can definitely say we have to talk to him and find out how he's getting on with his new car. Hal Figueiredo is out there. Bruno Coelho, also X-Ray. Big X-Ray team here. Big Nemo team from the UK is here as well. I think trying to obviously big up their brand and get some more European interest. They are kind of maybe UK-centric. So, yes, trying to get some more interest from mainland Europe, European racers. The Killich brothers are out there right now sweeping. And let's see, Martin Bayer's out there. He's in the top group. Obviously, this is what we're watching right now is, well, what just finished was the first of the second group of the second round of free practice. So this is free practice. That's why you see FP2. So it's free practice. The times pretty much don't really matter, but I think it is going to seed the, correct me if I'm wrong there, but I believe it'll seed the timed practice, which will come up after this.
It's free practice.
Free. So absolutely.
Free, nothing counts for nothing.
Okay.
It's your chance to
just learn the track.
Learn the track, and I think they're going to stay in the same groups. Most of them, maybe if someone's completely out, there might be a manual bit of shuffling. But on the whole, they'll stay in the same groups, and then it's what counts is what comes this afternoon.
Yes.
Which will seed them for the qualifiers.
And that will be the timed practice, which starts after this round is complete. So the fast guys right now who are sweeping the track. So basically, the first round is basically just cleaning up the track and learning how it works. Because there are some new bits out there. We'll talk about that.
There are some new bits out there.
There are some. Remember, this track has been here probably, I would guess, at least a couple decades, if not more. We were at the Slough track a couple weeks ago outside of London. That place has been there in that exact place since 1981. So I would guess that this track is, if not as old, older. So yeah, it's quite interesting. And the fast guys are sweeping the important bits, the apexes.
The important bits?
Yeah, well, the apexes, where you need some corner grip.
Apeces. Actually, it's a really good question. Is it apexes or apeces?
Good question.
It's a double, don't forget, a corner is a double apex or a triple apex.
It's not
have you hit all the apexes? I don't know. It's something we can talk about for 3 or 4 hours later.
Yes. And there's one of the gentlemen, one of the, I don't think he's a local, but one of the French racers that I won't name, but I believe he's quite familiar with the track. One of the previous winners, actually, Jerome Sartel. Hopefully get him in here, but I think he is possibly a team manager for one of the brands.
David Bauman, what did I miss with the stream duplication? You missed nothing, David. You missed us wittering on and then discovering there was a stream duplication. You did miss some of Frank, and everyone likes a bit of Frank, a touch of Frank. But everything's now, I think everything's now is back on most order. These things are sent to try us. What can you do? It's a little bit difficult sometimes. Okay, fair enough, and it happens. Thank you all of you who are with us. It's much appreciated. If you're with us on EFRA EFRA Facebook, or whether you're with the either our RCTV Facebook or RCTV YouTube. And Frank's now going to tell you about how you can help support RCTV.
Yeah, so one of the best ways you can do that is to head over to the RC Racing TV channel on Facebook, on YouTube, and hit the join button, and you can find one of the details about how to get RCTV stickers, like actual real physical stickers. And you can see a picture of those on the Facebook page and Instagram for RCTV. And you can also you get a discount on merch, which is another fantastic way to support RC Racing TV. We do try to get as worldwide as we possibly can, from Japan and Australia to the US, and all over Europe and the UK. So one of the greatest ways to do that is to actually buy a T-shirt, buy a hat, buy a beanie, buy a hoodie. Buy a bunch, do a group buy, and save on shipping with a bunch of your friends.
Buy stuff. Just
buy.
Buy. Just for those of you who are watching on Facebook, because we have 2 streams going this weekend, all for the ETS, one of the features we normally have, which is the ability to pull messages from Facebook into YouTube, is that we can't do that. So if you want to comment, could you join the RCTV? Could you, bandwidth applicable? Could you comment, or you want to follow your friend? Just go onto the RCTV YouTube and comment there, because we'll monitor that the whole time. I will have a look occasionally at the other ones. However, if you want to say, can you follow Barry in Heat 4, and you write that in Heat 3, probably by the time I see it, it'll be Heat 7. So if you want to comment, if you want to interact, if you want to talk to us, and trust me, we need you. If you want to do any of that, then we will be. The RCTV YouTube page is the one to do it. And how else could RCTV, the YouTube page? How else could someone help us? You've done that already, have you?
Yes.
Did you hear us already?
Merch in the join.
Oh,
the heroes.
I didn't hear
Be a hero.
Be a hero.
Yeah. Well, you wanted to sing your song, didn't you?
I'm holding up for a hero at the end of the time.
There we
Well, the
go.
problem is, I'm such a good singer, we'll get a copyright strike.
Okay.
You know,
Yes.
I would be. Yeah,
It's not the fact that someone's going to pop in and go, "Please stop singing."
That does happen an awful lot, in fairness. That is.
But yes, actually, if you are a hero, we will do priority follow requests.
If you are a hero, yeah. If you are a hero, you're a hero.
So we are happy to take follow requests for anybody in any particular heat. If you go to myrcm.ch, you will be able to see all the heat listings there. You can see when your favorite driver or when your friend, your fellow racing competitor, or you are up. And so, hey, look at that. Baj sorry, you're going to Ruijter? Boz. Thank you very much for being a hero. So, Boz, basically, you are going to have, if you go into the details of your membership on the RCTV YouTube channel, you will find the one-time use code that will give you, I think it's 10% off any RCTV Racing, rcracingtv.com merch. And Boz will also be able to go, hey, can you follow car X in heat number B? And we will do that first before we pay attention to anybody else's follow requests. That's
Absolutely,
how the follow requests work.
Yes.
So thanks for speeding up my very long-winded explanation of how that works.
I have just posted the link to the live timing. A couple of things. Is this live? Yes. The free practice is a live timing. Yes, there is live timing, and it's at that address below. It looks like the actual. You're going to have to copy and paste that rather than just press it.
Boz saying, just call me Mayako Man. So I think we know who he wants us to follow. Batye and Pecco and all of the... I don't know if... I know they're here, obviously, but I don't know if there are other high-profile Mayako drivers here. Or even, like club-level, sportsman, whatever. We have lots and lots of teams here. Like I said, we have Nemo, we have Hootie, we have Sixmic, we have... Ongaro is here. The Mayako guys. Haven't seen JQ.
That's plus point for everybody.
For good or bad. So it's good. It's really nice to actually be here, actually in person, because just from seeing the limited coverage that we had for the GP, it's quite a beautiful track, really. Although it is very dusty at the moment, but that is getting blown away.
Yeah, because it's just landing on all our equipment.
Yeah, it's getting all over the lenses and making things look cloudy and out of focus.
I know. So it's not Ash, it's cloud out of focus, it's the lenses. Yes, everything's going to need a good old dust. Blast, I pressed the wrong button then. Everything's going to need a good old dust at some point.
Yeah.
So we are now in, we've sort of done that kind of settling thing we always do, which takes ages, but just as a quick word, let's say thank you to our sponsors. Yes. That's Mebo Sport, S-Works, Hot Race Tyres, Hobby Wing, and X-Ray. And of course, I think we have people who are using all of these. Of course, with the electrics from the Hobby Wing, we'll have X-Ray chassis, have S-Works chassis, Hot Race Tyres, and Mebo Sport. Well, they can supply all of it in one place, apparently, yes. According to that. So we are, just to let you know where we are now, we are in heat number, is it 3? 2. Is it still 2? It
says 2.
Top guys tend to come out about 10, 11, and 12. There's a couple of weird places where people are in earlier heats. Quite a few people didn't record times.
I did see a lot of people just cutting the track as well, just to learn particular sections.
Yeah, you can do that. It's free practice. So the results it's just for fun. Results mean nothing. Well, not how fun it is. But yeah, so that is the second heat over.
There are some very
lap
interesting
times. The best lap time there was a 36.8 from Erwin Lebarth. That, I think, is quite a competitive time. As we watch the dust rise from everything else. We have got other cameras. I haven't pressed the buttons on the cameras yet because I haven't been following cars, particularly, and just Frank and I have been spitballing, for an American sort of terminology, whilst we attempt to just make sure everything's working. Because obviously, first morning you come on air, there is a lot of equipment we've wired up. Surprising, really. Everyone thinks it's really easy to do this. I had someone come to me and said, yeah, well, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I mean, yeah, okay, it's a little bit more complicated than you think. And guess what? It was. But, yeah, my brand new streaming laptop is absolutely covered in dust. Did you bring some sort of microfiber cloth to clean it off with? Frank, king of the microfiber cloth.
We're sat behind the air blower station, so.
Would that blow air into it?
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't. If you blast it straight in like a Karcher jet wash, yeah.
Okay.
You get all your
other jet washes are available. Yeah.
Well, we're not BBC. We can.
To be honest, if someone from Karcher is listening and wants to sponsor the stream, we are very happy.
We would love to say Karchers are the best, or your brand X.
Yes, any jet wash, we are happy to take on board as a sponsor. Jet wash are us, as they say. Oh, did you see this works? Hang on a second.
You turning? Okay. Is that music on? There we go. Yes. Get jiggy with it.
A little bit of background music. It's designed to increase the level of professionalism by having some background music. Is everyone enjoying the background music? Anyway, so let's just in the next heat. Car 1 is Eric Mazur from France, and it's Lewis Trafford from Britain in 2, Giovanni Camano from Italy in 3, Tim Donk from Netherlands in 4, Anastasia Forg from Germany in 5, Jonas Bauer from Germany in 6, Henrik Poulsen from Germany in 7, Nikolai Johannes Lambert from Denmark in 8. It's Willy Gatto Aguido from Spain in 9, Nathan Dalby in 10. Surprisingly, Nathan from France. Oiva Metsola from Finland is in 11, and Samuel Constantin from France is in 12. There's a lot of shoving going on. They're already 17 minutes behind schedule, by the way.
Yeah, they started a few minutes behind schedule.
And they've been losing time dramatically the whole time.
I'm not sure if there was a driver's briefing. I don't think there was. But, yeah, they started a few minutes behind the posted schedule, but everything seems to be going fairly smoothly. But I think, obviously, with the sweeping, that's going to be more time taken to do between rounds and stuff.
So they've released the hounds / cars.
It's interesting. Once they start the countdown, that's when they open the pit. Yeah. Because it takes ages for them to actually come around and cross the line.
Yeah, the pit lane being, as you would expect, exactly a lap behind it. So let's actually do the job we're supposed to do and actually look at the track. Let's stick with this guy in the red, who I assume is car 1. I don't know who he is. He comes around in front of me.
There's some nice...
Nope, he's car 10. So the car was sticking with his car 10.
Some nice slow bits.
Which is Nathan Dalby. Who's had a bit of a problem there. So here we go. So go around. That is the finish line there, actually, it says. So that's where the timing is. You go down the main straight, which isn't very straight. You've got a left-hander under the bridge. You come up now to the berm, round the tree. I'll do the cameras next time. Over this quad, and then back up over the bridge into this tricky infield section where you're going to go onto the paved section. Oh, that's longer than you think it is, isn't it, really? Onto the blue pavement section. Over the tabletop, big double. And then you come back up this kind of... What do you call that, Frank? Step up?
A double step. I would call it a double step up, maybe.
Right,
or
okay.
at least a step up.
So much dust on my control panel. So under the bridge, this is our other cameras now. Here we go. So we're going to go now. Other camera.
There we go.
There we are.
And then back.
Yeah, I know. I know the back bit. I know the back bit. Thank you very much.
Around.
What did you think about this one then?
Right before the
now. There we are.
Right before the blue.
There we go. And there you go.
That's painted concrete, by the way. That blue section. Well, both the two blue sections. So it's very, very slick.
I left the background music on again. I am a nightmare for leaving the background music on. So you often have commentary and background music, which is quite sweet.
I was bebopping and scatting along.
So it's sweeping to the left. Up and over this for the quad. You'll see me in a second. No, you won't. He's got a problem.
Lots of people are crashing into the right side of the screen there.
Right. Let's choose somebody else who can drive around the whole lap.
Well, we are in a difficult sort of heat.
Well, no, I think people are still laying the track, aren't they?
Yeah. And also, the traction is completely different than the last time they were on the track. Because now it's
we're back with 10 again. I think it may have been a cameraman error that last time we lost him. Our professional camera.
The cone of justice.
So now see what you can do this. I can just show you something else I've got now. Look. Watch this. I've got replays. Though he's already broken at that point. That's interesting because he crashed. You said, and I actually looked at a different crash. Right, choose somebody else because he had a lot of stardom. Nope, we picked up
second of these.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at this pink car. That's car 1 of Eric Mazieu from France. See if we can pick up car 3 because he's showing a reasonable bit of pace. He's going down the main straight now, Ash. So he appears to have the most pace out of everyone out there. This is Giovanni Camano running 37s. Something I did yesterday, which put my thumb moved too far to the left there. It's always good, isn't it? I am really absolutely breaking the magic of this whole thing, aren't I? It's particularly X under the timing bar, isn't it? So up to the concrete step-ups. So already a little bit of wear there you saw on the inside of that switchback hair. But it says finish, so I assume that's where they finish. Oh, the sun's gone in. It's quite nice because it's shining in the eyes. We are facing due east. The inside nicely there from Giovanni. I'm not sure I'm going to use that every lap, to be honest. He's doing well. He's navigating not only the track, but a large amount of traffic as well. Oh, up to that point. So I can definitely do it this time, because I know I've got an accident on there. Look, we go, boom, bish. Interestingly, he didn't actually hit anybody on that one. There we go. Doesn't matter, it's free practice. It's a learning experience. Yeah, we're facing due. The track actually runs. We're facing due east. The track actually is sitting north-south, isn't it? Left and right. If we're east, it's north to the left and south to the right. As you look at this, is due south, which Ash is pointing his camera at the moment.
And behind us is west, in case anyone was wondering.
Yeah, we haven't lost one of the points of the compass. So in a weird world, where only 3 of them are left.
A triangular-shaped planet.
Triangular trees with triangular bees. 1:05 to go.
Shall I see if I might be able to bring someone in?
A bit early. Not just because they're not going to know enough about it yet, are they? We've done 5 minutes.
This is one of the.
Do you know what? If you wanted to bring something in, you could bring me a Coke.
I was going to do that as well.
In which case, then the answer is yes and yes.
Ash, are you okay?
He's hungry again.
A what?
A snack or chocolate bar
yes.
or something.
Okay.
He's hungry
No
again.
worries.
I just
and a drink?
Liquid.
Okay.
Oh, no drink. Blimey, okay.
No drink.
This is Ash who got stopped at security because he tried to bring in a full bottle of water.
Well,
he only goes abroad about 9 times a year. It's like, honestly, I sat there. I mean, I was pulled because I had 2,000 wires, 3 cameras, and 14 chargers in the box, which is fair enough. He got pulled for a water bottle. It's like, oh, for goodness sake.
I mean, there's stay hydrated, but then there's also, respect the security and
like,
stay hydrated.
Sit there going, honestly.
Okay, well, I will pop off and be back.
So Nathan Dalby won
in a
that
few.
one. He's even turned himself off. Yeah, put up the dust. Oh, there's so much dust, it's everywhere. It's been quite dry. Weather forecast wise, let me just do the weather forecast for you. We are in Montpelier, and it's the forecast is to hit 26 today. Yay! 27 tomorrow, and the worry is that Sunday has a forecast of rain, and that forecast has changed since we've been here. It was forecasting it much earlier on Sunday and a little bit heavier, so it is dying down. So we may get away with the not being rain on Sunday. But thankfully, there's a slight breeze blowing through the. We have to fix that in a minute. Anyway, so hello everybody, glad you're all with us. It's lovely to see you. Hello everybody, lovely to see you. Here they go.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
So we have Eric Karl Walter from Estonia, Julien Herré from France, Marcel Peters from Germany, Duncan French from Belgium, Adrien Violet from France, Riccardo Mastiga from Italy, Jules Peterset from France, Kevin Zawalen from Switzerland, Thomas Stuck from Austria, Thorben Rekos from Germany, Jürgen Trieb from Austria, and Gilles Maroubribe from France. Very well attended this event. I think they've managed to sell just about, well, they've managed to get about the 144 entries, so that's pretty good. Okay, so coverage is back up and running as we... Oh, we don't want to do that, do you? It's all looking very good there. He turns left and someone parked under the bridge. Apparently one of the problems is you do crash on the bridge. It's very hard to rescue you because it's quite a low bridge. Do you see that the marshal had his poking stick there? The marshal with the poking stick for the bridge. Dust, like in the old days, as Christian Chardon. The E-BUGGY not, JQ not coming with Pecco, or who knows. I guess JCC will win it. No, who knows? I mean, obviously, Juan Carlos Canati is the favourite. He won the world's warm-up, but that was only attended by 5 people. Bam says the new layout has a better flow. Corners of a skirtry one. Tony Bullitt, what a tyres recommendation tyre brand? I do not know that. We're going to get some people up to chat during the course of this time. We'll have some people just have a little talk with us about stuff and things. As we are covering car... Don't know, it's gone out of my sight now. Up and over and around the berm, through the quad. That's the 11. No, it's the 8. That's the 8 car we're with. Which is the car of, he says. That's Kevin Zohalen from Switzerland. Halfway through, so we're getting the idea, getting the flow of the track now. That's the. It's always good to have a tree in a track, don't you think? A nice big tree always makes an interesting circuit. Oh, flipping heck, I've done it again.
3 minutes to drive.
So obviously sticking tight to that is what... Oh, no, that's too tight to it. So sticking tight to it. Hasn't got reverse, needs to get rescued. Thing not to do during official qualifying. Oh, rolling. And, yeah, it's quite, find someone else at the last minute, but someone I can see the number of quickly. Yeah, that's good. Good. That's car number 6 in the green and white of Riccardo Masiga from Italy. See, most of this track is hard standing. The painted bits are painted concrete, so that will stay together. But you got a hard packed, I assume it's clay, it might be just localized dirt. Still suffering from a lot of dust coming up. It is, I think, a bit less than it was. That's mainly, I think, because the cars have swept the racing line, and also the marshals have swept the racing line. So if you're on the racing line, not so bad. This is interesting, that whole area there is kind of like you're running across the top of a ridge, and it's got corners, but actually you can find an almost straight route there, and I won't be too surprised when you get to the high heats that they're running very much straight routes across that ridge. This one. This one's over now. It's over. It's gone. It's finished. And we await the announcement. You can see the results in the top right. Oh, Coke's turned up. You can see the results in the top right, and even here, but they're not particularly important at the moment.
How have things been going?
It's good to have you back, Frank.
It's good to be here.
Basically, it's been just dusty.
Yeah, on that, I was just talking with European champion Juan Carlos Carrasco. And
Did you say it's 50-50, it was dusty or not?
No, he was saying it's definitely way dustier than all of the... He's one of the previous winners of the GP, I believe. And so are some of the other people that I'm trying to get in. But he was saying that the tire choice for them is totally different now, because normally the track has got some sort of oil on it, and it makes it's basically like just a hard packed clay surface. But now with this glue that they've used on the top of the surface, obviously that's getting worn away. We're starting to see potholes developing. And now with them, especially with them starting to sweep the track, it's a lot different traction for them. But I did just talk to Pecco, and this is his first time here. He says it's all fine. So for him, it's fine.
Well, my guess is, I know these tracks fall apart, but obviously the Montpellier Grand Prix is normally in February, so there must be more moisture in the track anyway, because it's been raining
I was
over the
thinking
winter.
maybe during the normal course of the year, they have. When it starts to dry out, we start doing this. When it starts getting wet, we do this. So I think that's what they're doing, but obviously I'm trying to... Obviously, the club being run by all Frenchmen, it's difficult to find someone who's confidently fluent enough in English.
If only you hadn't chosen to spend your entire time doing Duolingo Italian French.
Yes, but it allows me to say hello to David Ungaro's dad, a lot more confidently on the 2 or 3 times a year I see him.
What? Ciao.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Yeah, but, salve. Tutto bene. Come stai?
No, it's not being there.
Exactly. So, yeah. But it's interesting. Juan is like, well, it is what it is. It's the same for everybody. He has literally an OGO bag full of tires. Full of just tires. So, he's fine.
And therein, in some ways, lies the problem.
This is a discussion I had with Bruno at the Euros in Radovon last year. So yeah,
Yeah, because we are left in a situation where, you know, if you don't know the track,
they
or
came expecting one
something
thing.
happened here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you end up, you know, needing 10,000 different types of tyre. And that's, well, not needing, but having them with you, and that's obviously an investment if you're not sponsored by a tyre company.
Yeah. Speaking of being sponsored by a tire company, I did talk to a certain sponsor of the program.
If they're a sponsor, you can mention who they are.
Yeah. Mr. Nick Brown from Hot Race Tires, or as he probably prefers to be called, Nicola Marone. And he said he's...
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I didn't realise Moroni was brown.
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing Duolingo for a year and a half.
But yeah, I've talked to him. Obviously, he's happy to come on the program, and we can quiz him in depth. We, as in you, because we only have the two headsets. But yeah, I think it'll be an interesting topic.
Okay. Elif, I could do this. Says this is something nice about us, and it says it's the same layout for the Montpellier GP Electric apparently, because they had an electric race, didn't they? After they had they had a warm up here, I think, for this. Who are we with? What number is that car?
There's usually a European Championship warm up, a month or two ahead.
Yeah.
Of time, so that drivers and ignoring the cost implications, drivers can come and at least visit the track.
Yes,
although
it's supposed to be evening up if it's a track that is laid down more permanently. And Matthias Fink, you're looking at the moment in the number 5 car from Norway. Yeah, so the tyre thing. I mean, I don't know. I realised that and we had a conversation with somebody else who said that that where the money is coming for sponsorships and partnerships is coming from tyre companies, because that's that it's a consumable and people use a lot of it.
Whether it's electric or nitro,
that's why there's open tyres. But this is, I think, there's only 2 open tyre championships. Well, there's this, and obviously the IC version of it is open tyre. Actually, I might be wrong. Actually, I'm wrong about this. That's open tyre. 12th is open tyre, but it's just a different. It modifies open tyre, isn't it? With different, but it is a different type of foams, which is pretty similar.
I thought it was control.
However, the other open tyre class, because the large Gulf roads are open tyre as well. But 10th buggy the electric buggy is not open tyre. There's control tyres on touring cars, and last week the control tyres on my GTE. And there's a control tyre in the foam classes as well.
And quite specific as well as whether you have to run. I think on the GTE you had to run. Was it harder tires on the front?
Yeah, it was soft on the front and super soft on the rear. As well, no, that's just the nomenclature of the tyre. It doesn't.
Yeah.
What does it mean one way or t'other? I think we've moved to car 3 now, who is Michael Shorey from Britain. Oh, there are a few Brits here. A lot of them in the Nemo tent, to be honest. So my guess is that's not going to have any obvious front dampers, and it doesn't. So here's one of the Agama N1s. With Michael. No, up across the ridge. Whoa, there we go. There's a lot of time to buy a loss there by straight lining that ridge.
Especially, I think that a lot of these corners are going to be very, very interesting when the cars are 2 and 3 abreast.
Yeah. So we got Thierry Hampersberg, Joel Rosengren, Nicholas Weiser, and Christian Wukongig.
Oh, I didn't see Hampus.
Were supposed to be in this one. They're not here. Now, there's a number of reasons for that. They've decided not to come, is reason 1. Or reason 2, there's been some sort of flight delay. Or reason 3, they're only free now and they have to fly on the Friday. So,
yeah, a lot of these drivers are not literal pros. They've got a day job
or a full-time student.
Yeah.
So maybe they can't take Thursday and Friday off. So they're Friday and Friday morning. You're flying in from so you're flying in from Sweden or Austria. You're probably not going to arrive here until midday. Rush to the track. Hope they haven't lost any of your luggage.
Yeah.
And off you go.
We do see stories of that on social media sometimes. My car is missing, so I've had to borrow a car, which is just, crazy.
Yeah. So it's obviously a very relaxed start to the meeting. This is free practice. Is that as Frank pointed out, you can do what you like. You can cut the track. It doesn't matter. You haven't got to do the whole lot. If you're finding one bit particularly tricky and you want to hop it and do it 4 times more than you would do it, because you're only getting 7 or 8 laps. So you get 7 or 8 goes at these things. So the maximum time to go across a track before you start doing something that counts is 21 or 24.
I did overhear, kind of eavesdrop, Ricardo Berton, who won the Montpelier GP earlier this year, and Elliot Boots, driver, one of our sponsors for S-Works, they were complaining basically that these practices are only 5 minutes, and for drivers like them who've been here at different times of the year on completely different surface, basically, it's just not enough for them. But then, like JCC said, it's the same for everybody. You know, whether you've been there or not.
Well, unless you're a local, of course.
Yeah, but how many locals are going to be running in the European Championship?
Not many, in fairness.
In the GP, yes, but in the or a warm-up race, yes, but for the European Championship, you do have to qualify through your country's organization. And Boz, just so you know, I haven't forgot you. I did see your message. I will check that for you, but there shouldn't be any limits.
Ilias, he didn't say the same layout. It was the same dusty conditions at the electric warm-up. They had no warm-up this year. They just extended the actual event. Okay.
Speaking of extending the actual event, there is a 40-plus and a juniors category race, like separate races for.
As one-off.
For those. Yeah.
So you're right. For tomorrow evening, after all the qualifying, they're having a one-off junior final and a one-off over 40s final. Single heat 10 minutes. Yeah, I think it's Sunday. If it stays dry, it's 3-leg finals for everybody, which actually takes all day.
And those are 10-minute, right?
Yeah. Jamin 2 UK says, big up, good morning. Come on, Holger Like, who is also another one of the Agama guys. Only Holger, you don't like Eric? What's wrong with Eric? Oh, this is Jamin. And big up Nick. Well, there we are. Someone's big up to me. Gazebo, some serious dust. There'll be some backing into corners, which is always fun. I think my feeling is that if we get a bit of wind, they might get this most. Well, I don't know how much more
we're surrounded
they're clearing
by
off.
tall trees.
But how much they're clearing off, and how much are they
9, 8,
producing as such? I mean, obviously there's dust all over where they started, and they're clearing a bit of a line. But are they producing as much dust as they're clearing? Is the question.
I think the only people chucking dust on the racing line now are the ones who go really wide and drag it on.
Right. Okay.
And wind-wise, yes, you can see the dust even now. It seems to just go straight up, and no matter, I mean, you can, looking at the tops of the trees, they're basically just not moving. And the track is surrounded on 3 sides by tall trees.
Occasionally, the tree on the right, its lower leaves are now not green but brown with the dust. We have a world champion in this one, I think. He starts. That's Adrien Bertin, the world champion in 20 years ago, and obviously the man behind his own electronics brand, and who we had a very good chat with at last week in Sicily at the 8th GT event. We did an RCGP sit-round chat about. It's RCGP, yep, it's still there. Keep your eye out on that. And that'll be released soon, that conversation. It's all about 8th GTE and GTIC, if that's such a thing. Very, very interesting class, that 8th GTE. I think it's going to grow. I think it's got a couple of things about it which I think it'll attract people from 10th touring car. I think electric touring car, and it'll attract people from 8th IC as well.
I remember when that started as rally game way back in the day.
Yeah.
And,
well, sorry.
And Kyosho released their, I think they called it the Inferno GT.
Right.
And that was an on-road version. I mean, which is what they start off as, obviously.
They certainly aren't that now.
They're so complex now.
Well, it's interesting because it's a really accelerated development on those, and you can hear all about it and see all about it on this podcast and video. What is it? Video podcast? Is that what they call these days?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll do an audio version of it as well. But yeah, it was a really good chat, I must say. But I told Nick this privately, and I'm telling the world this as well.
Nice. It's always nice. Frank appreciating you. It's marvelous.
But no, it was a really good chat because some good drivers.
Oh yeah.
And
well, we didn't know at the time, but we ended up with the European champion in the chat.
Yeah. So yeah, it was, and if you have some time between your buddies coming out on track for this, and you're not watching ETS, which is going to be live at some point today, go back on the RC Racing TV channel and watch those final races. Those are really good races.
The main finals were worth a watch. So give yourself a 47 minutes to watch the craziest final in many ways. not through the driving, but just with the circumstance. The circumstance of the final was absolutely crazy, and from literally from 15 seconds before the start onwards.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the interesting about the GTEs, it's interesting. Yeah, we know there's new. We talk about this class. We know there's a new Infinity buggy coming out in IC, and they'll obviously produce a new electric version at some point. But there hasn't really been any innovation in the buggies for what, I don't know, 10 years.
There's been a lot of.
People have improved things. They've worked out stuff. You know, there's still the argument whether it's a C-hub or a pillow ball is better.
You could say arguably that the Nemo N1 with the laydown shocks is
very good point.
That
has gone back to, that has rebirthed something from the late 80s, early 90s. But yeah, it's different. But I mean, there hasn't been. But if you look at the guys at the front, which unfortunately no one with a Nagama currently is. That's just because they haven't paid the money to hire the drivers. You know, there's not a lot of. I genuinely think that if you bought out a car from 7 years ago, as long as it was all new parts, it wasn't worn out, I don't think there'd be a huge amount of trade-off, to be honest. I think the
No, I agree.
But that's because it's had 40 years now of development. They've been doing these cars for 40 years, and they've moved with the technology.
Yeah.
If you look at, just going really back to our GTE conversation and GT conversation, those things benefited from all the development in electric touring cars, all the benefit from IC track cars, all the benefit from these machines here for the drivetrains. And so they went from, as you say, converted buggies to now specialist racing machines in about 4 years.
Yeah.
And the stuff that's come, and now basically they are, you know, they are very much hybrids of those three devices, but they're very developed, and already they've kind of come to the end of their meteoric development rise, and it's now again they got back down to sharpening the scale ball.
Yeah, so I mean, anyone familiar with retro touring cars, or even the pan cars, the development of those is whenever there's an advance. If you're familiar with those categories, whenever there's a big advance like lipos and linked chassis and stuff like that in pan car, or the powertrains of lipo and brushless motors allowing belts to be just as powerful as shaft, or ignoring the loss of power, that sort of thing. There's all sorts of things like this, and then you come to kind of a wall of where we're sort of with this is what we've got now, and that's where we are now with nitro and electric 8-scale buggy. That's where we're at, and that's what Nick's trying to say is, with the GT8 and GTE cars, they're like almost probably just below their peak maybe of development. There's a little bit more maybe to put into it, but you look at some of these cars, they're €1,000 to buy them, which is not that much more than a well, it's about 300 or 400 euros more than an electric touring car, like top spec brand new one, but still, it's a lot. Obviously, there are cheaper ones, and there'll be RTR versions and whatnot. I'm sure from some of the brands, but some of the really high spec racing brands, the smaller brands that are just a couple of people in a warehouse, they're only going to be selling racing cars. So yeah, it's interesting though to watch it sort of develop in real time. I'm actually going through, if anyone familiar with the history of Schumacher video that we put out recently on the RC Racing TV channel. We're working on a new one for a different brand.
I got a message from Chris Kurzweil, who's a well-known British racing driver, who pointed out that we used, I think, in that thing, which who's the guy who did it? It was
a guy named Roach RC.
Yeah, Roach RC did it, and he used an archive we did right back from Series 1 of RC Racing TV.
Yeah.
What I hadn't noticed is that we put a kind of fancy graphic in front of Cecil Schumacher where we actually spelled Schumacher wrong. And
in the original program.
which no one noticed in 2006. But now, 18 years later, Chris Kerr went, "Oh, look, you've done that." I said, "Well, I'll tell you what, I'll go back and scold myself 18 years ago." Because it was literally a cut from that picture. But yeah, it's
funny. Yeah, it's one of these things. It's how broadcasting and the life of the internet works. Once it's done, it's out there, and you're wrong. Ugh. But anyway, the new episode that we're working on is, I'm the one going through looking for old footage and videos.
Can
and
you mouth
photos.
to me who it is?
What?
Which brand? Oh, okay. That's going to be quite difficult. They've got a long history.
It's not that difficult because the video's not like an hour long.
But no, I want all the stuff. I'm only interested in the stuff from the 80s.
Yeah, well, there's some good ones.
Excellent. I don't want to hear stuff.
We'll talk about it off air, but yeah, it was really, really interesting seeing how some of these things work, and this particular brand was literally the origin story of some of the cars that we're looking at.
So there we go. That's your clues. Which brand do you think the next historical video is going to be about? Harry Weymouth
history
Heat
of
7. Oh,
RC.
we got our first follow request
Well,
from Matt
hey.
Kearney. We have to find car number 5. There's 2 cars having sex there, but we have to find car number 5. Oh, it's one of those.
It is one of those.
One of those cars. Harry, it's the blue
fourth
and the
one.
green one. There we are, the white one. That's Harry. Too busy having a bit of a good time with the other car. That is the Nagama N1 as well, by the way. That's the only car I can identify without seeing the stickers down the side, because I'm basic. Yeah, we're just going back onto that conversation about it. What's interesting is I think that a couple of things I've seen from touring car developments, they try and bring out the X-Ray 24 or the Schumacher 9 or anything else. And thank you to X-Ray being one of our sponsors. Thank you to Hobbywing, Hot Race, S-Works and Mevo Sport. One of the things I do see is that they're revisiting some old ideas they abandoned when they came back to. So I think they've realised that you've got to try everything. So it's notable how things are going back to a certain way, because one of the things I've noticed in touring cars is they're going back to smaller and smaller shocks.
It's absolutely insane. That,
but obviously there was a point, and I think probably that point was 2003, 2004. They went to bigger and bigger shocks. So it's like, do we need long track? And then obviously it's all based. You've got a ratio for the shocks. It's the amount of travel you get. So it's like, how do you where a shock works? It's based on the angle you put on the wheel as to how many millimeters of shock travel you get to a millimeter of wheel travel. So you can get the travel, but they're now going for smaller and smaller shocks again. And there was a huge push once they got LiPo sorted out. It was initially a huge push to balance it left and right, and then there was a huge push to get it as low as possible, and now they're trying to work out, but it really is, absolutely sharpening the razor blade on these things. I think it's fantastic. That's what motor racing development should be it RC, be it karting, be it full size. Full size you're not really allowed to do it on the whole. You're limited by regulations. But I think it's great, the development, but it's interesting seeing a class that's got super fast development, and then coming here to a class which is less developed. No one is going to bring out a chassis that's going to dominate. I don't think anyone's going to bring out a chassis that's going to be significantly better now.
Well, also another. I mean, yes, definitely. That's when I was racing touring car, was the late '90s and early 2000s or 2000s generally. And Yokomo, it seemed like every version of a car that they came out with, they would have completely new shocks, springs, and everything. It just became like,
just for the spares.
It was insane. So yeah, when they started doing the quote-unquote big bore shocks, every brand, the face of that big step, by the way, is a big rubber sheet.
Same thing happening. It's interesting. Same thing happening in full-size motorcycles. It was the idea of big bore shocks. Was forks, of course, and that was a fad for a while, and then they went and did something else with them. There's elements of fashion, but there's elements of things which may or may not produce a.
Well, the dominating brand for RC also depends on the sort of, you alluded to earlier, where the how much you pay a driver, and if you have a driver and someone who can dominate, and that's a whole other aspect of managing a brand, is keeping your drivers and having results. results on the
Yeah,
scoreboard
yeah.
to sell parts.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because there's two ways of selling vehicles, and one of them is rather obviously the win on Sunday, sell on Monday, which I think has an influence across a lot. But the one that I think that is most is really what are my friends using, what are people around me using, and it's why you see things like, you know, X-Ray. If you look at, I mean, obviously X-Ray have got a massive presence everywhere, but they are absolutely dominant in the old Eastern Europe and Austrian area around where they are based. You know, and then if you look at a company like Schumacher, whilst they're bigger these days, they yeah, I would think that 75% of their sales in the UK, I would think, you know, and it's, you know, and
they have a quite particular business model as well.
Yeah, and you look at Agama and Nemo. Well, they've obviously got they've brought this new vehicle out that needs to be seen, to be believed, or be tested, and that's got picked up a following in the UK, and because that's where it's based, and they've got some in the States as well, but. Yeah, it's all kind of it's all what can I see working, what can I use. I think the battleground now, and I think it's you know, it's certainly been a battleground that, you know, our chassis sponsors, both S-Works and X-Ray, are at the forefront of. If you decide that the basic platforms are all pretty similar, then there's two things where you can delineate yourself. The first one is quality, and the second one is support. Because if you say, right, whatever chassis I buy, you know, it's better than me, or I could, if I was David Ongaro, I could win the world championship with any of these chassis, or at least European, you know. But how am I going to decide which one am I going to buy? Well, I'm going to decide that because this particular one is made really, really well and can be wonked into a tree 40 times. Twonked. I managed to change a verb there and got myself out of trouble. Or what sort of support I get. And then support comes in two ways. Support isn't necessarily, you know, two guys at the track telling you how to set support. Things where you phone up and ask us a question, or if you need spares. I've broken an arm. I haven't got a spare arm. How quickly can I get one? And you get it really quickly. And so we've got Misha Widmeyer. So essentially there's three Austrians who aren't here. Dick Dawn, that's a brilliant name. Or Colin Nelson. Now, I don't know whether... I'm not sure whether they are going to turn up a bit later, but there's a few I think have problems making it. Hello to John Hazelwood, says Down UK. He also has finally said hello to Eric Like after ignoring Eric in his previous missive. GM Arm Schnell seems to get 6MK scratch on the tyres, I would say, I'm not sure. Compound 9/22, this sounds very complicated, 9/22 compound. So if you've got anybody you want to follow, come over to the RCTV YouTube page and tell us who it is. Ideally give us 10 minutes. But I mean, if he's in heat 10, then tell us sort of quite early in heat 9. So thank you for always joining us. We are here at the EFRA 1/8 Electric Off-Road Championship 2022 in Montpelier. Thankfully, the sun is in, which is making it a little bit less warm. Overcast, it's not overcast, it's cloudy. It's quite warm. There's a bit of wind. Notice that we have Pekko Ivan in this one. Pekko! Now, I obviously want to know if Tanya's watching, because I haven't said hello to Tanya this year yet. So, Tanya, hopefully you're on the RCTV page, and you are going to be listening to me. One of the Baldo brothers, this one as well. So we've got a couple of people who would normally be a bit further up. Got Oscar Baldo, got Oscar Navarro. Oh, both the Navarros are in as well. So there's a few people who are normally a bit further up are in this one. So you can find number 3, Ash, that's Pekko Even. And we can talk about something else which is quite interesting. Oh, there's Pekko. Obviously, Pekko, I think, still with the Mayako because he's been driving that with JQ. He's the new Padawan after JQ lost Max Mort to Sanity. Now, interestingly, we're obviously here at the Electric Off-Road Euros. There is obviously a nitro version of this, and due to the thing that has always irritated me about EFRA, much as I love EFRA, there is a clash on that weekend. So they have the large-scale off-road European Championships the same weekend as the 1/8 Buggy Nitro Championships. And you're saying, well, why does that matter? Well, that man there, Pecco, is a multiple TQer of the and podium finisher at the large scale. In fact, really, I can't believe I don't know why he hasn't won one, to be honest. There's also Wesley Van Helmond, who won two-wheel drive, and a few others who raced both classes and now have to choose.
Van Helmond is here. I talked to him earlier.
Yeah. So, and you kind of think, why are we having clashes? I mean, this year they've also, EFRA have really, we've done EFRA seasons, and this is our, oh gosh, what is it? This would be our 14th season if you eliminate COVID. So we've done 12 seasons. No, we've done 13 seasons. We've done 13 seasons, sorry. This is the 13th season. And then obviously there were 2 COVID years as well. And we've had European Championship seasons where the entirety of it has been condensed into 8 weeks. Bang, 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 bang. It's one, they start and they finish, and they're over in 7 or 8. And that's 8 or 9 events in 8 weeks. This time they're spread right out. We've had the first event, obviously. We don't include 12th in this. We had the first event last week, which was the 8th GT, and that was obviously in the very first day of June. We've got a couple of the events in September. So they've spread it out over June, July, August, and September, but they've still managed to have a clash. Frank.
Yeah, but we're getting Van Helmond, who is the two-wheel drive European champion for large-scale off-road. He's running four-wheel drive now for a new brand. And I'll be seeing him in France later this year. At the same weekend, you'll be seeing Pecco in action at
Sicile.
In Sicile at the Ongaro Ring.
Ongaro Ring. Third time for that place to hold the European Championship.
Yeah.
Which I think actually might be, I think as far as just European Championships and nothing else, I think that might be a record. Redovan's had the European Championship twice. We've been there loads of times. He's also had a World Championship and a Neo. But I think nowhere other track has held it. I mean, if you know differently, do you know any tracks that have held the European Championship 3 times? Went to Sands twice in 3 years. But just twice. So we're now not with Pecco, I don't think. We're car number 2. And that's Mathis Pierre from France, who's currently scored in second. Looking for fast laps here. We've got a 36.8 from Evening. 36.8 from this man here as well. Got a 36.2 from Tom Robin.
Yeah, he was here having a good old chat with Ongaro earlier.
Yeah.
I remember in RCGP, he was the one causing lots of problems, wasn't he?
Did cause. I was sitting there going, I'm not going to mention this. But everyone wanted his girlfriend, didn't they, if I remember rightly? Who knows? Perhaps 2 years on, perhaps that's his wife now. Or it's all gone to hell in a handcart. Who knows? That's the excitement of a lot of time passing. Picked up a new machine now, and this is about to go over the quad. My cut point there? Yeah, my cut point's there, isn't it? The spray of dust from the rear of the car. This is the 10 car of Oscar Navarro. Both the Navarro team, Oscar and Ivan, are in this one, which would be an issue if it was an IC event, but doesn't really matter for an electric event.
Weirdly, they do still have mechanics.
Yeah, I think it's because it's a comfort blanket. I don't think they can do that. Normally, you can do the whole thing yourself. All you got to do is... Actually, you kind of need someone to put the car down because the rostrum's not kind of right next to the track as it would be in a club event. So you get somebody just to put the car on the track. But you drop down and do 5 minutes. Now, interesting, of course, it's 5-minute heats, but it's 10-minute finals and 10-minute qualifying heats.
Oh, the qualifying heats are 5 minutes as well?
No, they're 10 minutes.
Oh.
So do you, I don't know the answer to the question, so do you put a new set of tyres on for every practice, or do you run a set twice to simulate what the second 5 minutes would be like?
That's a good tactic, possibly.
Or are you just literally learning the track and it doesn't really matter and you just have the same set for all three?
I think the stakes are too high for as we're moving on. So you have to have some sort of plan instead of just going out there and...
It's nice to have a plan, isn't it? This is
Yeah.
car number 1, I think, just finishing their run, which is Anton Dallas. Alejandro Dallas. Gone away, he's soap opera. Ah, the great sound. We'll be hearing this all weekend, the great sound of the compressor. I don't know what it is. Why we are always positioned near the compressor. It's a remarkable situation.
It's better than being placed above the sewer.
Where'd that happen?
The sewer grates. One of the tracks that you'll be at later this year.
What's Chile?
No, at Radovon.
How about the sewer grates in Redeville?
I distinctly remember them clearing the sewer.
It's not the sewers, it was the toilets. That was a man collecting stuff from the toilets.
Well,
that's
as well.
a septic tank. So this one we have Axel Constantin in 1, Carlos Pena Vidal in 2, Wesley Van Helmen in 3, Peter Stankovic from Poland in 4, Marcus Kellap, the Dane, who's obviously a multiple European champion in 10th. Did he win it this year?
No, multiple.
Alexander Missina in Germany, Eric Leik from Britain in 7, Brian Bardo in 8 from Spain, Adrian Parente from Spain in 9, Clement Boda in 10 for France, Corentin Loison from France, and Jerome Sutter, the Pink Panther. And
He's running the Pink Panther scheme on his car as well.
So Jerome. So again, we got to now heat 9. There's 12 heats. They keep smattering people around who are quite well known. Thanks for his phone design.
I'm editing photos.
Oh, it's always you who's working.
Yeah, if you want to see photos of the track and the cars and whatnot, be sure and check out the EFRA Facebook page. Just search for EFRA, E-F-R-A, or RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook. And they'll also be on the Instagram channel.
El channel de Instagram. Do you like that?
Something like that.
We set up I've got someone working for me helping out with some social media stuff for Karting Live TV. He set up a Instagram channel. Yeah. He put up the logo, which is Karting Live TV in red and black, and immediately got a violation strike for some reason, because apparently what he put up went against their community standards. Now, I mean, I think that's a pretty harsh criticism, isn't it? That, I'm sorry, we're not having people like you on our platform of Instagram.
So I can't talk to you about social media on Karting Live TV because you didn't hire me about it.
Well, no, because you aren't. You have a different role in Karting Live TV.
Yeah, but
You're a cameraman or a producer. Also, this guy's really good with pictures. I thought I'd leave the pause and then go with pictures, like graphics. Have you seen his graphics?
Yeah, I assumed it was someone else that we know, but no.
No, it was somebody who we know. A guy called Gaz. He's full-time.
Gaz.
He's an ex-guy from. I don't know what this is. Obviously, I have no idea how many inches this is listed. We've got a lot of time to fill. If you don't have anyone in particular to finish, says Radek follow. Says Radek Bartnik. Could you go with number 4? That's incredibly polite, incredibly self-effacing. Who is number 4? Number 4 is Peter Stankovic from Poland. Let's find number 4, Ash. Let's find, because he's been asked for in a very self-effacing, polite way on RC Racing TV YouTube page. Can't see it at the moment. Ash may have him for all I know. I'm kind of looking. This is where we find out we've cursed the commentator where he hasn't even got anywhere. There he is. He's just coming across the top bridge now, Ash.
Just remember, if you do want to make any follow requests or chat with us directly where we can immediately see it, or at least quicker than normal, please post on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel.
You were massively over-promising with immediately there.
Quicker than slowly, or quicker than never.
Yes, let's commit to that. So there's now you've asked us to follow Piotr. Let's get the name. Bartik, wasn't it? Hang on a second. So yeah, so Radek Bartnik asked us to follow. Right, now Radek, I need to know things about him. So I need to know what chassis he uses, what electrics he uses, what tyres he uses, because I need now to say. Otherwise, I'm just going. There's a Polish man in the red and yellow car. So I haven't got any. I don't have any information given to me yet. So what I'd like you to tell me is everything you know about what. Peter, this is probably going to find out that Radek doesn't know him at all, just he's a fellow Pole. But I want information. Information! That's a quote from Prisoner.
What, that 1970s show that
no,
all of our viewers are familiar with?
1960s show. Oh, he's going to give himself a replay for falling off the track. Oh, look at that. He's going to have... Oh. That's good camera work, by the way, Ash. Don't know why I get surprised. See, Radek's not written anything yet. I've given him the 35 seconds I have to wait. He's not written anything about Peter. It's like... It's like a throwaway follow. What were we talking about beforehand? Oh, yeah, Karting Live TV. Yes, the Karting Live TV graphics, yes. And everything else. But yes, the story really was more about how he managed to get banned from Instagram without actually posting anything. So, that'll be interesting. Oh, thank God. So the compressor's turned off the first time all day. It's probably a dusty track. It's all dusty. It's just non-stop compressor work, isn't it?
Yeah, racers, they like to keep the car absolutely perfectly spick and span clean.
They like to just compress it.
They like to compress it.
Yeah, I like to Oh, hang on, there we go. Radek tells me this is the new electric Mayarko. I was only able to see it live once in the local... This is going to be a challenge. The local Piashenko track. He raced Nitro there. That's fair enough. Thanks, mate. That's more than enough information and a backstory as well. So that's 6 points to Radek. You can cash those points when you buy some merch. Those points are actually worth nothing, but they are, we will love you forever. So this is heat 9. We always just choose somebody else for the last few seconds, Ash. That looks like the 6 to me. Is it the 6? No, it's the 8. So that's the 8 of Brian Baldo. Oof, massive tanky on there. So yeah, so this is heat 9. We've got 3 more heats to go, 10, 11, 12. Top drivers out in, well, all the top 12 are people you've heard of. We've heard of, if you're an RC fan, you've heard of everybody, but it's the real big names are all in that final heat. But obviously, as you can see, there's a smattering of European A finalists and World A finalists, and a European champion in other classes, all dripping down these other heats.
So those photos that were promised, they are uploading right now to the EFRA Facebook page. Check that out on Facebook. Just search for EFRA, EFRA, or RC Motorsport Europe.
Radek here says, I've only got 2 stickers in his shell, so RC Racing TV ones will come in handy. Well, unfortunately, when we were at the GT event last week, people kept popping in asking for you, Frank, because I think the previous year in Croatia, you'd been giving them away like sweeties, hadn't you?
Yeah, like candy.
Like candy. But we haven't got any, have we?
Actually, the photo on the RCTV Facebook page and Instagram right now is from GTA's Super Bob from the UK holding up his stickers.
Yes.
But no, we don't have any with us. We've actually...
There's a new print going on, isn't there?
Soon. But if you sign up to be a hero, that's the only way to get them now.
You must be a hero. Signing up for a hero. Da-da-da-da-da. Magnus Bergler would follow anything with a Swedish flag on it.
His eyes aren't that good.
IKEA, Volvos, ABBA albums. Realistically, do you think, it's interesting that you think about Sweden, which is a fabulous country. Been there a number and love it. But you think about it, it's really weird. If you say name something from Sweden, everyone says IKEA, and the next thing is probably ABBA.
Yeah, I think nowadays
that's not pointing anything like the right direction.
Nowadays it'd have to be people would say more IKEA than ABBA. But
IKEA, ABBA, and even Volvos are gone now. I wonder whether ever any other country would have such a high instance. So let's talk about France. I mean, people might say Paris, they might say the Eiffel Tower, but after that they're going to go different things, aren't they? Think about London, they're going to go arrogant, and you think about any other country, and I think if you look for the three things that encapsulates that country to people of another country, I don't think it'd be quite as easy to find. Right, here we go. Right, Frank, tell me three things about Finland. The three things you think of, like IKEA, ABBA, and
guns, vodka, and ice fishing.
Brilliant. Can I tell you now? That would be none of my three things. But they are excellent things nonetheless. Yeah. All right, Germany.
Wurst.
Yep.
Porsche.
Yep.
I would say Nürburgring, but that's kind of a car thing as well.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Beer.
Now, I agree. I think that sausage would come up. And I think amongst men, I think your beer and Nürburgring is a good call. I think about people who are interested in that sort of stuff. I can't say men, can't these days. But I think there'll be other things that will come up for other people. But yeah,
for sure, yeah.
I think, but if you turn around and go talk about Sweden, everyone goes IKEA, which isn't a bad thing. I just think it's interesting. I mean, I personally, I'm very lucky. I live in Milton Keynes. We've got a massive IKEA near us. It's fantastic. But and IKEA, if you want to sponsor this broadcast, we're very, very happy. And if you want to event flat pack, well, all these kits come flat pack effectively, don't they?
Yeah.
They come flat pack with difficult to understand instructions.
Some of them package a little bit nicer than others.
Normally, though, I haven't had a kit for a long time that has been missing parts, so it's not quite there, Who are we with? Is my cry? Spotify. Friedel says, "Is that for Sweden?"
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That is interesting.
There's a Netflix documentary.
That's an interesting call on that one.
I've yet to watch, actually, but yes.
I mean, obviously things change. You're right. ABBA will fade from that list very quickly as we all get old and aren't asked anything anymore. So it's the 7 we're with at the moment, and that is it's Daniel Parente. We have a follow request for car number 12, Ash. Car number 12, Max Gotzel. He's been requested by Contrary CZ, which I think obviously it's not. Has the Czech Republic changed its name to Czechia, or is it like an option?
I think officially it's Czechia.
Right.
But a lot of the Czechians still prefer Czech Republic.
Right.
But don't say ever Czechoslovakia.
No, even I've stopped doing that. Yeah, is he around number 12? Or is he upset about not actually being on the track? There he is. Orange and green, or kind of light orange and green. Now, thankfully, he stopped right in front of me so I could read X-Ray on the side of the car. And X-Ray, of course, thank you for being one of our sponsors. And thank you to S-Works, Hot Race, Hobby Wing, and Mibo Sport. Now I need to work out how to play out the videos. They're supposed to be on a single button, are they? No. Okay. So, that's a way of doing it. Oh, we've got another one now. So-called Maxidon has given us another follow request. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find this other car. Someone's not got any numbers on. That's right. It's not car. Car 6 needs to put numbers on his wing. Otherwise he's going to be in serious trouble with us. That is Noah Ben Mohammed. Okay, Ash, we want to switch to car number 5, who is about to go underneath you right now, pink-ish at the back, and we go there. And that is Bartek Zalewski, the young... I'll say he's young. I'm sure. Sorry, he's young, obviously young compared to... I don't know. Obviously, he's been around for a few years. He was very young when he started, but I have no idea how old he is now. He may be 15 or 18. I don't really know.
Was he 12 a few years ago?
We were all 12 a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, but literally, like...
No, he was very
when
young.
He was in the A final of the at Robin Hood.
I don't know how... Well, the first Robin Hood won a couple of years ago.
Won a couple of years ago.
Oh, right, so he's about 14 or 15, okay. It's like Orlowski. You see Orlowski, and he's like a fully grown man, and, and you think, oh, this little lad who was won in Robin Hood. But that was 2015. It's 9 years ago. So he's 24 now.
Well, the same thing with Ronafalk when we first sort of
like
when he popped on our radar. He's like, who's this little kid?
Yeah, they grow up so fast.
Yeah.
Friedel says, I mean, Sweden has a lot that people would think came from the USA, like GPS, Skype, Tetra Pak, 3-point seatbelt, zipper, and so on. Well, it's very true about safety seatbelts. I didn't know that Skype came from Sweden. I assume that Microsoft
bought by Microsoft.
Yeah, I didn't realize they bought Microsoft. I thought Microsoft developed that one, and they bought a lot of other things. They must have bought it out really early then.
Yeah.
GPS. I thought GPS was the American military. I thought
there's
the
a European system.
Yeah,
originally,
but the one we use, we're still using because or I think we're still using because the one which was 50 meters out yesterday for me.
That was a fun ride.
But I thought that was American military. The GPS, we just take their satellite. I don't know. I mean, perhaps the concept of global positioning is what Friedel means. It's Danish Open Sam. Oh, it's Sweden. Yeah. That's your result for that one. Again, none of this really matters because you don't actually have to go around or anything. Look at the fast laps. I've done the 35s now. That's probably the interesting thing. So remember that. Fastest fast lap so far is Daniel Prentice with a 35 flat. So next heat, which is 10 of 12, we have Jean-Pierre Sartel, who was the European champion in 2019 in France at this class. Thomas Musso, Matteo Bello, who's one of the top Italian racers. Hugo Tavernon from France, Alex Vallas-Camba from Spain, Pierre Raboulon. It's heat 11, sorry, not 10. So this is the penultimate heat, sorry, 11, the penultimate heat. You've got Gabriel Astorino, Ricardo Montero, some bloke called Robert Battle. Don't know who he is. Theo Marie, Jordan Lott, and Burke and Kilic. So the Kilic brothers have been split up, Burke and Burak. Burke the younger. Burak, therefore, the older. It's good, isn't it? I can work that one out.
I have a lot of trouble telling them apart.
I can tell them apart.
And the Baldos.
No, I can tell them.
I know. I mean,
it sounds
terrible.
I can't remember which one. The problem is I can tell them apart and then I get the names mixed up. So, oh, for goodness sake. Right, so the cars are rolling. A bit of delay on that button. Oh, I see. Okay, let's go see what's happening. Go, 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 Hugo, says Jan Mugen Dark Vader. Blimey, okay. Oh, don't do that. No refereeing in this earlier part of the day. I can see Carlos kind of looking at them like a hawk from the refereeing building. Up and over they go now. Oh, two wheels. No, he's upside down. He's upside down. This is the 3, isn't it? So the 3 car, that is Mattia Polito Dabella, one of the top Italians, still laying the track. Working out where it's advantageous to be tight to the corners and where it's advantageous to give him a little bit of breath. That's what these 3 short runs are for. We've got lap time, 35.8 from Birkin-Killich. With speed building up. It's interesting, I think they're going to build speed up all through this run. Let's see if we can find the 4 car, Ash, who's quite near the end of the lap. Because someone said go. He's the white car. He's all white. He's the one can machine. That's having a spinathon there. Because someone said go Hugo. So we may as well show Hugo Tavernon from France. It's quite rare actually that you see one can bodies in 8th. Because on the whole the bodies last a very long time, and the weight isn't an issue. So they are team painted up. Oh. That is what we want to do. All right. It's Hakan Lands, the man with many, many patents. He also invented the computer mouse. Blimey, okay. Didn't invite Danger Mouse, did he? Just the computer mouse.
No. Danger Mouse, very specifically British. I've got some Danger Mouse socks I'll wear tomorrow. You see the socks I'm wearing today?
Yes, they're Audi socks from the
Yes. I thought you'd appreciate them.
I would. Le Mans, of course, next weekend, for those of you who follow full-size racing. Weather looking changeable, which always adds to an interesting race. Let's see if we can find the 12 car of Birkin-Killich. Been asked by Friedel, who's been giving us the Swedish information. Well, there's 2. It's always very strange watching cars of this size going around so quietly. Okay, well, the 12 car appears to be not appearing in this film at the moment. I don't think he's out. Is he out there? Oh, there he is. There's Birkin. White and orange. They need to add some engine sounds to these cars. Well, yes and no. Because much as the noise of the nitro is quite attractive, it does get a little bit wearing after a couple of days of non-stop noise, especially if you're close to it. Though in fairness, it's not as bad as we were in France. Well, I was in France for the 2001/8 foam track finals, and our position was right. So we were, as I looked out of our position, which was on the ground floor, we were looking out onto a hairpin. So what we heard the whole time was absolute full chat acceleration of these things, which are in any way shriller and noisier than the off-road version. So just burnt your brain and your ears out after a certain amount of time. Friedel says he's a nitro guy, but got to admit it's so easy to go drive an electric car, and that's it. I think it's the
that's the thing for me.
That's why I think these things, the electric side of things, is going to eventually take over completely. It's just easy. The thing I think that keeps nitro going, as well as it is because you've got the you can run these long finals. You can run long distance, run 20 minutes sub finals. You know this. If they invent a quick change,
someone needs to 3D print, design and print one.
You know, you do a quick change battery. Sorry, and it can't be beyond the wit of man, to be honest.
Beyond the what?
The wit of man.
The wit of man, like telling a good joke.
No, the wit is not always about being witty. Beyond the wit of man to. That's weird, that came in there. 35.3 there for Birkin-Killich at the top of the boat. I'm going to have to stop the... This dust is getting everywhere. It's getting up my nose, in my eyes and everything.
Close the window.
No, because then they've got then we melt. If I close the window, it's catch 22. Melt or cough. Right, smoking 20 caps and something up here. Caps in full strength. That's a cigarette from the 30s there.
No, we're in the land of Galoise.
Magiton. Ligier. Yeah, absolutely. Toppy about to go out. One car's Canals, Dave Ongaro, Dave Runnefelt, Marco Barufalo, Martin By, Bruno Coelho. Oh, God. Bruno Coelho. Elliot Boots, Hal Figueiredo, Ricardo Burton, Remy Bermudez, Burak Kilic, and Alan Ronick are your drivers. So I expect everyone wants to see everyone in this one. After this, we've got another round of this free practice. Then we've got a very, very short lunch break, which again, this is great because that's our only break. Then we've got 2 rounds of timed practice. I think it's their best 3 laps to count, which will set the grid for tomorrow's qualifying. And then after that, we have a opening ceremony, which I haven't actually I don't even know how we're going to cover the opening ceremony. Do you know, are we doing it just on Facebook? Are we doing it live? What are we doing, Frank?
I will discuss that
with the management. But there will be some sort of coverage of the opening ceremony, be it hopefully not as chaotic as the coverage we did for the GTE, which was me wandering around with the camera on my own, proving I'm rubbish with cameras. It'd be nice to see a 30-minute electric final where you get 3 batteries. So to manage fuel, yeah, it'd be quite good actually. Okay, we are immediately with a car, and it is. We started with the number 5 of Martin Bayer with the X-Ray, and also, of course, the development man for the X-Ray team. And see how we do a lot of practice with the track they've got actually at the, well, not on this track, but general practice, because they've got the track at the arena. Let's change focus, Ash. We're changing our focus to this car on the ridge. Well, I recognise that guy. It's David Ronnefalk, also with the X-Ray. Of course, he's new to X-Ray this year. And there he is on the 3. He's doing a lot of racing internationally in the States. Getting up to speed with his new charge. Yeah, I'm saying, look, you look at the better drivers along that ridge. Let's see how straight we can make it. Oversteer there. Comes up the step up double. Oh, that's not what Dave wants to do. Doesn't want to do it so much, I'm going to show it again. This is just a bare bout. No, it wasn't a bare bout. There's a bit too much pipe on the left-hand side there. So there you go for Ronnefalk fans, and let's find somebody else. There we go now. This is the randomness of the young man. And we've gone with the 0 car. That's Remy Bermudez from France. Going through the backside, but what have we got lap time wise? Hang on a second, let's have a look. So we're seeing a lot of 34s for the first time. We're on 34.9, which is one of the laps we were watching. Actually, that's a lot of 34s. That's the only 34s. A lot of low 35s. Canals on the 35.3. 35.6 for Boots. Burak Kilic done no laps at all. It's much of a problem. He's certainly here. Let's change again, Ash. Who is El Victimo next? And this is the 12 car. This is the 12 car of Aaron Ronick. Again, just puts the power down over the bridge. It's going to turn to his right. A bit too aggressive, I think, really. That's what I calls that one. Oh, done it again. And swap again at the end of the lap. Oh, look at that for a changeover. I think, but if you found one fuck again, so you can't find the same car twice. It was very good, though. It was a very good move, but just with the same car. That's number 2, which I'm saying from memory of colours is Davide Ongaro. We have it, wasn't it? Oh. So it's Ongaro. First look at the reigning double world IC champion. There is no buggy world champion. That will happen for the first time. World Championship will happen in Portugal next year sometime. Don't know when. That's the plan anyway. So we're assuming it's Barcelos, which is the Alfredo track. So Ongaro. That wasn't a great lap. He spun at the start of it. 38. He's on 35.2 though, so one car's Canassa on 34.6, which makes him the fastest, which isn't going to surprise anybody. Canassa in fantastic form this year, but this man won the European warm-up race a couple of weeks ago. Reigning European champion here at the one at 30. Actually isn't here because it won last year in Germany, I think it was won by Michael Olowski, driving some sort of Frankenstein Schumacher hybrid car. But he has, they haven't developed it last year, and he has elected to go to ETS, which you can also see on RC Racing TV, on the ETS round 1 this week, which is clashing because obviously the ETS is a little bit more towards the core product range of Schumacher. Key thing there is the lap time, 34.5, so a couple of tenths in it already for Juan Carlos Canas. So that ends free practice 2. And we're going to have free practice 3.
Oh, I thought there was just 2 rounds.
No, it was another round of this fun.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Quit the green lines, it works. Okay, everyone, so that is some of the many hors d'oeuvres we're getting today. That's a run through of the races. I think we do have a ranking list. I don't think it means anything, but let's just see what it says, shall we? Because it fills some time.
Well, the drivers, I mean, there are times, obviously, so it means something, but not officially.
Currently, they're doing it based on,
as if it was a qualifying.
Yeah, so it's Canas and Ongaro have both been the fastest in one of them. Ronafalt has a 2, Kilic has a 3, Burke has a 3, then Lemarie, Torrente. The only thing is how many people haven't scored yet. So of the 144, we only have 132 who've currently put in a time. Now I believe that obviously with most electric finals, this is obviously for tomorrow, but 12 will go, it's just, you just qualify straight to the final, top 12. But I think there's a B final bump up, isn't there?
I think I saw a last chance qualifier on the schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it keeps the interest alive for those people, but I don't see much point in qualifying 13th in a 10-minute electric race.
Racers love to race.
Yes, but you could win the B final. No, I know it's the highest final is always the best thing.
I think they could do easily, especially in this, because they're only running for 10 minutes, but these things can easily run for an hour.
Not on one battery, they can't.
No. I mean the car itself, the actual hardware of the car. like drivetrain and diffs and all that. But they could easily do a 2-car bump up in the class. It's just if an independent race were to do that sort of thing, it'd be a different thing for them to do, wouldn't it? Like the GP, Montpelier GP, or some other big race like a new Neo.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean.
You know, I think if you extended the runtime of these cars, if you had a half-hour final, and it's up to them, they do 1 battery change or 2. But then you need this quick battery change, which isn't at all what's been designed for any of these cars.
Yeah, but someone out there. I mean, if you see the things that RC super nerds are doing on CAD, and so that you can buy files or print files at home, or just buy on eBay and Facebook groups, people that are designing stuff themselves at home, someone is going to come up with a good quick change system. And you'll have to modify your car and you know and cut some bits of your body so it like has flaps and Velcro and whatnot. But someone will do something, and something will take. Yeah, and then it'll become a production thing.
It's going to need adjustments to the body shell. That's the key thing.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Because the shells are kind of in very tight, and they're close coupled to the sides. Obviously, to prevent
just
too much ingress of rubbish. But I think there's nothing you can do about
it. A duct tape hinge and some Velcro closure is all you need.
My name is duct tape hinge.
To start with, you know, and then someone will develop a body post mount and whatever. So you know what I mean? It's a development thing. You know, you look at any racing category, like we were talking about earlier with linked chassis and pan cars and all that.
Yeah,
someone will come up with something.
Yeah, but there needs to be a reason. At the moment, there isn't a reason because no one's trying to run these long finals.
No. But you know, like when in the 2000s, 90s, and 2000s, when there were endurance electric touring car races, the LRP German guys were coming up with crazy quick solutions for swapping batteries. You just slide a battery pack in, and as long as it's as long as the plug connects solidly, you're good. You know, you change it every 5 or 6 minutes or whatever your gearing suggests, and you're off. So someone will come up with something. I mean, I remember Andy Kramer doing a LRP video of them showing their waterproof system, and he's in a pool driving a car on the bottom of a pool. It's just insane.
Well,
it was ridiculous. But it was just a stunt, to
What, there hasn't been any underwater championship so far?
No. Or, Andy Kramer coming out of the pool shots.
Sounds lovely. Sexy Andy Kramer.
I'm going to go get some more
are you?
things.
Oh, things is fine. I think go B-roll then.
Well, I'm not. You said B-roll, so now I'm thinking, well, I'm going to go get B-roll.
No.
But I'm going to get
more things.
Some
things
drinks
are good.
And
Terrific.
things.
Okay.
And then, but yes, I will be getting some things.
Oh, spin. Frida says, I've asked myself, why does not the snap-on wheel from track cars, would that work? Might do. I mean, I think it needs to have a chassis that's designed to start with this quick release concept. And that's only going to happen when they're running races that need a quick release concept. So it's kind of chicken and egg, this situation. But it's not beyond, as I said, again, it's not beyond the wit of man. Magnus Bergland, is Max Hesse here, or did he get lost in the fog last weekend? Max Hesse, the German racer, for those of you who don't know, obviously he's pretty good. He's done well. He's been in higher finals around, but he's also a BMW Works driver, and he put his BMW M4 GT3, put it on pole at the Nürburgring last weekend. So he took pole position in what ended up being an incredibly truncated race. The Nürburgring 24 hours, I think, ran about 6.5, perhaps 7 if you include the safety car stuff, because of fog. And when the fog came out, they just had a little bit of an issue, and they were demoted to, I think, 3rd, but they have certainly done very, very well with his two partners. I think it's Dan Harper and Chris Wirtz, I think. Correct me on that. But yeah, so Max making real waves in the world of motorsport. Now, I'm going to ask Frank a question. Will he know the answer is the next question. Which Formula One driver is a double European champion? It's Pedro de Rosa. There we go. But interestingly, he's not, when you look at the results, he's not. I can't remember his name. It's not down as De La Rosa because being Spanish, he's got two surnames, and they use his other surname. Which for some reason, when he started doing full-size motorsport, he went back to Pedro de La Rosa. I think it perhaps sounded a bit more oomph. Do another question about Pedro de La Rosa. What track does Pedro de La Rosa still hold the track record for? No, Frank's not listening now. What track? He's getting some stuff out. I'm annoying him now, really. So Pedro de Rosa, who we've established is an ex-RC racer. What track, current F1 track, does Pedro de Rosa hold the lap record for? From 2000, yeah, from 2005. The lap record's never been beaten.
Because of the regulation changes, but so it must be said. Who? Is it Silverstone?
No. It's one of the early tracks of the season.
Spain? Catalonia?
Bahrain.
Oh, right.
He holds the record in Bahrain. And my final Pedro de La Rosa question is, who is Pedro de La Rosa sort of an advisor for now? Which Formula 1 team is he an advisor for now? And he turns up in their outfits every week. Well, every 2 weeks.
Oh, I have seen it recently. It's a bit confusing because obviously I've met Jensen Button, but not met him. Not in the sense that you have met him, but in the sense that most people have not met him. Anyway, he used to be an advisor for Williams.
Sorry, in the sense that most people haven't met him.
Yeah.
I've met him in the sense that... Right, just tell me the answer, Pedro.
Well, you have met him in a professional capacity.
Yes, many times. Yes.
I have not. I was just chasing him as a fan to try to get his autograph.
Right, okay.
And he was quite nice about it. But I can't remember. It's not Ferrari, is it?
No, it's Aston Martin.
Oh, okay.
Which F1 driver is a Ferrari? Ex-F1 driver is a Ferrari advisor and turns up and still drives the cars even though he retired 15, 20 years ago. Let's go and play what this is.
I'm trying more interested in finding a connection for this to go into that.
Camera?
Yeah.
It's got a mic slot on it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I have also bought the other connection.
That's what I'm thinking of.
It's in there.
Okay.
I think. Or is it? No, it's in the plastic bag.
Okay.
Okay.
We're prepping.
I'm just kind of, I just thought I could give you a Pedro de Rosa quiz. And kind of well, the answer to that Ferrari question, Mark Genet, by the way. Oh, Keenan's with us. Hello, Keenan. How are you doing? No, Morris. Good morning, Keenan. How are you? Nice to have you along. We're now in heat number 2. Not getting any requests from anybody. Might do a little bit of a shovel round and see whether we have anything on the other socials. As I said, the only chat I can see is RCTV's YouTube chat. Let me just see what's happening on other chats. Hello, other chats. Hi, other chats. Let's have a look. Any comments? No, lots of shares though. Thank you for that on the EFRA page. Good stuff. Yep, so it's quite quiet out there. I think everyone's enjoying the watching the racing on a Friday. Thanks to all of you who are watching on EFRA. Okay, looks like we haven't missed out too much, which is always good to know. So the sun is now above us. We are looking out due east from our commentary position, which we are, where the camera is, you can see it's kind of sort of over the top of, well, I'll tell you what, if you go down this bit of straight now and you come, well, they go left and they go right. So we are about there on the straight. So we're very much to the left of the circuit, but we are facing due east. And the sun cometh in right in our eyes in the first 2 or 3 hours. Now up and over. Temperatures moving up. I think it's a little bit, I don't know, I'm not sure whether I'm right. I just felt that yesterday certainly was a bit muggy. I don't know if that's still the case. Let's have a look on my weather map at what the humidity is. It's always good to have a bit of weather. See, I'm British, we love a bit of weather news. No, it's quite low humidity, so that's just a feeling I have that is not backed up by anything. Ooh, that's our door opener. So we are here at the European EFRA European 1/8 Electric Off-Road Championships. It's here at the MBM Club in Montpelier, well known for the Montpelier Grand Prix. It happens every February. I can't remember. It's like the last. No, it's early February. It isn't last week January. And has been like the traditional sort of start of the European season. You see all the racers huddled up in 7 layers, rather than now where they're trying to where 1 layer is a bit too many. So we're currently, I don't know, we've obviously been showing a number of cars. Obviously you can read the numbers, and you can work out who it is because they're written up on the right-hand side. But this is car number 8. So this is the Mathieu Chaffrandon from France. Mathieu, regular on our screens over the past time. So as Lefty said, it's nice to be able to cover stuff from Montpellier. Yeah, it was unfortunate there wasn't any coverage for this year's main race. We've already had a conversation about 2025, so hopefully something we put in place and we can bring you the Grand Prix next year. But that's all up in the air. But it is a conversation that's happening, Lefty. So Chaffrandon.
8, finish, 6, finish, 4, finish.
37s. The best lap we've seen so far was that 34.5 from Canas.
9, finish.
Oh, that was going so well, wasn't it, until that happened?
7,
You always know you made a major mistake when the camera carries on going where you ought to be and you're no longer there.
7, finish.
So that's heat 2 over. And there's your results. France, Switzerland, France, Switzerland, Spain, Austria, France, Netherlands, France, Netherlands, Germany, France. Frank's looking confused now. We've lost something. But we'll find it again, don't worry. We've lost something, but we'll find it. We were lost in France. Well, which is quite amusing, actually. I'm quite pleased about this, because I have a huge problem remembering who's who, because my brain's really old, but Frank keeps calling Ash Zach. Which is just makes me feel that probably I'm not actually going senile, but it's just what happens when you know people who are similar. Yeah, we obviously completely apologise for misnaming. See, it's not misgendering, it's just misnaming. I'm not quite sure what Ash identifies as, to be honest, but there we go. So how much dust is on that? The camera's been sitting there. It looks like it's been like an archaeological dig for the last 30 years.
I'm just doing the map thing and setting up things around Nick. So I think...
Do you know why that is? It's all about me.
There we go, people. There we go.
Do you want to double commentate?
No. It's not on.
Oh,
but this is for the opening ceremony later.
Right, but in what way?
Well, you doing that.
I am not doing that because that was a
and
disaster.
you do. Yeah, but Matt loves it.
Yeah, but it's funny when it's
Everyone-
live.
everyone
it's
loves
funny
it.
when it's live. If someone's recording it badly, it's not quite so good. Has Matt asked you for that?
Yes.
Well, in which case it needs to have a switch. It needs to be live.
Yes.
Because otherwise there's no excuse for what I do. Though in fairness, I actually know better how to operate that camera than the other one you gave me. I have no idea how to operate the other camera.
Was it the little one?
It was the little one. So,
Yeah.
for example, when I turned the screen round, because I turned the other way, I kept pressing the menu button, which then went where.
Okay.
I'm going to worry him by being incredibly professional, and the whole thing will be quite dull because I'm going to be really good at it. That's not going to happen.
Like Terry Wogan on
That's not gonna
Eurovision.
happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Oh, those new.
What?
Those big, the hooligan barrier feet in that section.
What on earth are you talking about?
In the hairpin.
No, they're covered in dirt.
I think those are new.
Well, I think they're not, but there we go.
They've probably done the same thing coming off of the...
They're not new.
Off of the, I don't know. Maybe
Hang on.
I don't know.
Hang
I
on.
don't
If
know.
you're prepared to talk for a minute or so, I'll tell you whether new or not.
Well, while Nick is doing this, let us thank our sponsors who allow us to bring you this thrilling coverage of Nick looking back in the footage.
Which you can all do.
Which anyone can do. Actually, you can disallow people from doing it.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. But anyway, so we very much like to thank Meebo Sport, your all-in-one
hang
place
on.
e-shop.
Oh, you're right.
How about that? How about that? Can we just hear that? Can you rewind that?
Can you
everyone?
put down? Can you film the offending items?
Just in this hairpin right there.
Right. Okay. But when did they come back? Is the query? When? What, keep going. Right.
I think in the after the last heat or two.
Let's go on about an
somewhere
hour
along the way.
Let's find out.
So
were they here at this point?
As the track is evolving,
they're sticking things in.
That's the nice thing about a well-equipped track filled with loads of people
No,
who
it
know what
wasn't
they're
there
doing.
then. So in it.
Huh?
Those are new as well. We got some. Oh, we got. No, you're right. There's been a.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
So there's been a big
they
old
added
change.
another one. Yeah. To make sure that no one cuts the track there.
Seems fair enough.
I remember when they were doing
they
that.
got put on. You're right. They got put in during the gap.
Yeah.
What an observant young man you are.
I mean, I've been to a couple of these.
No, actually, they haven't been put. They weren't there on practice 1.
Oh no, definitely not.
No, I meant free practice 3, heat 1. They weren't there.
Yeah.
They've literally just been put there.
Sometime in the last 10 or 15 minutes.
We're now on free practice heat 2. We're only on heat 3 now. So in heat 2, no, they've literally been put there in the last 2 minutes.
Very good. Oh, we have a new hero. Look at that.
We're holding out to
Andrew
a hero
Piros.
on the end of the time.
Andrew okay, now he may be watching us on ETS. So Andrew, if you are watching this coverage of the E-BUGGY European Championships.
If you are watching ETS, you're not hearing this.
Yes. If you're watching the E-BUGGY European Championships here from Montpelier in the south of France in the Occitan region, I bet. Or what's the pronunciation?
L'Occitan.
Arrondissement?
What?
Like the regions of the counties.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, come on, Nick. You've been to Le Mans so many
Oh,
times.
we got a wasp. First wasp of the season. Didn't have any wasps in in Sicily. Had lots of bitey bugs, but no wasps.
I think no, it might be.
That is a wasp.
But anyway, so if you are watching, do let us know, and we will follow all of your follow requests as soon as practically possible. Even more so, even if it isn't actually possible.
Even more
practical.
Now,
we'll
we have
do
a more important question, which is from Lefty, and he says, "Did I hear it right that Frank said he was a stalking Jensen Button? You're a Jensen Button stalker."
At the Goodwood Festival, yeah. But then
You stalk Jensen Button?
Well, yeah. I accidentally popped his PA, Jules, who used to be with him for years and years. I smacked her on the top of the head with my program that I was trying to... it was like literally like a rugby scrum of people
What, you
trying to
hit
get...
his PA on the head?
Accidentally. Because she's going, okay, we need to get over here.
We do not condemn violence,
No,
condone violence.
absolutely not.
We do condemn it, we don't condone it. We don't condone violence on the
But yeah,
RCTV
there were a lot of
feed.
people around, and you're trying to like shove something in a famous person's face, and when their PA is trying to drag them off to another section of where they need to be for a schedule, because they're all there for a reason.
PR.
Yes.
Right.
So yeah. Anyway. Completely an accident. I do apologize, Jules, and but Jensen was very... Actually, I have a funny story about that. I did the same thing with Mika Hakkinen. He came out of the driver's area, and an old man got bumped into, and he turned around.
That's a bumblebee.
Huh?
It's a bee, it's not a wasp.
Okay, good. Well, that's what I was trying to identify, because yellow and black doesn't necessarily mean bitey.
It just means I might be bitey, keep away.
Yeah. But... So Mika Hakkinen, he sees this guy get bumped into, and the guy had no idea what was happening because his back was to Mika, but this scrum of people was coming towards him, and he had no idea. And then, so he turns around like, what are you doing? And Mika is like, gets in this like sort of funny fighting pose, like, oh, it's all kicking off or something like that. He says something funny, and it was mildly humorous. But I got his autograph as well.
Brilliant. Do you want to know my last interaction with Jensen Button?
Was it a nice one?
Yeah, it was, because I met him at, I think it was Daytona, I think I met him at, and he said, what are you doing here? Because I don't normally do the IMSA events. I went, I'm covering this, and it's been a chat.
Oh, very good. I do like, I regret when I used to live in San Antonio, Texas, not San Antonio, Ibiza. I do regret that I never did get to for a couple of years, there was a Grand Prix of, and I know Grand Prix is a Formula One sort of name, but they did have IMSA races there with the 962s.
Blimey, that's time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
I wish I would have gone.
Yeah.
But I was a teenager and had no money.
Well, that's fair enough, man. So, if you want to know any... so Frank said... Lefty says you're a prolific stalker. Yes, apparently it's literally what he does. It's who he is.
Lefty,
stalking is who he is.
Lefty, I'm watching you right now.
Yes. Very good point, well made. Well, there should be one there.
No. Maybe in the other box.
Yeah. That was the confessions of a professional stalker who has confessed that he is the worst type of human being. He doesn't respect the privacy of anybody, and we need to stop this.
Well, not when I'm sharing a room or a bed with Ben.
Why is you in bed with Ben?
That was the last ETS I went to, which you can watch on the other RCTV live stream that's happening right now. Live broadcast, I should say, is how I tried to.
I bet it's very second rate. I bet it's not. I bet it's not worth watching.
It's definitely the C team that's there.
Yeah, I mean, what's that? Matt. So it's who's there? Matt.
Matt, Ash, and
Ash is not there. Ash is here. Ash is here.
I was literally thinking Zach.
Ash is here. So it's Matt, Zach, and Ben, and they got Scotty on the mic, obviously. What's going on there?
I don't know. I'm trying to find the flat bit that goes on the cold shoe or the hot shoe.
Well, there should be
It's a
two of
cold
them,
shoe.
but there's not two of them. We're now involved in a conversation about...
There is no cold shoe accessory in this box.
where's that gone?
No.
Shaggy?
Speaking of Shaggy, I need to get some drivers in here to talk about the track.
How the hell was that speaking of Shaggy?
Well, because they're like, yeah, I'll come in, yeah. And I told them, okay, yeah, whenever you're free, you know, and obviously I don't want to interrupt your, you know, your prep and your discussions.
I honestly thought you were going to say to interrupt your prayers then.
Yeah, okay, no, that's great. Yeah, so we're just setting up for the opening ceremony later, which will be. I mean, it's always a good to run around and chat with people. Also, because one, there's no noise in the track, which at this event doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. But they're also all sort of like in a sort of a chill out mood.
Are they?
Usually, like walking around with beers.
They're normally grumpy because they've been made to be there.
So yeah, happy with that, Nick?
That's best it's going to be.
Okay.
And who is there with us, guys? Well, surprisingly, Lefty, it's Ash and me and Frank. So it's Nick. Car number 3, Marcel Peterson in this one. Or is it the next one? I can't see Marcel Peterson in this one. I think we missed him, Tim Napowitsky. Let's have a look if car number 3 is whom you say it is. Car number 3 is... Yes, it is. Right, car number 3 we need to find. I expect Ash's already found him because he's a bloody genius. Perhaps not. He's not that much of a genius. He hasn't found him at all. It's quite early in the lap according to the tracker. There's 5. There's 8. Whoever he is, you found him. Oh, we found him. There we go. It's the pink car. It's Marcel Peters of Germany. Oh, another flying thing, but not a wasp has turned up. One of those weird things. It's got like a head and a backside and a really thin bit in the middle that's quite freaky, which we don't want to talk about. But it's an insect, so it's fine. Apparently, they're very sexy to other members of their insect life. I cannot believe the layer of dust that is now sitting on top of my very expensive equipment. I know dust isn't particularly problematic for a lot of things.
You'd be terrible if you owned a full-size truck. You'd be one of those like polishing the treads of the knobby tires.
Well, yeah, if you've got a full-size truck, yeah, absolutely.
Well, then you need an air compressor like the one that's going off now, and just like.
I have
everything.
spent too much of my life listening to air compressors. I don't need another one, I can tell you. There's just too many air compressors going on. There's a whole lot of compressing happening. Minute and 20 minutes to go. Free practice. The final free practice. These guys, they get sort of 15 minutes of time. So probably a grand total about 20-21 minutes to learn this track. There's still plumes of dust coming up.
Lovely bit of plumage.
Beautiful plumage. I think I'm going to be talking about plumes of dust for months to come.
That doesn't look like a bee.
No, it's not a wasp either. It's a kind of a weird thing.
Oh, it's one of those, like, just biting flies. Oh, there he goes, out the window. Very nice.
Might be a biting fly.
I'm waiting for James to reply to something, and I will get us some beverages.
Beverage, love. Oh, thank you very much indeed, Marlene. Thank you.
Stella Artois. Not really.
No.
Some Coca Classico.
Coca-Cola Classico. If you are watching, thank you very much, and thank you to our sponsors, Mivo Sport S-Works, Hot Race, Hobby Wing, and X-Ray, and thank you, of course, to EFRA completely. RC Monkey's watching at work. Well, where else would you watch, to be honest? Sorry, you could watch in your own time, apparently, it's possible. If you are watching us, it'd be lovely if you could buy some of our merch. I'm wearing some of it right now. I have a complete range of T-shirts now. And I'd like to point out that the pizza and beer since 2006 was inspired by many comments I've made. The rest has been made up by some very clever design people at the at Control and at RCTV. It might be a gall wasp. It might be a gall wasp. I think you're absolutely right, actually, RC Monkey. This is fantastic. This is identifying insects by verbal description alone. Ricardo Massi, you can go that 136 fastest lap. 36.8, so quite a slow 36. Frank, one thing, if you ever work with Frank, you have to realise that Frank's mantra is you have to stay hydrated. The downside about staying hydrated is the massive walk to the toilets here. If I decide I need to go to the toilet, I will not be back for 2 heats. That is for sure. Heat 5 about to roll. The gap before it does. In activity there. Should we take pictures of the insects and then post them up on the Facebook page? You can see the terrible conditions we're working under. A bit of a longer hold on this one. Probably some track repairs and rearrangement.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Up and rolling. Heat 5, there are 12 heats in each of the rounds. Yes.
It's on 1, so I'm going to swap it.
Okay. Oh dear, that shouldn't have happened. I don't think we actually got the what actually happened to 11 there as he broke the track. That is the guy who was scored as leading, Matteo Mari.
Marshall 12. Marshall 12.
Up and running again now, but again, it's free practice, doesn't matter. You need to see what lap time he gets on this one. He had a 38 last time. Timing scoring appears to be just before that final corner to the main straight. So timing scoring actually appears to be there. Yeah, he got 45, so he's stuck there for about 8 seconds, 9 seconds. Would have felt like an hour and a half to him. You know how relaxed he was. Let's shift our focus, Ash, and we have already. Wow, we are in tune for the red and white car. Well, I switched to that just as Frank was changing it. It's back now. Did you do both, or did you just do one?
Sorry?
Did you both the battery, just one?
No, the transmitter one's fine.
Cool.
For now. I will swap it, though, later. It's down to 2. But I got a little treat for you coming, if you're good.
Is it a food-based treat?
Possibly better.
Is it a dog?
No, although, well, have you mentioned the dogs?
I haven't seen it yet. I mean, no dogs or dogs. We kind of set up about in the afternoon, and there was a succession of dogs and joggers, because the back of the track actually is just a public path. And there's a succession of dogs and joggers. I don't see a single dog or jogger so far today. It's been very depressing.
It is the middle of the workday.
Yeah, it's France, though. They're all having,
people.
I don't know, coffee somewhere in croissant.
No, I've got a special in-person appearance from a former champion of the Montpelier GP.
Has he got a dog?
It probably does.
Has he brought it with him? Will I get to meet a dog? I don't ask much these days.
Unlikely.
Right.
Oh, look, there's an additional.
Oh, there's a cone now. They put a cone on it. Yeah, they are literally listening to you going, wait, we're not cutting that. We're putting it.
It's growing. The collection of.
It needs a Christmas tree.
Yes.
Two tank traps and a cone.
Wow. They really don't want people to cut that.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think it gives you any advantage cutting it.
No, I don't think so.
Because I think hopped up and over both the.
But also, well, you remember when Ayrton Senna asked to have cones put in Monaco at the apexes of the corners? There's that story from way back when.
I don't know that story.
Yeah, well, it's a big. It was a thing. So maybe that's a thing as well, because that's a real from the angle that the drivers are seeing it is completely different to the angle that our camera is seeing that. We're seeing
yes.
it.
And that's part of the skill of driving.
Yeah, there's that. I can agree. I can agree with that. But yeah, I mean, obviously the cone is a new. Maybe someone asked for it, or maybe they just didn't want a dead zone there where cars are definitely going to get stuck. I don't know.
The definite dead zone.
Well, you don't want to get stuck in a dead zone.
No.
A blind spot.
You've left it on. Frank. Can't take him anywhere.
4.
There.
Yeah. So, just to hang on a second, bear me a second, just checking where we are. Yeah, so it's obviously this is it's a growing class. How is RC in general doing in France? I mean, is it on the rise? Is it flat? Is it going down? I mean, I think we all had a kind of a bit of a down period for a bit, and then it was almost in some countries you got re-energized by the pandemic, in other countries you got killed by the pandemic. I mean, how is it in France?
On some point it's better, on some it's worse. If I can say, I'm a bit more focused on one buggy, electric and nitro. We still have many drivers fighting for the top in the elite championship, for example, here in France. But we lost many, if I can say, club racer, which are just coming to enjoy. I'm a bit mixed if I have to answer your question. On some point it's still really good because the if I can say the pro level or the elite level is still doing good, but we lost many drivers in the club meeting. For example, on my home track at Nolimin, we were used to organize some club event with almost 100 drivers.
Yeah.
Now we are more about 50, 60 drivers. For me, the only problem is the quantities of races. Actually, we have the federation race and we have many brand events, if I can say.
Yeah.
So the brand event is really popular now. For example, in France, we have 2 shops, which are, if I can say, even 3, with Renault Savoia, with RSRC or Wartel or Donuts. Once they organize some club event, it's really, the enthusiasm of the driver is really good. So that means people are still looking to enjoy a weekend on a good track.
Yeah.
But they are not really interested to focus on becoming a French national champion in B class, for example. So, well, it depends, but it depends the event. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes not. But the nationals, for me, is getting lower compared to 10 years ago, for sure.
Okay. Cool.
So we need to think about, because people are still racing, are still using some stuff, but differently, I guess.
Yeah.
And we need to consider this and maybe find another option to propose to them to race differently.
Yeah. And obviously it's all about trying to get some of the youngsters involved, isn't it? You need to get the young people in there in some way.
Exactly. We need kids. I mean, in France we have actually some good generation kids coming, but after me, Yannick, Jerome, all this period, we wait them.
Well, that's
for
it. Yeah,
a long time.
there was a period where I think certainly the French were the leading country, weren't they? In 1/8.
We all our four on our time we were winning the European title many times. I remember that. I think we are the last which won that. So the new one are coming, but still missing a few months, years. But they are soon. They are coming soon.
Ash, can you find car 9, please? It's Colin Meyer. Ask what they want to do. Yeah, I mean, so he's got
Colin coming from the Netherlands.
Both
A good friend.
Yeah, both of you.
Good to see them.
Yeah. So both of you, the Igons, obviously the Shark, of course.
Yeah, the Shark was there. I mean, the Shark is still there.
Yeah, I mean, he's carrying on going, isn't he? Give him his due. He won't stop.
Yeah.
He's still ranked quite highly.
Yeah, still there. So he's fighting for, and I mean, it's good to see him trying to stay on the top. It's not easy, but he has a lot of experience and still a lot of fighting spirit. And he won the last Nats in Nitro. which is a huge performance, I guess, because, like I say, you, Boda, Lot, Théo Lemaire, these guys are really improving actually in France, and they put the level really high, and Renault was still able to win the last one. It was a close fight, but he won it, so it's a great performance.
Yes, for those who don't know the Shark, it's a Renault Savoia. 3-time European champion. The last time was a long time ago, at 2010, I think. 2010,
he
yeah.
won
So
8, 9, and 10.
8, 9, and 10. So 14.
Three times in a row.
Yeah, 14 years on. He's still there. I think he's still around the top, and certainly he's made a number of A finals. So it's a pretty impressive. It's a very impressive career, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, staying at the top since, because he did his first Euro ever final. It was in 2004. I remember well, and he's still there. So it's almost 20 years on the top.
20 years.
It's like, I mean, actually we have Roland Garros actually in tennis in France, and it's like Djokovic or Nadal. It has to come to an end
at some point,
some point, but he's still there, so that's great to see him.
As we say, he's defying age.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. But I think it's quite a good point generally, actually, about RC in general. There's quite a slow turnover of top racers. So if you look at the guys who are at the top here, they were at the top 5 years ago.
Sure.
We've seen the Klitsch's come up a bit, but they weren't nobodies. But you've got Ongaro, you've got Runafat. I mean, Kanassi's very young, but he's been at the top for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. And they will be there for a long time.
Oh god, yeah. They're annoyingly young. Yeah, you're right.
Juan Carlos and Davide has a really good level actually. Since, like
I mean, you've been around for a long time. Do you think the general level is higher now? Obviously the equipment is better and more reliable, but do you think the level of driving is better?
Yeah, exactly. It's improving years after years. I mean, I still have the feeling that I'm driving better than when I were a champion. But now the level has massively increased. Everyone is working a lot, and I guess I'm driving quicker for sure now than 10 years ago, but slower finally compared to the other one. So it's a different period. Now the cars are really competitive. On my time, we needed to work a bit more on. It's maybe one of the reasons we get many knowledge from the past, because we have to sometimes build the car and massively change it. But now every kit from the box is super quick. The brand are doing some crazy good job. All the cars are working really good now. It's maybe sometimes more the teamwork. When you have 2, 3, 4 drivers which are able to work together, then they can share knowledge and improve quickly their car when they discover a new track. But it's maybe the difference compared to us, because 20 years ago everyone was a bit more focused on himself.
Yep.
But now the stuff is super quick. Everything is super good.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly the quality and reliability of the products has gone up massively. I think that's
the tires. I mean, before we have only a few patterns and three compound. Now we have a crazy choice. So on some point it's good, because you can, like I say you before, when you're a top driver, you can really improve step by step your settings to find the perfect speed. But for a club racer, it's like a nightmare. For them, it's too many choice. Compound for
I mean, where do you? I mean, obviously, you understand working for shops and brands. You understand the financial element of this, but where do you stand on the fact about whether these European Championships should be a controlled tyre?
I mean, it would be an option to keep the if I can say the club racer. I mean, not the pro one. To keep them focused on racing, because when you come on the track, and you have to come with I don't know 20, 30 different set of tire. It's a cost. For me it's a problem, and I'm really interested to see what will happen at the EFRA 40 this year, EFRA, with the control trial. Because even for me, I'm not racing as much as before. It's sometimes really difficult to choose my tire. When it's dirt like this, it's easier because I drove my whole life with this condition, so I have some past knowledge. But when the track is synthetical, when it's sometimes sunny or windy, you have to change the compound. Wow, it makes our life really difficult. And I can imagine for someone which is just coming to enjoy this event, it's not easy. And this year we have the control trial of the World 40. I guess it will be easier for everyone. It will be the same. I mean, we'll all use the same stuff. Just the settings on the car and the driving will define the European champion. And finally, is it not the key to make everyone happy? Maybe. So I know it's not easy to choose the brand because today many brands are doing some good job. So it's not easy, I guess, to choose the brand. But maybe we have to consider that 1 year it needs to be this one, another year another one.
Yeah.
This year I know it's Matrix. It's good. The few time I drove the Nebula tires looks, an easy tires. So I guess everyone will enjoy it. And maybe next year it needs to be another brand. So let's see. Let's see if it can make our EFRA races more popular.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point because obviously people who have probably come here who aren't knowledgeable of the track have come here looking at what they've seen in the past from the GP and then being presented with a circuit that is completely different in its it's a dusty, loose track when probably expecting a more solid clay environment.
Sure.
But I think it's interesting. It's an argument. I mean, the problem is that one of the few parts of RC that's actually making some money is the tire manufacturers. So you kind of do we?
Yeah. I can understand that, but also we need to understand also that for the people it's a nightmare today. There is too many brands, too many choice, too many compounds, too many patterns. It's crazy. So yeah, thanks. I need to drive next. So I will.
Are you in heat 9? Oh, sorry. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm in heat 9.
Right. I will say, Jerome, thank you so much.
I still have 2 minutes to go. So I'm ready. Thanks for
Jerome
the
Sartell.
invitation and see you later.
Yeah. Good luck. Good luck in 2 minutes' time. Thank you. Don't say we don't keep our guests right up. Frank, I need to talk to you for a second. That was Jerome Sartell. We'll chat with Jerome. Okay, we're now going up to heat 8, so we've got 9, 10, 11 and 12 to go. With the 9 car. One of the Navarros. I'm going to have to check now because there's 2 Navarros in the races. And that was Ivan Navarro. Because 10 is Oscar. So just so you know, it's still very dusty. It's an important update, obviously the dust update. Should have bought brushes. That would be nice, but we are going to have to make use of the compressor, I think, at the end of the day. So a minute ago, this one. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. It's a kind of like a let's have a bit of a dance and a dingle dangle. What was the problem? Okay. No, just...
Finish. Car.
7, finish. 11, finish. 9, finish. 10, finish. 4, finish.
So running down to the end of heat 8.
12,
I
finish.
don't know if Frank has spotted any more new bits of track which weren't there a minute ago.
Not yet. I've been just having a very, very, very quick chat with Noah Ben Mohammed. He is 14.
He's 14,
Yes.
but he wasn't who we were talking about.
What?
We were
Extra info.
okay, we were talking about Bartek Zaleski.
Finish.
I couldn't hear that.
You and I talked about it hours ago.
Bartek Zaleski.
Yes, so we were talking about how old they were. We were talking about how, the whole Michael...
5, finish.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, well, we were also talking about how old Noah Ben Mohammed was and when he won at, well, not won, but made the A final at the European 10th Buggy Championships at Robin Hood Raceway a few years back.
On the track.
And he was 12 at the time, I believe, and now he's currently 14. So maybe he'll be 15 by
So
the
what's
time.
happened here is we're talking about different young people. We have differently actioned up our young people talk about. Oh, this dust is so up my nose. Unbelievable. Keep going.
Yeah. So, he's out next, running, I believe, with Mr. Jerome Sartel, who we were talking with. I hope you had a good chat. I didn't hear
It was
hardly
marvellous.
anything at all that you were saying.
Well, it was all very, very... Basically, it's the best chat you've ever... brilliant. It was, and you'll have to go back and listen to it to find out.
Yeah, so hopefully, hopefully he was able to give some insight on how the track, what the club's been like and the track has been like in previous years when he was a winner here for the GP.
Well, I'm not telling you anything because you have to listen to it. No, we had a long chat. It was fine.
So, so hopefully more racers will be lined up to come in
Thank you, Frank.
as Nick continues to clear out his breathing ways.
My breathing ways.
Your
New
breath ways.
new description for it. Yeah, my nasal passages are 97% dust at the moment,
5,
which
4,
is, you know,
3,
and they're off and running. There we go.
Start.
Last time you put the
think
yellow
after this.
jacket. Thank you.
What's he saying?
The Ash is asking for a lunch break.
No, there's 4 more heats.
Yeah, I know.
The lunch
But
break-
after this,
Yeah, don't worry.
Free
lunch
practice.
The lunch break is 15 minutes, and
Yeah,
we're
it's
already,
not
and we're 20 minutes behind.
yeah. So they may skip it.
So, whilst we're all planning a party, or more case, a 4-hour hike to the toilet, was the toilet miles away, Ash?
Well, you went
Yes.
yesterday, didn't you?
No, but I
I just
was-
went recently.
I was concerned I'd been to perhaps the wrong one, like the one they send people to. Let's send the city
No,
Englishman
no.
to the toilet over there. That's a great idea.
There's club stickers on the door and whatnot, and inside.
Right.
So you're in the right one.
Okay. That's good to know. So you got Wesley Van Helm in this one. Let's see if we can see Wesley. He's car number 3. Was buzzing about all over the place there. Who is a European champion, but not in this class.
No, in two-wheel drive large scale last year.
You were there, weren't you?
Yes. Yeah, I was very, very happy about it.
Where
but
was that?
now, in the Czech Republic.
Or Chechnya? No one answered that question yet.
Czechia.
No, Czechia, so not Chechnya. Czechia.
Not Chechnya.
No, Chesney is a completely different place. And Chesney Hawkes is a singer.
Yeah, and not Chelsea.
No, that's true. There's many I'm pretty sure I don't know. I should have re-listened to the Eurovision Song Contest. They had told me, oh, that's gone over. And we get that. And then we make it worse by showing it again.
The Zoom of Doom.
And he's got that and that.
Or
Oh, no,
is that just a me thing?
That's just grip roll, that is.
But yes, shall I go and get some food?
I would give it another 10 minutes. We've still got 40 minutes this round to go officially.
Yeah, but if there is no break.
Yes, but I need to eat. I'd like to eat hot. Oh, God, blimey. Sorry, well, I'm suffering from dust.
Well, I can talk while you
could do.
snarfle.
Snarfle. Is that a technical term? Is it?
Yes.
Snarfling. There's our commentator who's snarfling his lunch. Yeah, it's going to sound like one of those cartoon things. Me go through, or more like Cookie Monster.
Yes, exactly.
Do you know something that's actually true? And it's going to surprise you.
Oh, well, there's many true things that surprise me.
Cookie Monster has never eaten a cookie.
Yeah, because it always falls out.
Well, you say it matter-of-factly, but Cookie Monster is a lie.
What?
There we are. I'm just saying it. There you go. He's never, ever eaten a cookie.
Always identified more with.
I'm not sure I've made that sound so dramatic, but, you know, and I think most people don't cook. I think Cookie Monster is universal, isn't it? It's not like something stuck in the 70s.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if, us being in a foreign country, if Cookie Monster is even known.
But we're
in
broadcasting.
France.
We may move our location, but our audience. That changes as well, but our audience is always. I'm not sure,
but they're hearing us in French.
I don't
right?
actually know where I'm going on these last three sentences.
But they're hearing us speak in French, right?
Right, we're Babel fishing the whole thing.
Yes.
So wherever we are, that's how we speak.
We've got AI
live
audio translating.
Le voiture est dans le course, la droite, around the berm gauche, camera deux. It's very basic French. And voiture is car. The course is the track. Droite is right. Gauche is left. I actually got it wrong, actually. I actually got the words right in my head.
Droite is... No, you did say that, yeah?
No, I did, right. I did it.
Yeah.
It doesn't really... My French is terrible, and it's very embarrassing, but there we go.
Ooh, upside down.
Now, interesting, the wind's changed direction slightly. I can tell that because the dust's going a different direction. Oh.
I think for the locals and maybe the French racers, I don't know if you touched on the
I haven't touched anybody.
French nationals sort of the circuit of the regular French national races. Like I mean, the nice thing speaking as an American, where the U.S. nationals are generally in there's one race event that is the nationals, where the countries that are the size of a single American state have multiple national racers, so it's an actual series, which to me is way cooler. But obviously, recognize that U.S. is a gigantic country.
U.S. is as big as Europe as a continent. I'm not sure.
I would say it's a lot bigger.
I'm not sure population-wise. Well, it depends on how you define Europe, doesn't it? Because there's bits of Turkey and bits of Russia in it as well, officially in Europe. So.
Yeah.
But
so anyway,
are there more people in? If you take Europe as the way we understand it, which is are there more people in Russia, America? I assume there's more people in Europe because you've got those big chunks of the UK, Germany, Italy, France.
Like 250 to 300 million people in the US.
No, it's way more. Way more now.
In the
US,
US,
it's about 320 in the US now.
Oh right, okay.
Hang on, you talk about yourself and I'll find out.
Well, anyway, I was just positing that this the Circuit du MBM track here, which it goes under various different names. Most people in the RC fraternity, I suppose, just know it as Montpelier.
Oh wow! Okay, this is an answer for you. Population of Europe. Can you read that? Don't, because I'm going to ask you a question.
I can, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the population of the USA last time it was done is 333 million. The population of Europe is 746 million.
Yeah, very good.
We win. We've done them. Again, up until recently, most of the people from America were from Europe anyway. So
Yeah. But what I'm very slowly getting to is the
that's
not
it.
on your
Okay,
fault.
right. No, it's the only way we are filling. That's fine. Don't get there quickly.
Is that in Europe? So like Germany has its national championships, France and UK, but they have a series of races. So there's like anywhere from 4 to 7 or 8, depending on the country and how many tracks are all lined up and everything. And I'm assuming they kind of shift around, like it's not necessarily the same set of tracks every year.
They've got the tracks, yeah.
Yeah, so it just depends on the class and how popular each category of racing is. So what I was getting at was the French racers may be familiar with the track here at Montpellier, just as a what it's like to race at during the summer. Whereas the traveling racers who like the ones like Berton and Ongaro and Boots, who may only come here once or twice a year, they are the ones, and we touched on this earlier, I suppose, they're the ones who are a bit surprised at the amount of dust. But I was hoping that somewhere along the way with your talk with Sartell that he would be able to provide some sort of insight on whether this track is sort of a regular on the French championship circuit.
Well, I never asked that question,
Do you know?
so you should have been... 448 billion, blimey. Million. Oh, Russia's 144, is that okay?
Okay, so yes.
Apparently I've counted Russia. I shouldn't have counted Russia.
Yes, don't count Russia. So I'm reliably informed by our booth mate that the French National Series never comes here.
Wow. That's snubby, isn't it?
Wow.
Okay,
I mean, but maybe this is a change of thinking with the club to, be...
Number 6, Ash, please. Number 6. That's Nurbeh Mohammed.
To be
Who is 14, apparently, though I didn't want to know that, but thank you.
Well, we were discussing it earlier, though. Like, in depth. Like how old Orlowski and Ongaro and Ronafalk
We're
were
about
when
age
they
now. I've
when
got
they
so
came
old
on.
now, everyone's younger than me. It's
Well,
fine.
what amazes me is that the national champions in this category seem to be like European champions and world champions. They seem to be like anywhere from, I don't know if there's any that are a teenager, but like early 20s.
Yeah,
whereas
Marcus Carup's in his teenager.
All right. But I mean, in this category, in 8th.
I don't think anyone's won it as a teenager, no.
But in 1/10 buggy, they have. It's a regular thing. Like
Well,
Tommy
I
Hall,
think
Marcus
I think
Carup.
it's because the kids get to run electric buggies, and the nitro is a bit more involved. And I think it just takes a bit more experience.
But it's just the evolution of not the racing class, but the racer, I suppose, isn't it? So there's a subject you can dig your teeth into for 10 or 15 minutes.
2 hours. We find number 9, which is Renault Savoy, and I release you now to get food.
The Shark.
Yes, I release you now to get food.
The Pink Panther.
Yeah, I release you now to get food. Blank yourself off and
Oh, you mean you're hungry?
No, I just think it would be a good idea if you get food now.
Before the rush.
Well, I'm thinking now it's 20 minutes to go, and that's probably
Yeah.
enough on a thing. Number 9, have you got him? Which is the Shark. Renault, there he is.
And we prepare for the snorkeling.
Because we were talking about Renault Savoy, who was a 3-time Nitro champion in 2008, 2009, 2010, and still is doing quite well and has won the Montpellier GP. For some reason, Frank has literally imbibed the winners of the Montpellier GP, has taken them into bed, tattooed them all on his arms, and now is reading them off. Oh, where are we now? We changed cars. We're not with 12. We're with... Oh, we just got one car ahead of him, that's why.
2 minutes to dry.
Have you ordered the food? They're doing food orders now. It's got very important, the food orders. Have you ordered it yet? That's a good shot. I like this. Can you do a super close-up lap? Let's try. Let's be really clever and see if we can do super close-up. I know it's difficult because it's three-dimensional, but you're a fantastic cameraman. So let's just see what we can do on a super close-up lap of Renault Savoia. Look at that. You can see every nuance of the movement of the car. Thanks to Ash Leontine, graduate of the National Film and Television School.
4, finish. 6, finish. 3, finish. 1, finish.
Oh, close up of accident.
9, finish.
That's the last lap of that one. It's going well.
11, finish.
And then that was heat number 10. So we've got 2 more to go before lunch and before it starts to count for something.
Hey, massage. Massage.
So just waiting for the change of information. Hi, it's now interesting, just on top of the Hot Race advert there, the Hot Race logo, you can see Nicola Moroni, who is Hot Race. You've got Bald Man, Hot Race advert, logo, Bald Man, and Nicola Moroni. How about that? And thanks also to Hobbywing, S-Works, X-Ray, and Mobo Sport.
Start.
Please show my bro number 8. Is that the last one? In which case, I'm very sorry about that. Hi, Profix 225 Low. Thank you for coming here. I'm not sure whether you're listening here or you're listening to the ETS, but either way, thank you very much indeed. Anyone knows how many people entered the Euros? Yeah, it was full. 12 heats of 12, so it was full with 144. Now, a few don't appear to have made it yet or at all, but there were 144 entries, which is the maximum for this event, so it's fully subscribed. Or was fully subscribed. Christophe Chardon, is there a way you inform us on more technical stuff? Tyres, setups, brands, etc. Well, no, and yes. We're not going to be able to inform the setups, but we will get drivers up here during the course of time and have a chat with drivers and see what they say about how they're generally setting up. They're not going to tell you they're on, two screw holes out on one, a slightly different 3-hole shock piston. We are kind of at the mercy of information we're given. Now, obviously, we know some things about who drives what. Like, in the top heat, I can tell you what most of the chassis are and some of the tyres. Can we get car number 9, please, Ash? So, Christoph, yes, it's difficult. We need the information themselves. We can read occasionally who they are. If it's like a top drive, we know who they drive for. But actually, the other stuff, we are at the mercy of the information coming to us. So this is Rock Battle. Oh, that was Rock Battle. That wasn't right, was it at all? Sat there and recovered from that. What happened there? I think he went too far to his left and just bonked it on there, and off it goes. My Arco style driver. Running over the quadruple bumps. Okay, can you let him go and pick up number 10, please? Oh, well, there we go. Can you let him go and pick up number 10, please? This is a picture of a world champion falling over a hole. It's turned in too early and the whole thing tips over. So this is from Mayonne. This should be Theo Lemarie. I have seen your request, Tony Bullet, don't worry. But we did show him last time, so just making sure we get Theo first. Big 0. Up and over the quad. Oh, it looks better with 3 or 4 cars, isn't it? It looks great. Oh, and that's not where I wanted to be. That was a good escape there from Theo. That's a bit baby. I kind of feel ditch hooking that much revised hairpin down the straight. He's going to sweep now up to the berm and over the quad. Oh, he was going to sweep over the berm. He fell over it instead. Oh dear, that's gone all horribly wrong. He got hit twice more. So this is a simple grip roll. Yep. Side grip roll. Plenty of effort being put into it. Okay, we're going to leave Theo, so you can find car 12, please. That's, I think it's one of the Killiches. It's Burke and Killich, there we go. Just trying to see what sort of lap times we're seeing this time. I remember it was a low 34. No one's done a 34 yet. We saw some 34s in the heat last time. Looks like Theo Lemarie, 34.4, Burke and Killich 35.4, 35.3 from Killich, 35.3 from Jordan Lott, and 35.8 from the Italian Mattia Bolito del Bello, sorry. Nice little sideways drift effect there on the concrete section. Lots of respect given to that corner. Off down the road. So this is the, power it down. There isn't a lot of full throttle. A sweep round underneath the bridge. You go up and round the berm, and then you come over the quad. Count them, 2, 3, and you don't come over the quad. You just do a multiple somersault. Up and over the bridge, and you come and then you're going right across the ridge before you go into the concreted section. And it's back over that double, and you're coming through the concrete step-ups. Even though they're not concrete, but the side is concrete. Around the Kona Doom. Back on side. And this is the spin he had through the quad a second ago. Getting that rhythm out. And this is what obviously this whole free practice is all about. It's about learning the rhythm you need to have to take large jumps and work out how much you need to pitch to get it down properly. That's why it's really important to get these laps in. And Burke has actually finished, but he's just
Finish.
getting an extra lap out of it, as you can see. Ah, look, Thilo Murray did just go sub 35 at the end there with a 34.993. Key, and the race themselves, when they got to the end of qualifying, is actually qualifying.
Last time was squad.
So Nico Moroni is right on top of his hot race logo now, and then it's Alex from Infinity who's next to him. Obviously the pit lane, a much more relaxed affair for the E-Buggies than it is for the Nitros.
Allez, Marshall. On the track. So, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
And they are off and away. And they're off and away. Someone's texting his bird. Okay, let's see. Where should we go? We didn't see Canas last time, so if you can find car number 1, that'd be great. Do we know which nitro brand is most used? Well, I'll tell you right now, the fuel most used here is petrol to get the cars to and from, because obviously this is electric, so there's no actual nitro being used, but that's... Okay, here's Juan Carlos Canas. Probably the pre-race favourite. Does seem to be to particularly gel with E-Buggy. Reigning European champion in nitro. Spaniard. God, looks very railed up. Look, he's on a 34.9 straight up, and Ongara's on a 34 as well. So, Ongara v Canas. Oh, I've never heard of that before. Ongara Canas meeting. Car looks very, very good indeed. It's weird. It's just kind of like you switch to this heat and these drivers, and there's just a complete difference almost immediately. Well, we thought about it, and then to back out of that one, didn't he, on the left-hand turn, and then he makes a little mistake. Not particularly that unfortunate. Moto Alvaca, how long? I think the heat's in 10 minutes, I think. I'm not sure, because some of the time is a bit confusing. I think they're 10 minutes. They're 7 or 10. Final's definitely 10. And Juan Carlos Canas has done a couple of pretty good... Oh, until he did that. Let's see if we can find somebody else, Ash. Oh, I can see there's anything understeer, just slid. As he tried to turn on the concrete, it just slid and he didn't turn. Who are we gone for? We're going for car number 5. And car number 5 is Martin Bayer. It's sometimes interesting to see what colours attract cameramen. That's the X-Ray, and thank you to X-Ray for sponsoring this broadcast, as well as Hobby Wing, Hot Race Tires, S-Works and Mobo Sport. Here they all come bouncing over the quad. So theoretically we're getting a short lunch break next. I'm not sure we will, because they're running quite heavily behind. And it's quite hard to make any time up because there's really not much you can condense, but more likely to drift off time. Okay, let's move again. I thought you were going to go for that yellow car, which was just going over the bridge there. That would have been a great segue. Oh, that's a great segue. Not that one, we've had him before. There we are, car number 2. Oh, guess what? It's Davide Ongaro. We've got Canas, we've got Ongaro. Let's get the big names in. 34. Oh, even Ongaro makes mistakes. So Ongaro's had a grip roll there. Interesting. Actually, got a little bit of a launch on the inside there. So we've got a best lap. It's a 34.2 from Canas, and then it's a 34.4 for Ongaro, 34.9 for Ronefalt, and 34.9 for Figueiredo. But no one else has really got near it so far. So there's a lot of learning still to go. This is like, you know, FP1 and F1, even though perhaps even less telling in some ways. We're running different programs, possibly. We're in fact up to the top of the track and now around the painted concrete corner. Tabletop, double, concrete step up. Nice little power there from Ongaro, wasn't it? Just gave it a little bit. Car looks nice. It looks kind of quite skippy, but in a positive way. No, 34, 36. Oh, because he rolled, didn't he? Okay, let's find somebody else. No, you had him already. You love Martin Bayer's car, don't you? The man is attracted to Bayer. Okay, so I think this is... Oh, that's Bruno Coelho. What can you say about Bruno, apart from that he is the most... Is he the most versatile? Well, we don't know. That's the question. Is he the most versatile racer currently running? Probably currently running yet. Not of all time. Don't know. Him and Orlowski do a lot of different classes, but he does more, and he's won more of them. This is the man who won the European Championship in 2018 in Nitro. I think he's a double four-wheel drive electric 1/10th world champion. One of the early favourites, but the time's not really there for Coelho. 35.3.
One, finish.
He's only really going fastest laps at this point. So it's Canas, 31. Okay, so this is interesting. So Canas's fastest lap was a 34.279. Ronefalt's fastest lap was 34.278, so he's a thousandth of a second quicker.
One, finish.
Ongaro 34.4. Oh, Figueiredo 34.372. So there's some little basically in how Figueiredo and his Kyosho.
Finish.
So yeah, a couple of them a little bit out, but on the whole, the key thing is those fastest laps at the moment, because it's next up. They'll have to do 3 of them in a row. And this should be a 20-minute lunch break now. Let's have a look at what's happening on the pit lane. Not very much. So there is a 20-minute lunch break. Okay, we're back in about 20 minutes then.
Allez, Marcel. Marcel on the track. Please. Allez, Marcel. Number 1. Marcel on the track. Half time, please. On the track. We continue.
Okay, so there we go. So slight confusion there. First with trying to figure out what "soom" means, and then also I'm pretty sure there's not a lunch break because the drivers in the last heat, who are the top group, surely aren't going to be sitting out in the sun for 20 minutes because they're all sat out there. People in the pits. There is a lunch break scheduled, so if you go on myrcm.ch to look at the live timings and the schedule and everything, we are running behind schedule, which is fine, and is a fairly normal thing at these events. But we did get started a bit late, and they've been just by a few minutes, a handful of minutes. And they've been sweeping the track between each free practice run. So we're going to be heading into P1 Heat 1 very soon, it looks like, because as you can see on the camera, lots of people out there in the pits and ready to go. So, and this is when it starts to count. So it's 3 consecutive fast laps. So you'll see a bit of the old school F1 qualifying happening where you'll see someone out there just bombing a bunch of laps down. There they go. So just confirmation from my own eyes that they are going. And hopefully this is Ash. Sorry, dude. Don't worry, they're still on their... no one's even crossed the line yet. Oop, we've got a tire change in the pits. Look at that. Someone has decided... No, go back to the pits. Sorry, Ash. Go back to the pits. There's a tire change happening. Don't know who this is just yet, but you can see... Oh, it's a number 8 of Karaji. So it takes just like all the other pit activities for Nitro Buggy, it's a 2-person activity. And it's nowhere near as quick as 10th or 8th on-road. I'm going to make sure and torque it down because those things are... and then, yeah, switch it on. That's helpful. So let's go ahead and follow them around. First thing you go to is the pits, or the berm under the big tree. And then the rhythm jumps over the bridge, and then over the big double into this very tricky section there. Look how sharp that apex is there and there as well. Although the first one doesn't have a little jump on it. The second one does. And then a little couple of roller jumps and then a big step. That's slightly wrong. And then this is the second cone of justice is laid out there. And note that hairpin that he just went around, the second to last turn there, does not have a little berm or jump over it. So you can very easily get hung up on that. And also that if you look at the photos on the EFRA Facebook page, I do have some up-close photos of various sections of the track. The first turn into that berm is like maybe a 70-degree turn. It's a very sharp turn, and it's just pipe. So there's nothing. That's going to be one of those battleground turns. It's like this here, where they've been adding weights and cone, a cone, weights and a cone. This here also, that is a straight up and down about what's a foot? Not quite a foot. It's about 8 inches, or what even is that? Maybe about 20 centimeters high wood corner. It's got a very sharp turn to it. Look at the corner there. That's a very sharp corner. And that one has a lip. It's also sharp, but it does have a little jump over it. So these are some very key battleground corners that are going to be very important, I think, when we come to the heads-up racing. And that's that one corner there, the pipe. And here's that final bend. Just very, very sharp. And we see a lot fewer mistakes happening here, so going pretty good for Karaji, and he's only running 6 at the moment. So let's find another car, maybe. Let's see, that's number 3 of Ferg, with the umlauts on it. It's a very sharp corner there, as I was saying. And you can't go too fast around that berm because it'll spit you out into the outer barrier. And that's going to be so tricky there. It's paving bricks and then going into painted concrete, just like this bit here, but that has a lot more dirt on it. And just after that, the surface of the jump, the face of the jump, as they come over that big step-up jump, is looks like a rubber sheet. So while we're just having a quick look at the comments, you can please comment on the RCTV YouTube channel. We are looking at the Facebook page as well, because we're live in multiple locations, and literally in multiple locations. We're live at ETS, but I'll get into that in a second. If you do want to comment for us to follow a particular car or driver, please let us know at least one heat ahead of time, so we have time to see the comment. And of course, if you are a hero, an RCTV hero, you can click the join button, find out about that. You get cool perks and stuff like that. One of the perks for our live shows is that we will take priority follow requests if you are an RCTV hero. So thank you very much for joining us for this live coverage of the EFRA 1/8 Electric Off-Road European Championships 2024 live from Montpelier, France, in the south of France, just a little bit west of Marseille and a little bit inland. Apparently we're about 20 minutes or so from the sea, the Côte d'Azur, the French Riviera. So Daniel Gross in the comments is asking, is it triple finals for all or just for the A final? I think it's just for the A. For everyone. So that's what we're looking for on Sunday. Yeah, the weather dependent. We'll come to that tomorrow if it comes to it. I've already asked the club about it. If the weather does really look threatening tomorrow afternoon, they will make a decision and probably have a very long and complicated team manager meeting and vote on what they're going to do. So is any one of these drivers using the new Losi? Please hold me while I contain my laughter. No, there's no one running the low C. And yeah, we don't really concentrate too much on the brand, really, on the ranking lists. There's associated, I see HB drivers. I don't think there's any pro HB drivers. They've kind of lost a lot of their stable. There are, for Kyosho, there's Renault here, and not sure who else. S-Works obviously is here with Canas and Boots. Mayako's here with Batye and Ivanen, associated here with Ongaro, and I think Tom Robin. And I don't even know how to comment on drug testing the drivers. Or why they would bother. So Karaji, the first car that we're following, is now in the lead in this one. So, of course, this is, you'll see that obviously they've done a lot more than 3 laps, but our timing is showing the 3 fastest laps, consecutive fast laps. So just keep that in mind. We're not necessarily following anyone. Ooh, here we go. Car 0 of, at the moment, third place man, Vincent. Third place racer, I should say. We do have some lady racers here. We also have some 40-plus racers and junior racers. And they will have a final race. Their final race is tomorrow. I believe it's just a single final. You can check that out on myrcm.ch. See the complete schedule. And, of course, that is all subject to changes because of weather conditions. We've had a lot of rain-offs and rain delays and rain-shortened events the last couple of years. Talk amongst yourselves about why that is. Yeah, it's a very likely possibility, even in the south of France. There are some WIRC here, yes. Apparently, they only go by WIRC because they used to go by WRC. They don't go by work. So yeah, which would be confusing anyway because there's S-Works. So there's Ron Falk picking up a now dead car. 2.5 minutes left in this one. Can you please show the car from Henrik Paulsen, Group 3? So that's in... Okay, we'll do our best because that is in 2 races' time. Thank you very much for putting in your request early on. So that lets us... You have a much better chance of getting it in too early than if you get it in too late, obviously. So we will do our best. If we don't go to him, then please just pop in about... 5 or 6 minutes just before they start Group 3, and just say, as a reminder, please, kindly, would you please, sirs, follow us, follow Henrik Paulsen, the pink car number 7. So we will do our best. So if you want to see photos of the track and many of the racers and the cars, and it's from earlier in the day, so it's a little bit dustier. The dust has come down, but there is still dust being kicked up, especially when these guys go wide. And I say guys, meaning guys and girls. Yeah, check it out. Check out the photo album. There's about 100 photos in the EFRA photo album already for this event on the EFRA Facebook page. And there's a few on the EFRA Instagram page as well. EFRA.ws is the Instagram handle. And you can search for EFRA or RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook. Oh, yes, and there's a big group of Ogama racers, of course, running the N1E, I believe it's called. So there's a few racers that I've already spoken with to try and get them, just to give them the heads up that I'm going to be pestering them to come in and have a chat. And we've already spoken to one. I don't know if he's a local, but he's definitely a French racer, Jerome Sartel. Rewind, about 20, 30 minutes or so. And Nick had a nice long chat with him. I'm sure he was very respectful and kind.
11, finish. 4, finish. 1, finish.
And cars going into the pits. Ooh, one coming in backwards. That's a no-no. That won't happen in the qualifying. It shouldn't be happening now, to be honest. So that is it for practice 1, heat 1. So we have been following practice all day long so far, but that is free practice 1. So times weren't necessarily official. It was more literally just to so everybody, even the racers who are French or the national level racers who've been here before for the Montpellier GP, which happened in February. A lot of those racers have not been here since. There was a warm up, but it was part of the GP. So obviously the track conditions very, very different. I was told that the track surface is way, way dustier than now than what it was the last time most of these racers were here. They use a different track conditioning agent, basically. They use wood glue when it's, for this weekend anyway. And so I would imagine they use that during the dry season, during the summer. And then during the winter when it's wet, they use some sort of oil thing, oil substance. We were at Slough a couple weeks ago, the very venerable and historic Slough racing circuit, just west of London, and they use treated and filtered cooking oil. So it's normally something that would be shipped to the U.S. to be turned into ethanol fuel, but the UK supplier provides enough to basically turn what is just normal dirt, just standard, just loose, crappy dirt, because it's on top of a landfill. They turn it into basically a clay type of surface. It's very interesting. So maybe it's something similar for the winter period here at the Montpellier circuit, which is Circuit du MBM. There's a much longer name that I won't try to pronounce or remember at the moment. But don't worry, these guys are obviously they've switched on, and the only thing that's really running is just the fans on the speedos and motors. You're watching the EFRA 1/8 Electric Off-Road European Championships from the Occitan region of France. Is the format the same as what we had at the Slough a couple of weeks ago? No. This is the European Championships race. That was basically a big club race. So, of course, this is all electric. The Slough race was one heat of electric with truggies, but it was mostly nitro. And obviously it was a lot more laid back. So they're doing a lot of sweeping, which is what we're waiting on, sort of. A lot of sweeping. So the track conditions will get, they'll definitely change, depending whether you like breaking up dirt surfaces. I don't want to say whether it's better or not, but there we go. Countdown has started, which means the cars are allowed to exit the pits.
6, 5, 4, 3.
And hopefully Ash has had the majority of his food. We can rig up a magic arm thing to hold the sandwich and just like slowly just like gravity feed it into your face. Trust me, I know the pain. So, which is why I try to make sure everyone is fed and hydrated as much as possible. So down the main straight they go. First one around the berm. Well, not the first one, but the first one on time. And then you got that rhythm section, tabletop at the end. That was initially the very first few runs. That was really catching some people out. But now, that was just learning the track. Now, it's not quite for the marbles. It's for maybe a marble, if you're going to use that analogy. But this is a timed practice now. So official practice or seeding practice, whatever you want to call it. Basically, this this round and the next, I think, will be sorting out the qualifying seeding order. So basically, it will determine the group of racers that you will be racing against in qualifying on your own clocks. It's not heads-up qualifying like a club race or anything. But the better you can do in this, basically, so fastest 3 laps, you'll get. Now this time that counts. So in the last round, that counts really badly. So that's an example of that hairpin I was telling you about. I haven't seen anyone clonk too hard. Ooh, that's not a good place to crash. There's no marshal there. And under that bridge, you kind of need to have long arms to reach under there. So it's the nice thing about having a bridge. You got a cool little crossover, and it's a nice photo feature. But you kind of need a broom or a shovel or a rake or something like that to grab cars that are stuck way underneath. I've only seen a couple of cars get really stuck in there, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. So, and also, I believe it's just a concrete surface underneath that as well. So once it gets the dust underneath it, or on top of it, I mean, you kind of skate across it. So I'll just have a look, actually. Yeah, it's like building bricks or something like that. Paving bricks underneath the bridge. So nice and durable, but yeah, when it's dry and it gets the dirt slung up on it, that's where you start to lose traction. So these are those 8-inch or roughly 20 centimeter high boards that are sticking up. It's just a straight wall, so it's just begging for someone to catch a tire on that and rip off a quarter of their car's suspension. Definitely don't want that to happen. But once once these guys are racing side by side, going 2x2 or even 3x3 into those corners going up in the top left corner, it's going to get very interesting indeed, especially around that off-camera corner. This is that really dangerous hairpin, and these boards right there are what I'm talking about. Very high and just absolutely no give in those. So it looks like even these lower groups are really getting the hang of the track now. This section here is new, or it's laid out in a different way than before. I don't know how new this section is. The right side of the track also is only a couple of years old, so but of course if you've never been here, it doesn't really matter, but it's more for the racers who've been here before for the Montpelier GP, which has been going on, I think, since 97 or something like that, since the mid-90s. But it's one of the, well, it's basically the big European off-road buggy race of Europe, and it comes up very early in the season. So, you know, it's like the DNC is the big early race in the States. The Montpelier GP is the equivalent for Europe. So lots and lots of European and British racers there. That's a little bit too much there. That's where you need to maybe hit the brakes a bit and slow the car down in midair. Let the car go vertical so the airflow slows it down. There's that very sharp corner there leading into the berm section. Goes underneath a very large tree. And the bridge is made of the surface of it is like catwalk iron grating, so the dirt and whatnot and rain just falls straight through it. Very handy. And thank you, Jody Mueller, reminding me that Henrik Paulson is in the upcoming group. Thank you very much. He is in Heat 3, so we are in Heat 2 at the moment. So again, these drivers looking for the fastest 3 consecutive laps going around this historic Montpellier circuit. So you note that the timing, I've just realized that these guys are still going around. So it must be I didn't even look. It is a 10-minute run. got 10 minutes to do this. Obviously, by now, these guys will know what they're doing with the gearing and stuff like that, so they'll be able to make the time. You see, I think one of these two is the yellow and red that we're following is slowing down, trying to get some space, and the other is there you go. That's the wise thing to do. Just give up on this lap because you've already crossed the line. Just give up on this lap and just kind of sort yourself out and get a minute and a half, minute 45 seconds or so, and just like nail the next 3 laps after this. So just go around and just cross the line, total focus, and hope you don't come up on anybody who crashes. So like I said, it's a bit like the old school Formula One qualifying when they had an hour and you see all the creeping around and stuff like that, and then just nail it. So here's the finish line right there. Well, the start line, start/finish, right next to that Marshall point. The line is painted, but it's been worn away already. See what this car does. So not really nailing that rhythm section just right. Ooh. A little sideways there. Coming over the double. Into this concrete section here. So it's brick. It goes from dirt to brick to painted concrete to very smooth, hard-packed dirt. And then these rollers. Coming up the step. Ooh, getting very straight there. So maybe it wasn't... car is this anyway? Number 12. Of Ayache. Maybe that's just the line that this driver prefers. Ooh, 2 cars somersaulting. Coming up on him. Did we miss it? Oh, sorry. That's the last replay. Okay, so. Never mind. It's okay, Nick. Nothing's wrong. I'm just learning how the replay button works. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I know how it works. I've just learned how not to do it. What race is this from? That's not the car we were on. Ash working on that, following this, so yeah, the Tiffany green car with the yellow wheels.
3 minutes to drive.
I had about a half a year of trying to figure out what to call this color. And made it, I mean, to me, a quite informative, yet still humorous and funny and informative post on the RC Racing TV Facebook page about what to actually call this color, because I was calling it seafoam green. Who the hell's going to know what seafoam green is? Or Bianchi green. Like, if you're not into cycling, you're not going to know what Bianchi green is. Apparently, it's just called Tiffany green. But some people call it Tiffany blue, and it's not blue to me. But but then, I mean, that goes into the whole, like, is it blue and gold or white and silver or whatever thing. I think Ash had something to say there, but he's not on the comms, so no. Ash is still wondering what where he can get some updog. Just like Ben, I'm sure, from Slough. So you see the shadows of the trees that overhang the circuit are starting to really shift. As Nick was saying earlier, the windows that we're looking out of look directly east. So, ooh, nice jump there from the Marshall, but then that really threw off that car. Luckily, the corner is so off camber that it was able to roll, even though it was on its roof. It was able to roll and land back on its wheels. So into that berm section. It's a very sharp turn coming into that berm. It's not as smooth as it would appear, especially from this angle. It looks a lot smoother from the angle that we're looking at than it actually is. That first corner into the berm is about as sharp as these left-hand chicane berms are, turns. It's a really, really sharp turn onto that. You can check out the pictures on the EFRA Facebook page and see what the track is like. Ooh, catching something there. The track is starting to break up already in some places. So we're going to see more and more rutting happen. as the track evolves over the weekend. I like that word evolve for circuits like this, because it is literally what they're doing. The racers aren't necessarily chasing the track conditions, but they are going to have to be mindful of where certain ruts are happening and potholes and landing zones and all sorts of things like that. So there we are. There's our. You'll note that obviously over 10 minutes, all of these drivers did way more than 3 laps each, but that is recording their fastest 3 laps in a row. So consecutive 3 laps. That's why you just want to keep rolling. Just keep going and going. If you mess up, don't worry about it. Just keep going and put your head down and concentrate for the next time. For the next time you cross the finish line. So, yep, there's 2 drivers wearing HB hats. So, yes, there are still, and a mechanic. So, there's at least 2 HB cars there. They've had their issues of late, but just like every brand, trying to make a comeback. Someone wearing a Mugen shirt, so obviously there's a Mugen car out there somewhere. Didn't mention them previously. So we are going to follow Henrik Paulsen, car number 7, the pink car. We'll follow him first. And that way, Henrik, if you're watching this back, your Heat 3 run, if you make any mistakes whatsoever, you can blame Jody Mueller, because they asked for us to follow you. What's that, Nick? Yeah, exactly. It's the first thing in the RCTV racer excuse line is you ask them to follow me on camera. The second is, I thought my batteries were charged. The third is, I thought my tires were glued. I thought the pinion was attached. I thought the wing was fully secured. Who forgot the body clips? My friend super glued my shoes to the driver's stand while I was standing there.
10, 9.
Someone replies, Martin van der Genuten. It is spearmint. I have the same color. Yes, we do called. We do use mint. Minty green is one of Nick's favorite phrases. It's on the bingo card. So racers have been released. Time is counting down. Going into the berm, you can see the shadow of that big tree. I do wonder if that messes with anyone's eye comprehension, if that's a term.
I'm sorry, eye comprehension?
Yes.
Do you mean sight?
Potentially.
If it was sight lines, perhaps you might get away.
Yeah, but it's not really a line, because you zip past the tree. It's the shadow. It's the light in the dark.
Right. I think it's impressive, by the way, you know so much about Tiffany blues. I'm absolutely certain you've never bought anything from Tiffany's.
Oh, definitely not. No, who would?
Well, romantic people. Ash has bought. You bought some Tiffany's, haven't you, Ash?
Rich, romantic people.
Has anything bought for you from Tiffany's? I think Ash has something bought from Tiffany's. I'm not sure. I'm sure I saw that box. One of the many women he strings along, you know, using his machismo and everything else.
I thought it was his hair.
Well, the hair is good, in fairness. You can argue about a lot of things. I mean, it's not his own, you know.
Sorry?
It's not his own.
What do you mean?
Oh, he gets it transplanted from a lot of underprivileged Bulgarians.
Oh, I was thinking it might be like an Afghan hound or something like that.
It's got highlights. It's not his own colour. I don't want to say anything, but it's highlighted. You know, I think it's important to point that out.
You don't want to say anything, though.
But it's not his own hair. It's not his own hair. Yeah, but he's going to sit around flaunting his youth at us. Why shouldn't we?
Yeah, I know. Ben with his abs.
Yeah.
Me with my ab.
Have you? You got what? An absent? You mean?
An ab.
Absent.
Yeah. Well, anyway, if you are back, are you back?
Yeah, but I thought we were going to do it together. Have you got B-roll to do?
Yes.
What, really? Or
Yes.
have you really got B-roll?
Yes.
Have you really got B-roll?
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, so we're on. Oh, are we on core 7?
I don't know. If Ash is
We may be on
too
core
calm.
7, Ash. Sorry.
Who's car 7?
Henrik Paulson, requested by Jody Mueller.
Ah.
Oh, we were on him before, so yeah. So now you can talk about him.
Don't want to.
And then, so he gets the double commentator
No,
curse.
not doing it. All right, Frank's off to do B-roll. Don't believe him. So, hello, boy, again. Just to remind you, if you aren't aware, because you've tuned in by accident from the sort of recommended YouTube page, you're actually watching practice for the EFRA 1/8 Electric Off-Road Championship 2024, one of many different European championships of radio control car racing we have within EFRA. This is the first couple of heats of practice, top 3 laps. I'm not sure what if they're counting the top 3 laps only. They're giving them the full 10 minutes. I would have thought that for pure saving time, 5 minutes would be better, but I don't know. Anyway, this programme is brought to you by us. We're RC Racing TV. That's me. I'm Nick Damon. The man you heard until a couple of seconds ago is Frank McKinney. And on the camera is Ash Leontine, graduate of the National Film and Television School. Interesting, doesn't he? He never tries to copy me. Also, something else you need about Ash, he is captain of the men's badminton team about 6 years ago in the university he was at. That's the team here. They're being supported back home by James Parry. Thank you, James, who's basically, we use a program called vMix to mix all this stuff together. And I can do vMix for sort of toddlers. And he's like a vMix degree standard. He's doing all sorts of things. So he's got this thing where we press one button and 5 different things happen. It's marvellous. So they go, oh, you can do that. Can you do that? Oh, you can do that. vMix is one of a number of switching programs. It's quite expensive, but it's very, very, very good. They want me to do this. Look, on a button, bang. I can do that, and I can do that. Just by pressing buttons. Used to use Wirecast, but it wasn't. How can I put it? It wasn't very reliable.
Start 10. Start 3. Acceptable.
Okay. So whoever you're watching us, be it on RC Racing TV's YouTube, thank you very much, and that's one we can actually see comments on, or if you are watching us on the EFRA page, which are a few of you at the moment, or on our page, wow, our Facebook page going gangbusters. There we go. So if you're on the RC Racing TV Facebook page, well, fantastic, and could you give us a like? That'd be nice. The compressor started up again. Marvellous. Who doesn't like to have the sound of the compressor? I mean, obviously the answer is all of us don't want the sound of the compressor. Tara Evening is on the Facebook page. Tara, I've been waiting to say hello to you forever. But I didn't know you're on the Facebook page. Tara, please come onto the YouTube page. I can say hello to you properly. Tara is obviously Pekko's mum and is one of our longest running commenters. Greetings from Finland. Have a great weekend. So you can go over. We're also from Finland. Watching Taiwan, says Jose Edwin Patrizio. There's a Portuguese fan from Aires Costa, Budal. So yes, we don't get a chance really to look at these very often, but we will look at them now and see if we can see what else is going on. Why are they showing 4 of the comments? Very weird. It's a very irritating situation, Facebook, as far as getting comments is concerned. I know who's commented, but I can't see them. If I do that... No. How about if I do that? Man talks about things he should be doing. Oh, there we go. Good morning from the USA. It was a long time ago. BRC Trucking E-BUGGY section said, good luck to all Team GB at the Euros. We're watching along. Well, you've been watching for a while. Good luck, Team GB, from Ian Day. Come on. There's Emmanuel Carbore says something in French, which I'm sure is really good. Oh, I don't know, he's put his WhatsApp number down, so it might be iffy in fairness. Go Forza l'Italia, says Oliver for Cesato. So there we are. So managed to have a quick, but most importantly, that's where Tara is. Tara should not be there. Tara should be watching on the YouTube stream, so I can have a conversation with her. She made her socks once. Marvellous. Very nice socks. RCTV socks. It's a long story, but it was good. RC in France is something flattened down. Yeah. I'm chatting to Jeremy Sartell earlier, saying it's a little bit on that way. It's difficult, to be honest. So we're still short a couple of drivers in this one. I'm not sure we've got a couple of turned up. It's always very difficult now. You're a bit behind. You've missed those 3 free practices, but your plane arrived late. Your plane arrived, oh dear, late. The final, I don't think we did this here, the final free practice ranking, which there shouldn't be a free practice ranking, because by definition it's free practice, there shouldn't be ranking, but you know, something to look at, isn't it? So the free practice ranking list, which is taking a while to load, had Juan Carlos Canas as top, Ronafat as second, Ongaro as third, David Todd was fourth, Elliot Boots was fifth, Dylan Marin was sixth, Ricardo Burton was seventh, Birkin beat Burdak in 8th and 9th, and then Mattia Polito de Bello in 10th, then Noah Bennett, Mohamed Marcaburfo, Emi Bernandez, Orion Majubi, Jordan Lott, Adrian Parente, the top 16. But that was just on the practice. The good news is that all the details about Dave Ronafak's car are wrong. So there we go. There are a few people who filled out details about their cars, which I think are very, very, very what's the word for it? Out of date. So that was free practice. We did get a total of 133 people setting a time. We're currently with, we were currently with someone, now upside down. Who are we with now? Oh, he's going all over the shop. Running up that ridge is quite difficult.
Team manager from Germany. German team manager, can you come to the restroom, please?
Oh, that's a 0. Dalby. So looking at the timing on this, so this is best of 3 laps to count on this subsort. Nathan here with a 151.3. It's a big spread. Big spread of best threes for what is not the bottom heat. It's 3 heats up. You've got 151.3, then 153.2, and the next best 3 is Henrik Paulsman with 159.0. And I think the problem he's got is he hasn't managed to do 3 consecutive. In fact, there's a lot, but no one appears to have been very successful in doing 3 consecutive.
3 finish, 10 finish.
Apart from Nathan and Giovanni Camano.
12 finish, 11 finish.
You do 3:38, so you should be getting 54, and they're getting 59, so it's not that far off. It's not that far off. It's not great, but it's not that far off. As heat 3 ends.
Okay, so drivers, now you become immediately the marshal, please. Yeah, now.
So the car's leaning seductively there on the. Oh, I'm leaning seductively. I'm not quite sure what the point of that is. I don't see why putting them down flat would not be as useful as putting them at a slight angle. Perhaps it's a new thing. And that's the result for the last one. As you can see, big spread from 151 to 229. Now, I'm sure the 259 because Trafford didn't actually manage to get it. Lewis Trafford on top of it. Lewis didn't manage to get 3 laps in a row on with 4 wheels down. The name of the Heat 4, Karl-Erik Walter, Julian Ere, Marcel Peters, Duncan Fillens, Adrian Vele, Ricardo Massaga, Jules Peterset, Kevin Zwalen, Thomas Stuck, Torben Rekos, Jürgen Trieb, and Gilles Marby.
10, 9, 8, 7,
He's 5 minutes behind time now.
4, 3.
So it's like shortening of lunch got a bit closer. Nice you can get time to eat all these chips. Oh, that's coned up completely. I appear to fit the cone and I can't move. So that cone and those two tank tracks both turned up in the last round of free practice. So this is timed practice. Now, on the whole, for free practice you can do what you like. You haven't even got to pass scrutineering. But for time practice you do have to pass scrutineering.
Okay, everybody keep calm, please.
So that is the key difference.
Remember, you just need to do 3 laps.
So these cars would have been checked for base dimensions, wing legality, and obviously the key thing with a E-Buggy is they'll also check the total voltage of the cells, and it must not go over a certain point, in which case would mean the cells were overcharged, and overcharged cells are more likely to go pop, catch fire, and cause a major incident. So they keep them off from being overcharged. I don't think in 10 minutes any of these buggies are particularly battery life challenged. And given the fact they've got to make 3 laps, I don't think the extra picovolts at the start of one of them is going to help. So I don't doubt anyone's really looking to abuse this. But sometimes you can have problems. You can have errors on the chargers and that sort of stuff, and you can end up slightly over. I think if you are slightly over, you're given a chance to get it back down again. Easiest way is running the car, using your hand a bit. Depending how little energy draw, say from an engine just running with its wheels, how can actually bring down the voltage. This makes it its peak. I mean, there is an advantage having them in their peak, but perhaps with these cars, because they've got so far to go, it's not that great. Because what happens is, with the batteries, is they have this peak figure, which comes down quite rapidly to a flatline figure, and they flatline for ages, like 95% of their capacity. They'll be on an almost zero voltage drop flatline. Oh, I say, when we go to someone, we get a bit of a replay out of it. This is the 3 car of Marcel Peters, doing a little spin for us. So you end up with this long flat period, and then of course you go. It tails off the end. You want to stop because unlike NICADs, flattening lipos is a very, very, very bad idea. Well, Frank's back from his B-rolling. He's B-rolled the whole way. Oh, he's found a guest. Frank's bought me a guest, and the guest is Mr. Nicola Morone.
Oh, hello everyone.
I love that you're waving, even though it's only sound. There's no cameras on you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh dear, he wanted to wait. Now Frank's put you up too high. It's fine.
Yeah, I think so.
There we go. Well, Nick, how are you? How's it going? I think I've only spoken to you for a while, so tell me everything you've done for the last 2 years. No, so how's the event going? Obviously, you are hot race. It's all about the tyres. People have come here, and their previous experience has been the GP in February, which is lovely and cold and wet. And now we come to super hot, dry Montpellier, and it's completely different. So what sort of challenge has that presented to you and your team?
Yes, the track is totally different. Also because now it's natural dirt, and normally when we drive it, the GP Nitro is dirt with some oil on the track or some additive, I don't know. So for the tires, it's totally different. We normally use here the clay compound, and for this case, we are using standard regular compound. So with a medium, soft, or even a hard compound. So that's it. So for us, it's totally different. For us, it's a new track. So it's not the track that we normally have it for the Nitro GP.
And which is that any pattern you'd be using that compound, or is it?
Yeah, we're using our regular medium compound, most of drivers, and we are testing different patterns just to see which one is the best. But for every driver, as always, they prefer something different to between each others. In the last run, David Ronifalk tested our new tires that is not yet on the market. And this is a prototype, and he was the fastest on 3 laps, and he get also the first lap of the race. So
they obviously worked then.
Yeah, it was good. Maybe maybe it was just one time that works, next time no work. I don't know. But if we don't test, we don't know.
So is it, has I mean, obviously we this morning it was incredibly dusty this morning. It's got less and less. Has the track now settled down? Is it more consistent?
Yeah, now it's for sure more consistent. This morning was so dusty, more like a USA style. And to be honest, I like USA style. And now is less dusty, more hard pockets. And I think that remain like this for all the weekend, if no rain.
Yeah.
So we will see. But I think that now the track will be like this also for the remaining race. Also because we have no nitro. So the nitro normally the pipe,
yep.
okay, the fuel that go exit from the pipe change a lot to the dirt. In this case, we cannot change because it's only electric. So I think that from now the track will be more or less similar from now to the end of race. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. But we'll see.
And are the guys having to use a new set of tires every round, or is it?
No. This is one thing that I don't like, because for me, new tires need some time to break in, and especially for the electric, you don't need, because you have only 5 minutes and you have to do your best in 5 minutes. So if you start with new tires, you know that first 3 minutes is not fast enough, so it's no point to start with new tires. Normally we used to break in the tires. Also, for example, in the control practice, I think that some drivers are already going to break in the tires.
Okay. And once you've got a set, does that set last 2 or 3 runs, or just 1 run, or?
No, we break in the tires for 5 minutes, okay? And then the tires are the same speed from the second round to, I don't know, maybe when becomes slick. So I think they are very consistent. So it depends on how many times you use, but depends if the pin is still there or not.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, you've been in the 1/8 buggy tyre world. How many years is it now? Is it since you went into these tyres? 6 years, is it? What year did you start doing rubber tyres?
I started buggy tires 2014.
Oh, it's a bit longer. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 2014, and our first race was in the end of 2014, beginning of 2015 with Marco Barufalo. And then step by step we grow, and here we are now.
Yeah. I mean, how much? I mean, you obviously initially there's a huge amount of development. You have to get a huge range of tyres, cover all the compounds. You talked about the fact you've got a new tyre, but is that development now kind of reduced because you've got this bank of tyres that already work?
Yeah, at the beginning I did a lot of development, and I also got the help of some other Italian companies that make the tires. And now, of course, it's more difficult to make new pattern that works good, because we already have a good range of patterns that works good. So now it's very difficult to make a new pattern that works good. But this last one that we made is the one that I make together with Mark Pavidis. And I think Mark Pavidis is like the king of tires, because he was with the Proline when Proline was on top. Then he was with AKA when AKA was really, really on top. And so now he's working with me from 4 years. And this design we made together. But Mark is also going to make a new one by himself, so alone, not with my help. and I think that will be better. and we will see. I think this new one will be on the market very soon. I think like in 2-3 weeks, because I need to make a massive production. I want to test first better, but then I have to make massive production, and then we are ready for to put on market. And Mark is working on new one, and he's ready in like 2-3 weeks with the design, and then we have to make the mold. So I think that maybe we're ready for the European Championship in Sacile, if not for the World Championship in the other one.
Yeah, big year coming up, obviously. So I mean, the tyre market is very, very competitive. I mean, you know, we had sort of a new joiner a couple of years ago that kind of come up and they've taken.
Yeah.
I mean, how competitive is it? I mean, is it friendly competition or is it knife in the back competition?
I am, to be honest. Okay, in US is more like it's impossible to have friendly, competition, but in US is more respect. In Europe, this is less. It's a little bit less, to be honest. And I don't know why. But it's different. To be honest, I like the competition because I think that with competition you can improve your product. And I don't like to have only one tire brand or something like that because for me it's not even is my tires. I completely don't like because if you have only one tire brand, you completely finish the competition and also the performance of tires. In 1.8 all-road, for example, when you go a race with the contour tires, we normally are 1 second slower. Is no point. The 1.8 all-road nitro is the F1,
Yes, yeah.
And if you go 1 second slower because of the tires, it's no point.
Well, I mean, in fairness, F1 goes slower because of the tyres.
Yeah, but this is the problem if you don't have the competition.
Yeah,
so I love the competition.
So, I mean, it's really interesting you bring that up because obviously this class, both electric and nitro, is open time. There is a trial coming up at the end of this year for the over 40s to be on a control tyre.
Yeah.
What do you feel about control tyres in these classes?
I don't like it, to be honest. Completely not like it. We tried in Italy 2 years ago, I think. First race, 50 drivers. Second race, 20 drivers. Third race, no race. Because people's, they have they have already a lot of tires. So if you say to these people, okay, you have to buy 3-4 sets of tires at 45 euros, and they say, no, I don't want to buy because I already have. I use my used tires and that can make all the race. So for the normal people, it's no point. And I think, I don't know to be honest, but I think that for the Euros 40 plus, we will have less drivers than last year, compared to last year.
Okay.
Because I know from Italy, like they had like senior like 10-12 drivers, but only 5 go because of the rules.
And is that because is it just because people have also built up a bank of knowledge about the tyres they're using and are worried that they'll have to start from scratch with the new stuff?
I think it's for both of things. Because people, if they normally use my tires, for example, and then they have to go to use different one, they don't want to do. And second thing is the one that I told you before. So the people that has already many sets of tires, and they don't want to buy a new one. Or if they want to buy a new one, they buy 1 or 2, maybe for the final or for the semi-final, but not for the practice, qualifying, and all these things.
Yeah.
So for me, this is not the way. Also because the A-scale buggy is the most popular class in Europe and in the world, and is the only one with open tires. So please think about that. So the biggest class in the world is with open tires. All the other classes with contour tires are going down, down, and down. Why? Of course, it's not only because of tires, of course, but for sure, we have to think about that.
Well, I'm going to continue because there's one class that's growing, and that's the GT8Es and the GTICs. That we were at the Euros last week. Seems to be a growing class, and that's on control tyres on track. Do control tyres work better on track and as a concept than they do off road?
Because I think that GT is a new class. Because for this reason it is growing. It's not growing for the tires, but it's growing because it's a new class. This is what I think, to be honest.
And do you make tires for GT?
No full respect of PMT. Because
Okay.
PMT is the company that helped me to start with buggy tires. So for me, for respect, because they was very friendly with me, and they are very friendly with me, I cannot do this.
Okay. And PMT make those sorts. Also make obviously large scale tires.
Yeah, they make GT and large scale is the only tires that I not make because of respect over there.
Cool. So, going back into obviously you come from foam. You come from foam tire design. I mean, it's interesting you said that the tires are slow. I mean, is there still any potential for development in foam tires, or are they kind of like really,
Yes.
really? Because I kind of think it's round. It's a sure rating.
For sure,
Yeah?
you can improve. 100% sure.
Is that because we've lost additive and therefore you need to start again at that point?
No, okay. I know I'm not talking about additive. Okay.
Okay.
To be honest, I don't like additive. And but I'm talking that we can improve a lot. How to the different different method of production, for sure. With a different method of production, we can improve the performance, because but for sure my cost will be higher, but I can improve. And also for the foam, if the company know that you have the competition between brands, of course, foam companies start to work. Start to work and have competition between foam companies. I'm talking about raw materials.
Yeah. So the suppliers, yeah.
Yeah, the supplier. Yeah, right.
I mean, it's interesting because obviously, originally, many years ago, foam tires were just like cut out circles of pipe lagging, wasn't it? It was the stuff that we used to go around pipes, just cut it out and just used it. I mean, so is the foam for the tires?
Yeah.
Is that a unique compound designed by you and the other companies, or is it something you just it already has a use somewhere else that you use?
Yes, we already have, and we just buy the foam from a supplier. But we can choose something different, and also we can help the supplier to improve the tires, the foam. But for us, it's no point, because for us means more cost, more time for developing and everything. If I have control tires, it's no point for me.
Okay, so in your opinion, development has stopped in the last 8-9 years since they went control tires.
But it's the same also for touring 10-scale rubber tires.
Well,
it's exactly the same.
Well, someone needs to, because there's a huge problem with the modified, isn't there?
Yes, but it's exactly the same. Because I know, because I tested with Alexander Hagberg, the tires that cost me really a lot, but that are 7-8 tenths faster, and they are not good only one run. They are good like for 4 or 5 runs same. So I can do this, but if I have control tires, for me it's no point to make, because if you have control tires and you have to make good price, good products, and this thing, I cannot make a good price if I make a very high performance of tires. For me, it's not possible. Not for me, and also for all the other brands.
So is that a frustration, or in some ways, I suppose it allows you just to focus on these classes?
I not focus solely on this class, because I like to work also on the other classes. For example, I focus a lot on 12 scale, because European Championship is open tires. And a 12 scale European Championship, we have always under drivers, always. And please tell me one class in on-road that we have always under drivers. We don't have. And this is the only one with open tires. World Championship, control tires, 60 drivers. So maybe, as I said before, it's not only this the reason, but please, we have to think about that.
5 minutes.
Okay. No, it's an interesting point, because obviously the thing is, and I absolutely understand what you're saying, but there is very, very few full scale or anything above RC where everything now has gone to controlled tire, and it's kind of a I think only Japanese Super Formula isn't controlled tire of all the top
Yes, but it's real cars. We not sell tires we make and we sell tires for race. Okay, we are not Pirelli. Pirelli sell tires for the people that go with their own car. So they make Formula One tires to make a promotion to sell the tires for the normal peoples. We cannot do this because it's not. It is a completely different.
Okay. So what do you see, happening in the next 2 or 3 years? What's your crystal ball on RC, on the tyres? What's the future hold?
For me, I think that I hope, at least for the buggy, that not change so much. And I hope that with the 180 road, we come back with the open tire. But I don't want open tires, to be honest, with the 180 road. Or not with additive, I don't like the additive. But I want some kind of challenging between brands.
Yeah, competition, yeah.
Competition, just maybe we have tires that already packaged from the factory. We have one big box, okay? And the drivers can choose the tires that they want. I think it's not super big difficult and to manage. And I think in this case you have competition. And if you have the competition, for sure, we have more fun, is more... everything will be better for me. This is my opinion.
Hey,
but I know that my opinion is always.
Hey, no. The thing is, Nicola, it's we all have our different opinions. We all have our different. I think it's you've put your point of view very, very clearly, and I think it's good to hear that point of view because the people kind of drift towards one way, and perhaps there's another argument about drifting back the other way again.
I know that if you talk with other tire companies, they say no, Control Tires is super good because for sure you make more money. 100% sure. Yeah,
because you haven't got to develop.
Yes. But you have no competition and you have less drivers. And if you have less drivers, in 10 years, you make less money.
That's a good point. Nicola, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Lovely to hear. Thank you for your time. And more importantly, thank you for that bit of a sponsorship there. I know you're supporting a lot of the EFRA races this year. We really appreciate it. So thank you very much. That's Nicola Moroni from Hot Race. And he will be going back to see what's been going on and advise people to change everything. No, but different tyre entirely. Thank you very much. So Nick and Ronnie from Hot Race, and also thanks to S-Works, Hobbywing, X-Ray, and Meebo Sport. Sorry, again, Meebo Sport. Tyre Ivan is now back on the correct page. He's back on YouTube. The Facebook was an accident, so that's fair enough, because he's in the stables. They have a little farm. But that's good. I love these slices of life, Tara. It's fantastic. So what have I missed? Not a lot. Who's actually filming at the moment? Oh, we're going to get a new car. It's a new car. It's car 0. Exciting, isn't it? That is Vinicius Vargas from Spain. Vinicius. Is it Vinicius? Don't know. But he's from Spain anyway. In the 0 car. There we are. Red and blue. Need to have a quick. No, that's not the rest track.
Finish. Car.
6, finish. 2, finish. 10, finish. 5, finish. 12, finish. 8, finish.
Well, the interesting about that is about how few people actually took part in that race. 5 people. I think I did see right at the start when I was just chatting to you, and thanks to Frank for bringing up Nicola. It's always good to have we had a good conversation there about the pros and cons of controlled tyres, which is excellent. But I did notice one car went massively out of control right at the start. It went into reverse, so it sounded like someone wired it up wrongly. It fired the thing in power and went backwards massively fast. So now I've got Heat 6, which is Morgan Mazieu, Sébastien Thurvin, Jean-Philippe Drio, Gian Disler, Jorge Atienza Hernandez, Christoph Coffey, Patrick Bremstaller, Josephine Messina, Alejandro Guillermia. Sounds like a team sheet, doesn't it? Marcel Tree, which is in many ways, John Hazelwood and Adrian Berta. It is a team sheet. It's a team sheet for a heat. Frank, did you have a successful B-roll collection? Frank's going to talk to us again now. We're going to have a touch of Frank.
A blast of Frank. I did get a good B-roll collection.
Excellent.
However, I now need to
edit the B-roll.
cull and edit the
No,
B-roll.
you see, because the thing is, I just realised, of course, that Matt's over at the ETS, and if you want to watch some touring cars practicing as well, pointlessly, that's available for you on our other stream.
Yeah, there's no jumps and there's no dust on the track.
Yeah, good point. But Matt, so Matt, see, normally we'd be sitting there, waiting to find out you've had at least 400 tons of B-roll. But all my comments about B-roll. By the way, if you don't know what B-roll is, it's Frank goes out and just takes shots of the cars at different parts of the track on various different small cameras and phones. So that enables us to make those montage shots, because obviously we have 3 fixed shots here, which is fixed shot 1, fixed shot 2, fixed shot 3. But Frank obviously can go anywhere with his cameras and get different shots, and either just for reels or stuff that gets used later. And that's called B-roll, because this is the A-roll, effectively, the live coverage, and you have the B-roll, which when you make an edit, using this and something else adds to it, and the B stands for bloody marvellous it is. Yeah, it's funny actually, because Matt and I have always had a long conversation about B-roll, in that he's very for it, and I'm like, oh, do we have to?
It's a necessary thing, but then the cool montages that we get at the end of the year always are basically they're made up of B-roll. So it's one of those what we call evergreen sorts of things. You can use it forever basically. Whereas the live results are the live racing is awesome, and you can use highlights from it, but it's good. Kind of,
Well, also, obviously, this is recorded at a certain level, whereas the B-roll stuff can go at 4K, 60 FPS, and you can faff about with it more, and it's just easier because we as you probably realise, live cameras, and because we have to upload this to the internet, which constricts what you can do. You can't. We aren't BBC or not BBC, Radio Standard.
Oh, it'd
we
be
aren't
amazing
Sky.
if we could just roll up with an articulated lorry.
We aren't Sky, so we can't turn up with a big satellite truck and then just beam it to the sky in 4K HDR. It's just not possible. It's just not possible. This isn't the uplink and everything else. Oddly, equipment-wise, certainly sometimes we can do it, but it just isn't possible frame rate-wise. And also, I don't think you can. Can you actually does YouTube allow live streaming it? I don't know.
I remember.
I think they allow 1440p now.
I remember when they started having 4K on YouTube, and it was like breaking people's desktops and mobile stuff like that because they're trying to play at the highest resolution when their actual equipment couldn't handle it. Of course, nowadays, a few years later, everyone's got the equipment to do it. Well, not everyone, but most people who are keen have the equipment to play all that stuff. And now it's a game of tech is also always a constant game of back and forth catch up of advances and cost and what's available and stuff like that. It's a fun game to play, but very expensive.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just so you know, you're watching this in 1080. It'll say 60. It's actually 1080 50 because that's what you get in Europe. You don't get 1080. It's just the way that that's down to. Oddly, that's not down to anything more than the cycles of electricity.
Yeah, weird. That's something I had to get used to when I moved from the US to the UK. It's like everything's in 50 megahertz or 50 hertz or 60 hertz.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? Why is my dryer not working?
But historically, that was why early consoles, say Nintendo's, worked faster in the States
Yeah.
than in the UK or Europe because they were timed against the cycles. That isn't the case anymore
The
because it's not how it works.
Japanese, I don't know if it's still true, but Japanese like OEM electronics use the same US plug and US basically the US level of electronics, because from the 40s, from all the was a good somersault.
Hit
as many things as you can on that buggy.
Oh, that's background music. I'm in trouble for the background music.
There we go.
I couldn't hear it then. Actually, couldn't hear it at all in my ears at the time.
Oh, I could just barely hear it. I didn't even register to me.
Has he got knocked down somewhere?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I'll just up it.
I could hear it.
I'm upping it in our ears now. So
while you're doing technically things, I need a Wi-Fi network.
We haven't got one. There's no Wi-Fi here. There is no Wi-Fi here.
Well, it'll making B-roll interesting then.
It's not my issue, is it really? Yes, I was going to say, we've been broadcast, our first ever live stream broadcast was 2012. And I think it was in, I think it was in Valladolid, for Valladolid in 10th. And that was the first year you could live stream to YouTube directly. And it was on a specialist program called Wirecast for YouTube. It was completely, and that was a glorious muddy 360p. When you look it back, it's incredibly muddy. But it was absolutely the complete, wow. And then we slowly upped that over the course of time.
This poor driver. There's the second time we're showing it.
Well, I have to do the replay so that Matt knows they're going to happen, and he's got his replay thing. So we went up to 480, and then we went to 720. And we were 720 quite a while actually, but mainly because what we were doing internationally was with a satellite, and the satellite had limited amount. Because we're sitting here, and we've got the club.
The dish satellite.
The club has brilliantly provided us with some really good internet, but we've also got 4G and international 4G and 5G now, so you actually can get the upload you need from fields. 6 or 7 years ago, you certainly couldn't. So the only way you could get any sort of upload was to bring it with you when you used to bring the satellite, and the satellite had a kind of a ceiling on it. And
I remember Scandiano, that was 2012. So it's not 6 or 7, it was 12 years ago.
It was the first satellite. The satellite was in Scandiano. Yeah, whenever it was.
For 12.
Well, no, we basically, it's 2013, because we did the first thing in 2012, and we'd live stream the ones where they had some stuff at the track, like fairing, for example. And then in 2013, we started taking the satellite with us, which added at least an hour and a half for the setup. At least.
Those days.
But then we were at 720 for a long time because of that bandwidth. And in the last year or so, since the pandemic, we've been able to expand up, and with the investment that Matt's made and the team's made, we went to 1080, and I think this year or last we're now on 1080, 50, 1080, 60. But I think that's probably where it's going to stop, because I don't think that streaming needs anything more than that for live streaming, because it's watched on phones and tablets. You don't need more than that because your eyes can't see it. If you're on a big screen, 1080 is fine, and anything more is just vanity for me. It doesn't give anything more. But I'm sure people will try it, but you just need massive reliable uplink, which you're only going to get if you're indoors somewhere or can attach yourself to a wire.
There's a dog.
Where? Oh, yeah, he's on a long lead, and that's a very, very happy dog indeed. Where is he?
Under the red banner.
He's under the red banner. He wants to see the racing.
He does.
He's looking. Oh, there's no.
Can I chase
this
him?
Is fantastic.
Can
this
I get
is
him?
fantastic. I love it. I'm enjoying everything about these cars. Isn't it a very long lead for a big dog? I wouldn't put that dog that.
That's a super long lead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is it? Bring it back.
Bring him back. Oh, no, he needs to find a gap. He's just about the right height to get it. There we go. Good lad. I love the car. I want to eat them all. Oh, that one looks tasty. I like the green one. No, the brown one looks tasty. Ooh, nom, 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 nom.
French accent.
All right. There we are. I want to eat them all. Nom 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 nom. Ah, yeah. This is fantastic. I can't see all these cars.
He wants to have a comp.
Oh, no, Mum's taking you. That's it. There you go. Excellent dog spot there, Frank.
I'll leave on that note because I need to find a Wi-Fi network.
Okay. E-Tran, thank you very much. I enjoyed talking to Nicola as well. Remote controlled overkill. I don't think GT8 class is growing because it's new. It grows and is new for 10 years now. I think it's growing because it's based on popular buggies. It's durable and kind of cheap to race in as well. Yeah, I think nothing's cheap. It's relative. You're quite right. It's relative cost. I don't know. I was very impressed by the GTA. I mean, we got a very good entry, but we have to be honest that entry was mostly Italian. So, you know, it'd be interesting to see when they put the championship. They had a recent went in Zagreb as well, but it'd be interesting to see what happens when it goes somewhere else. But it is growing quite rapidly, and I think it's a kind of a class which people can migrate to from all sorts of things. Yeah, if you're doing buggy, you can migrate because you understand the chassis. If you're doing 1/10 touring, either IC or electric, you kind of understand the way the cars work. And I think they look dynamic. They're not stupidly fast, which is advantageous to people who aren't the greatest talents in the world, like myself. And I think they're quite fun. And they look good, and they seem to handle relatively neutrally, which is always the way. Daniel Liu says, morning guys from California. Hello there, California. Let's go Corsa Tech. Well, Adrian Bertin, Mr. Corsa, is actually running in this championship. I think he's running about heat 6. Oh dear, where's he gone now? He's back again. See where he's gone. Yeah, Dave Vassar, the track's huge and complicated. It's only huge. I'm not sure it particularly looks complicated. I think it's sort of thing you can work out reasonably quickly. And Trip Jones, who's an RCTV hero, points out that one of the advantages of all the electric classes, and certainly GT8s as well, is you can run it alone without pit stops, and that's true. They're talking about pit stops. I did like the fact that, and that was my first experience of GT8 in the flesh last week. This idea where you have to run 7 minutes on a tank, both in qualifying and the first run of your final, really added some jeopardy. Because obviously to get the cars as fast as possible, you want to run as much fuel as possible. You're right on the cusp of jeopardy the whole time. What's Frank doing?
2 minutes.
Ah. You can be careful of that, because mine are very carefully put into it. Right, the problem I've got, right, it's my two
1 minute.
need to remain
9 minutes. 12 minutes. 3 minutes. 8 minutes. Allez, Marc-Platine, allez les ramasseurs à place.
Yeah, Jerry Helsman's doing carbon parts. Jan Eichhorn, the only reason off-road is more popular is because average people who buy their first RC car buy Traxxas or Armour or whatever, and it's mainly going off-road except for driving. Well, yeah, I think it's cheaper to put an off-road track together. I mean, this is not a cheap environment. This is a permanent circuit and very, 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 very expensive to run and maintain. But if you wanted to set up an RC club, certainly in the States where land is easy to get up, it's not expensive. You just kind of need to build a roster and then you just pick up some land. If you want to run an on-track card, you've got to an on-track track. No, an on-road. It's not even that early in the event. I can't get the words out. If you want to run an on-road track, then it's a bit different because you need to lay down, obviously, to get the flat, get the thing covered in tarmac, and that's very, very, very expensive. And so yes, off-road is more accessible. And obviously, you want to go testing, within reason, you can go to your local park. So, oh, that was going so well till it wasn't. It's about to go on. Here it comes, and there he went. It's a weird one. Just go on the straight bit. Obviously, there are open areas to that bridge which you can catch yourself on. Nice tune, says. Oh, you know, we got some background music. It's 6 a.m. here, says Daniel Allard. That must be in sunny California. Which bit of California in, Daniel? Or asphalt is crazy expensive, yeah, which is why the tracks that have gone down are the tracks that have gone down. And the only place that's building new tracks is not Europe on the whole. It's, you know, Far East, Japan. They actually build new on-road tracks. Dust is getting back on my nose again. So it's 10 car we're with, which is that's Nicolas Lelou from France. Le Bon France, where we are, of course, in Montpellier. Montpellier is in the south of France. I think it's on the coast. You can't tell because the air's not massively. In fact, it is on the coast. No, it is on the coast. I know it's on the coast, but it's interesting when you got off the plane, you get a big old smell of the salt, but not really once you get into this few miles further into town. It's a hot day. It's running about 26, 27 degrees centigrade. Only a small amount of wind. As if there's more wind, it'll get the dust off quicker. So again, this heat's got a few missing. Mostly Michel Wittmeier not here. Again, we don't know if they're not coming at all or had oh dear no. Or had travel problems or whatever. Oh, that was unfortunate. I was on the wrong camera to catch that one. Roll into the... See how deep dust is now there? Let's try somebody else. This man's hadn't suffered enough for us. Oh, no, this is somebody else. This is number 2, isn't it? I've just realised you're on a different car. This is the 2 car of Enzo Laforce. This is very confidently it's the 2 car. It is the 2 car. This is Enzo. I love it. I thought it looks quite fun the way you kind of like slide the thing under power on that bit of blue concrete. And now a very heavily delineated hairpin there. And that's a grip roll. Which is going to be concerning. Getting grip roll at this point when the grip's still coming up. Ah, that breeze has kicked in, taking the edge off the temperature. Oh dear. Well, they're only trying to find 3 in a row. But interesting, even though we're up to heat 7, we're not seeing many people who've beaten that 151 we saw in about heat 2. The 3. It's all very well being quick over 1 lap, but you've got to put 3 together. And whilst that's not an issue for the guys in the top heat, it is more of an issue for the guys here in the bottom of the middle heat. Oh. Just realised that this chair is unbelievably uncomfortable after a certain amount of time. I might have to bring some sort of cushion my back for tomorrow, or you may never hear from me again.
Runner 11, please.
Let's find somebody else for a bit, Ash. I'm bored looking at that car. I want to look at a different car, please. Bring me a different car. Bring me a different car. There you go. Bit of Joseph there. This is car number 1 something. Is it 1-1 or 1-2? It's not. It's none. It's got black edges to his wing. That's what spoiled that. It's kind of a 1. Number 1. It's Jose Salas Lucena of Spain. So Jose. So Jose's best lap. Very heavy drop landing that one.
The driver on the track, the Marshal 11.
His best lap is a 38.7.
11. You should pick up the car and bring it to the mechanic.
Oh.
5 minutes to drive.
Halfway through this one. Looks like assured going through that faster section. Triple single over the quad. Oh, I don't know why I say things like that. He must. I think he was quite surprised to see that one end up throwing itself into pieces. I wonder whether it's interesting because you only have to get 3 laps in. Are you over pushing at other points to try and get the fastest 3 laps? Okay, what's going to happen is that this is going to provide the seeding for the main event. Well, the main qualifying. So there's 2 complete rounds of this practice, and there's a brief break, and then there's the opening ceremony.
Keep it clean, please. Top 2, top 4, keep it clean. Both races together, so keep it clean.
He's not having a great. I'm saying he's not having a great run. He's running in third, but I don't know whether he's. Once he knows a lap's been blown, he just tries to push everything, which might be an idea actually. If you know a lap's no good and it's blown you 3 laps, then just push everything and see and learn something. Moved on to the 9 now, and that's Colin Major. I think Frank found his Wi-Fi.
I found Pekko Leivinen. Thank you very much, Tara, for raising such a great son.
Well, yes, okay.
Who
We know that.
was able to provide me a very, very small drill that was able, if you turn it around and it's like the flat undrilled bit,
Yeah.
to pop open the SIM card slot on the
Well,
phone.
for an iPhone,
Yeah.
it's a nightmare. That is an absolute.
Well, I mean, on
blinking
any
nightmare.
phone, they're all, yeah.
If you don't have the thing that came with the phone originally, which of course you've lost, even though you've kept the box, because you have the concept if you sell your iPhone box, it's worth money.
Yeah.
Your iPhone box is worth money anymore, Ash. I got a collection. I got the 5. I got the 5. I got the 6S. So what Ash just said is he's actually got a SIM ejector tool in his backpack.
It's fine. Why would you carry it around?
Because Ash is
Actually, I asked
a
Chris.
cameraman.
I asked Chris Circus, very helpful and good photographer for us, because he speaks French and he's been here loads of times. I know him very well. I said, "Can you ask?"
Avez-vous une pochette pour le SIM card avec une Apple?
Yeah, basically.
That is basically almost none of the correct words, but it sounds right.
But one of the track guys pulls out his wallet. I was like, if he's got a SIM card tool thing in his wallet,
He's a phone thief.
jeez. But Pekko was able to help me. I didn't want to bother Elliot Boots because he is pitting on his own, weirdly. And
No one's talking to him.
well, he's like rebuilding
Yes,
shocks.
people aren't talking to him or anything.
No, they're
Are the Brits talking to him?
Canas is pitting. Well, you mean Team Nemo Racing?
Yeah, all the Brits are Nemo, in fairness, yeah.
I think he's almost the only Brit that isn't running Nemo. But anyway, he's pitting on his own. He's very busy. Always happy to talk with us. Who else is happy to talk with us is a nice little surprise I've got for you later.
So I can survive the excitement of the little surprise you keep bringing me.
Yeah, so that'll be good, I think.
We're now on is it the 11 you've gone to now, Ash? He doesn't know. He lost it whilst we were talking about SIM card pokers. It is. It's Maximilian Bloch from Germany. Germany, 12 points, which doesn't happen. Same as it doesn't happen to the United Kingdom. Why do you need 12 points? Does not happen. What's interesting is why. This is a question I want to know. Everyone. If you look at Germany, yeah, we call them Germany, the French call them l'Allemagne, and the Germans call themselves Deutschland.
You know what Italians call them?
No, go for it.
We call it what we call Germany. They call it Tedesca, which is like what?
But, like, I don't think there's other countries that are so different as they're interpreted.
11, finish. 4, finish.
Like, United Kingdom in French is Royaume-Uni, which is a direct translation. But I'm just wondering. I don't know if anyone from Germany knows why it's so different, or am I just like Italy, Italia, Italy? It's the same. Italy's the same in every single language.
Well,
Give or take 2 letters. But you know what I mean?
I'm actually reading, nerdily enough, I'm actually reading the Penguin History of Europe at the moment, literally. And Italy and Germany are the 2 European nations that are now they're one country.
Yes, but only quite recently.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
1870 for Germany?
In the I think even later than that for Italy. So until then, Germany was Prussia.
And all the other states.
Yeah, and
Bavaria,
every other...
yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why there were so many German princes to marry Victoria's children.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's not get into the royal... Oh, dogs. 2 dogs.
Yeah, but he's on the camera now, doesn't count.
Yeah, well, I mean... But look, you can see it even under the low-hanging banners, you can see them.
Well, they're Jack Russells.
Yeah.
Or Jacques Rasoul, they're now here. Jacques Rasoul.
Le dog.
No, le chien.
That's a cat.
No, chat is a cat.
What's a dog?
Chien.
Chat. Yeah. All right, okay.
It's amazing how much very basic French from 40-something years ago I remember. But I can't understand it. I can just about read French, actually, just about. It's in LA. Daniel's in LA, and it's 39 degrees out there in LA.
Wow.
102 Fahrenheit. Hey Nick, can you make a little interview with Inga Gilliam, the mum from Colin, Yummy, and ask whether she is very nervous because she was positively shaking. Oh, is she pit laning for him, Marcus? It's interesting, isn't it? Frank's now fitted with an iPhone, what, 7?
It's at best, it's an iPhone X or XS. I think it's an XS.
Okay. That's quite good.
I assume it's one of Matt's kids' old
It's
phones.
quite new.
Well, according...
Oh, no, it's got...
with the usual Matt damages.
Yeah, perhaps not. You're right. It looked okay from the back. Like a lot of people. And we've started, everybody. I'll cut a shot that's got cars going round, shall I? Who's in the last heat in the pit lane? Okay, thanks, Marcus. So we have Brian Baldo in this one. So I'm interested. Some of the names here are quite well known. So I've just seen where we can begin to move up the speed barrier over those 3 laps. 151 is the best thing we've seen so far. I think it's going to get quite easily beaten in this heat. Pecco Irvine is in 3. Who are we with? Oh, that's a massive fishtail. The 12? It is the 12. It's Tom Robin. Who, as Frank said, wasn't very popular in RCGP with the other drivers.
No, but was he running Associated then?
Yeah. He was part of the team, wasn't he?
Scuderia Scampirosso.
Yeah, I think so. But, you know, it's a nice enough bloke, so it's fine. He did seem to get involved in a lot of stuff, though.
Yeah.
But
well,
sometimes
I mean,
you could be innocent bystander.
I see the Killiches are talking to everybody happily enough, or everyone's happy enough to talk to them. So I know there were some issues last year.
Oh, there's always issues. There's almost a fight in the buggy lane. fact, the fact there wasn't a fight was quite disappointing. Well, Mrs. Like is sporting a very good floppy hat. Can we look at the floppy hat on the Marshall in front of you? That's Eric and Holger Like's mum, who is quite. It's got bad, isn't it? You turn up, you get taken down to Europe with your parents, your mum and your dad pit for you. You do the racing. You haven't got a Marshall. Shocking. Now, as you know, Holger and Eric obviously race under the BRCA and the G, but of course the family is actually Swedish. So that's IKEA, Volvo, ABBA, and the Like family now
Saab.
from Sweden.
I used to drive a Saab. Well, and a Volvo.
Yeah, the Saab have gone bust and disappeared. Volvo's,
Yeah, I know,
Volvo
but
by the
it's
Chinese,
still,
they're still going.
it's still nice. They're still nice.
Oh, that is car number 8 of Brian Baldo.
Still like the
Oscar Baldo. This is his brother Oscar. We'll be seeing the Baldos a lot this year, and of course, especially for the World Championship at Redavin.
The 900 Aero is still one of my. I still like it, but they're just not mechanically. They're just no good.
They were very early turbo people.
Yeah.
Saab, and they had old-fashioned turbos, which were nothing, everything, everything, all the power now, which didn't necessarily work with a front-wheel drive car that well. Oh, that's not good. Something quite irritating when you've done two decent laps. He's last this month, doesn't matter now. So our top 3 topper is a 147.4 now from Oscar Navarro, as you can see up there. Matisse Piarde with the 148.1. Tom Robat, 148.5. This man here, Oscar Baldo, with the 148.8. Frank's currently trying to break into the world of data.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing the annoying thing of having 2 phones and trying to figure out communicating on one.
2 phones? Are you a drug dealer?
Exactly.
I got accused of being a drug dealer once. On a train. Believe it or not, from Sweden. It's going again. From Sweden to... from Denmark to Sweden. There's a train that goes...
Were you selling paracetamol or something?
So I was going to Malmo from Copenhagen. I got on a train that goes under the water. And I...
Okay. Beep, beep, beep. Back up.
It's got a tunnel.
Yeah, but Malmo did. Oh, that one. Yes, we did that. Matt and I did that last year. Yes.
Anyway, so I was on this train, and I had a work phone and my own phone because my work phone was Android. Hate Android. And my phone's a Apple. Can I make a point out here? I now realise, having tried to convert my wife from Android to Apple, it's actually not that one's better than the other. It's just what you're used to.
Exactly. Yeah. Tell Matt that, please.
Because I get constant moans from Rachel, don't we? Get constant moans because we made her change her phone. Oh, I don't know really. I'm sitting there, and you sit there because you've used an Apple the other day. It's so obvious. How can you not get it right? She couldn't turn it on speaker last night. I was like, oh, it's the top button. But then again, when I had an Android, it was like it was like a monkey trying to do darts. It was so ridiculous. But
one of the uncontacted Amazon tribes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what is this? So anyway, but that's why I had 2 phones. I had an Android for work, and I had an iPhone for me. And I got on the train at Copenhagen, and someone had left their phone in their iPhone in front of me. So I picked it up, obviously to give it in, as I did do. In fact, I gave it in. I actually gave it in when I got back in Copenhagen. I didn't give it in Malmo. I gave it because I thought the person got to Copenhagen. So I gave it in Copenhagen when I got back again. Anyway, so I did give it in. So therefore I had 3 phones, okay? And then sitting opposite me with this Swedish couple.
3 phones.
He was quite ruddy faced. I think he was quite a country person. He was in his 60s and she was, a age appropriate wife. And he turned around and he goes, Are you a drug dealer? I went, sorry? What are you doing? Are you a criminal? I was going, I'm sitting there. I'm in a suit. I'm in a suit. I'm going to a business meeting. I said, why? You've got 3 phones.
Plenty of criminals wear suits.
I know. He said, I'm going to call the police. I said,
oh my God.
I said, luckily he spoke English, obviously because he's Swedish. I said, no, that's my work phone. That's my phone, and I found this. Oh, you've stolen that phone. I didn't steal it. I found it. And he
oh my goodness!
He wouldn't let it go. He wouldn't let it go for this.
I thought American boomers were bad, but that's terrible.
He wouldn't let it go for the whole of the trip, and eventually, I got off at that. His wife was, you know how wives initially are kind of supportive, then get horrendously embarrassed by their husbands. She was sitting there just waiting for because he was really loud about it. Other people in the carriage could hear what's going on. And I was sitting there going, what a complete idiot. But anyway, so he accused me of being a drug dealer, involved in criminal activity, because I had 3 phones. So you better give that phone in. I went,
oh my God.
I'm going to. So what about it? It's like, it's just, it's weird. People are weird.
People are weird.
Mm-hmm. People are people, but why should it be you should get along so awfully? It's very confusing when you're doing messaging as well as James. Your message to James is not anything to do with me. I don't like things nothing to do with me. Well, it's got a massive power drain on it. This phone is really running hot.
First time I used this phone was when we did RCGP at Ospie team, and it was like 44 degrees.
Did it keep closing down?
I had to wet, like something.
Why has that stopped 2 minutes before the race is finished? Because the guy went into the pits. Sit down, it's right, sit down. The guy went into the pits. Sit down, Ash. The guy went into the pits and he thought it was over.
Have a rest, Ash.
He thought it was over.
Have a drink. Do you want some water? You've got 2 warm cans of Coke. Do you want me to swap them?
So, of course, that's what happens, of course. Oh, I've pressed the wrong bloody button again. Luckily, it won't damage anything.
Is there background music on?
No, background music is not on. Which, in fairness, is a first. And it probably should be on if it's not on. That's normally the way. If it's not on, it should be on, and vice versa. Oh, here we go. Go Pecco from Tara on that one, by the way. Yeah, we followed in the first heat. We'll follow him again later, Tara. Daniel thinks he's being very, very clever here. Okay, guys, I have a question for you. Does the Brits have a special pass to participate in the European races? Just joking. Well, you are just joking. Because, stupidly, and I'm prepared to editorialise this, we decided to decided to pull out of the European community. But we didn't decide to move the island somewhere else in the world and pull out of Europe. So, yeah, the EFRA, the European Federation of Automobiles, is for the continent of Europe and not for the amalgamation of states who are within the European Economic Community. So, whilst the two are very interchangeable these days, there are still countries, for example, like Albania and some of the former Russian states which aren't part of the EU, which are absolutely part of EFRA. So that's the way it works. And Russia were part. They were suspended, but they were part of EFRA for a while. And we had Russian entries, and it was fine. But that's it. So it is, yeah. So basically, Dan, you're absolutely right. We have suicidally decided to pull out of the EU, but not Europe.
I'll tell you what super confuses me.
Go on then.
As an American.
Go on.
I'll just rattle off some terms.
Is it manners?
I'll just rattle off some terms.
Go on then.
That are somewhat interrelated, but not really.
As interrelated as Alabama?
Yeah. Schengen, European Economic Community.
Yep.
EU.
Yep.
Europe.
Yep.
And there's a couple others at least that I can't think of at this second.
Right.
But you know what I mean? It's like okay, how does? So when you're looking at like passport issues, you know, if you're landing in France or something like that,
yeah. If
you're part of the Schengen something or other, and
you made it sound way more Japanese than it is.
Well, I don't know how it's.
Basically, if you're in the core part of the EU and Norway, because Norway's not actually in the EU properly, it's not in the EU properly.
This is where it gets confusing.
Then you have what's called open borders, if you want to. Okay, so that means that if you go in through Belgium, you can then travel the rest of Europe without theoretically going through any other border control. There are some border controls, to be honest, but you can go without any other border control. But we as the Brits were never part of that because we didn't want to be part of that. So we always kept our requirement for a passport, but we didn't have the passport stamp. It just, yeah, okay, you're part of Europe. That's
And
fine.
to be fair, some other like Scandinavian countries still use like kroner and their own.
No, you've now nipped into currency that's different from Schengen area.
Yeah, but I mean the pound. So the pound was never part of Schengen.
No, Schengen has nothing to do with it. Schengen is only about free borders. It's nothing to do with money.
Oh, okay, right.
Right, okay. Schengen is your passport, yeah? Euro is your wallet.
Yes.
So what then happened was a number of countries decided to also have a universal currency, which is the euro, which I think was quite a good idea personally for me because it makes things easier. However, I think a number of countries argue it's not necessarily work because in some ways you're dragged down to the lowest common denominator. And it obviously after 2008 there were a number of countries who nearly went bust and that caused a huge problem and exposed the frailty of their economic systems. Anyway, this is not RC racing, but it is Europe. Anyway, what you have to realise is that Europe is a collection of, I don't know how many, 38, 39 countries, and America is 50 states. And in many ways, Europe's more united. But no, I mean, and of course, you know, the key thing to remember is that the ultimate expression of European unity is Eurovision. But they let Australia into that, so that's confusing to everybody.
Oh my gosh. Why is Israel in it?
Well, Israel are also, it's interesting because Israel were also in the European groups for FIFA and football championships. And the reason being is because the people in their region wouldn't play them. So if you put them into a Middle East region, then most of the countries around them, historically, I'm not sure how it would be now, probably worse now, but for a while it wasn't so bad. Most of the countries around would just not play them. So that, you couldn't have an Israel v Iran game or an Israel v Saudi Arabia game because one or other would refuse to go to the country and play them. So
Right.
politically, if you want to admit Israel as an organisation, the country, into a sporting environment, it made sense for them to tie up with Europe, as most of them are European, and they are, of course, a more European-centric culture. So that's why it is. But the thing is, there are anomalies everywhere, aren't there? You know, I don't actually know whether Israel. I think Israel actually a part of EFRA. I think we've had Israeli drivers. I might get corrected by Willie now if he's listening, but I think we've had Israeli drivers in the past. Well, I could be thinking about World Championships, so I don't know. Perhaps Israel are in FAMA. Don't know. It's all gone horribly wrong in my brain. This is Carlos Pineda Vidal we're watching at the moment, who's from Spain. Now, Spain are in Europe, they're in the Euro, and they're in the Schengen area, so they're completely in. They're totally in.
So like 100%.
They've got
EU.
all four of them, yeah, 100%. They're totally in. So the Spanish have made are not in any way doubters of any sort. And oh, look, things are going all right. Well, there we are. Hey-ho. Oh. Oh, that's a lot of dust out there, isn't it? No grip at all. No grip at all.
It's come up suddenly, hasn't it? Or I don't know.
Well, not the dust, it
suddenly,
hasn't. There's no grip in that dust, you know. Oh, look at that. We've changed cars brilliantly there because the person spun out and the next person came by. And the next person to come by is... I think that's... I'm going to go for 5 on that. I think that is the 5. That's Marcus Kerr. We've got our double European champion from Denmark. Marcus Kerr. I'm very surprised no one's asked for Marcus Kerr, but his fan club obviously don't realise he's doing it.
Yeah, where's Craig Drescher? There's associated drivers on the track, so where's Craig?
Oh, he's gone. He's broken the front end.
Oh.
Yeah, front end collapsed there. I'm not sure he got that. May have been a bit late, but the front end broke. That was already broken then.
Wow.
Oh, to a complete
That
collapse
is
of the
falling
front
apart,
shock
yeah.
tower. That's broken in such a way I don't think it was done up properly.
That is Mr. Carup.
Mr. Kerb's made a mistake 'cause he's a mechanic. Mr. Kerb's going to get a very, very long, hard stare from Marcus, I can tell you. It hit the bridge. Well, that's ruined it. Now, Daniel, who started this whole conversation about Europe, has said there are 47 countries in Europe and only 27 in the European community. There we are, you see.
So how many in the European Economic
Dog and
Community?
bike at the back now. Oh, I don't know. I think we've done this one now, haven't we?
Well, it's just confusing.
No, the dog's not under the bike. Oh, it's not bad contrast on the dog. Dog's now going. There we go.
Same dog.
No, it's different. It's different. There's two of them. Obviously, this must be the local breed. There must be a Montpelier hound or something, because they're all very similar, aren't they? I'm now really annoyed with whoever it is who put all those banners up at dog height. Shocking. Let's find another car. Oh, here we go. There's somebody who's building up to a fast lap. It's number 4. And that is, I'm about to do the wrong name, so I need to look it up. I'm going to go Stankovic, but it's not Stankovic, is it? He's upside down, wherever he is.
He's upside down.
It's Peter Stankovic. Yeah, I'm very careful now not to over. Oh, nice leg movement there from the marshal. Can we get that on again? I don't know. I remember it missed it. Hold on. Look at the leg. Look at the marshal here. A little bit of leg movement and whoop-a-doo. There we go. You almost like we're going into a bit of Irish dancing there. Just put an Islander also in Europe and the community and the Euro. Oh, and he's upside down. Looking at 145.6 from Clement Boda for 3 laps. Halfway through. Oh, the car's really not rolling well. That's just not working.
Okay, everybody keep calm, please.
So it comes around here. I don't quite manage to do. Oh, on the replay you can see he powered up whilst on the not the verge, on the not the barrier, on the pipe. That's what I wanted to say. On the pipe. You on the pipe? Yes.
I would go with barrier. That would work. I think.
Thank you for that.
It's the barrier between the drivable part of the track and the off limits.
Yes, it's off limits for all you children. Oh, blimey, it's like a collection of trafficy disasters here. Sticking these 3 together is proving quite a challenge for some people. Three minutes to go. It's not quite as hard with 10 minutes and only 37-second laps. You've got plenty to go. Oh dear, he's done it twice now. Right, let's put Peter out of his misery and go and look at someone else, Ash. Oh, going up. Up to slightly. Oh, number 6. And that's Alexander Meissner. Oh, an aggressive dip down there, wasn't it? I'm going to get my nose down now.
Team manager for Poland. Poland team manager, please come to the restroom. Poland team manager to the restroom, please.
Oh, no one's gone. I'm not.
What have you made happen now?
Back.
Oh, that is a very popular place to crash.
I know, so much
so popular they got a board.
They got a protection board there.
They need a target. And like maybe
points,
bells.
yeah, good idea. I mean, points you get for hitting a certain part of it. Points that can be redeemed at the RCTV merch shop. Oh, this is not. Let's look at somebody else. This is just not fair. I feel sorry for the man.
Yeah. Yeah, RCRacingTV.com, where you can find awesome RCTV merch, including Nick, a new hat.
Do you know what I think we should do? I think we should talk to Matt about a discount code that we can give out during a meeting.
Actually, I did mention that to him. He thought it would be a great idea, and I'll set that up for. Hello. I'm sorry? Team manager, hold on. Okay.
No, we're not the team managers. No, we're TV.
Team manager meeting is on there.
We'd like to be a team manager.
Okay. Okay. It's downstairs. The team manager meeting.
All right, so that was the team manager from Holland.
Yeah, I assume he's asking
Yes.
to find where the team manager meeting is.
All right, so did he say team manager Holland?
Yeah.
All right, so he is the Dutch team manager.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's lucky they really, because they speak English. They understand why we look so vaguely confused.
Yeah.
You would think that when you look at what's up here, which is mixing desks, buckets of cables for SDIs,
And
1, 2, 3 cameras,
not enough space for 20
screens-
people.
Screens that you might guess isn't where the team manager meeting's happening. But, you know, we've all done things which aren't when we're being confused.
Finish car.
1, finish. 9, finish.
I want to get away.
Oh, that's, you can't say that. It's licensed.
Yeah, and I keep saying I'm such a good singer that obviously we're going to get copyright struck for it. That's amazing. I was thinking about if you're in a show like a film, a TV or a program, you can't do that. What I just did.
10,
You'd
finish.
have to pay copyright for the song if we did that.
Mm.
Finish.
It doesn't count for the stuff
7,
we're doing.
finish.
But apparently, also, if you want to like even quote song lyrics, you have to quote them at the wrong intonation. So you went, "Mama, I just killed a man." Put a gun in his head. No, that's the intonation of the song. You'd have to pay rights for that as well. So if you go, "Mama, I just killed a man," and so you have to make it completely different. Which just sounds ridiculous, but I suppose, you know, people need to earn money from the things they've done. God, we're going for a wide range of things this afternoon. I'm putting background music on. Enjoy, everyone.
No time. On the clock. When you have card, you put the yellow jacket. Card is open. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
I'm coming off this because someone's made a comment about the dogs. They're very smart. They look like Belgian Malinois. You think they're Belgian Malinois? I think you're going to have to move your thing. You put it off your ear.
I know.
And if you're going to talk, it will sound wrong.
I'm still thinking that.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, you might be right, actually. I think they're a bit too shaggy for that, but there's a lot of them. Daniel says that the USA, that Texas think they own the world. Is that true as a Texan?
No, USA thinks they own the world.
And Texas think they own the USA?
Texas thinks, I say this as a Texan, Texas thinks everything is smaller than Texas.
Yes, well, I think it's small in Texas, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, generally, except for Alaska. Don't bring up Alaska.
Nah, it's
Because
all
Alaska
cold.
is actually bigger.
It's cold. Also, it's a late arrival, isn't it? Actually, which was the 40?
It was a purchase
Right, because they let
from Russia,
no,
wasn't it?
But they let in Alaska and Hawaii, didn't they? As the 49th and 50th states.
Well, they bought.
No. Eventually, they made them stay. I have a question.
Dog with a stick.
Excellent. I have a question. Oh yeah, dog with a stick. Unfortunately, not in a good viewing area. All we can see is the stick. Oh yeah, he likes the cars as well.
Yes.
Oh, I've got a stick. Look at my stick. My stick is mine. Ha ha. I'm doing all my dog voices in English, by the way. I'm not doing French dog voices. Terrific. A car, please, Ash. I've completely forgot what I said now.
Yeah, no, Hawaii's kind of a weird one because...
Right. This is my question, okay?
Yes.
They were the last two states, weren't they?
Yes.
Which is the 49th state and which is the 50th state?
I can't remember exactly. I think Hawaii was the last.
Right, but they joined at the same time, didn't they? Because they only did one flag revision up to 50 stars from 48 stars.
Didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Savoia in oh, we got Renault. Yeah, someone wants to see Renault. Did you see Renault last time? I can't remember. Yeah, so long ago. I'm currently looking at car number, I need to check, I think that's 10, but it's actually 11. So we're looking at car 11. Ryan Majubi, one of the many quick Frenchmen here. Remember, it's 12 heats per round. This is the first round of actual practice. And they sweep around and underneath the bridge and then through the berm, round the tree, over the quad, any way you like it. That was slightly wrong. Right hand up and over the bridge. There's a low double, and they go run across the ridge now, which is more difficult than it looks, but a huge amount of time to gain there. Over the concrete, back on themselves again. Got the tabletop, and then you've got the concrete step-ups. Before you come round to the Code of Death. And I'm not saying Code of Justice because that's actually a guppy copyright, and I can't afford to pay him for it. And a little bit of correction there as he goes down the straight again. Somebody else, Ash? Oh, he said it already. Look at that, it's straight on it. I think this might be 10 this time, or is it 1? Well, my eyes deceive me, it was 3. It's Elliot Marcon, another one of the fast locals. Well, by local, he's actually from France. And obviously, you're from the north of France, the huge swathes of Italy and Spain are nearer. Would make you more local.
It's a bit like
the Montpelier. Oh, he's cannoned off that one. Has he broken it? No. Let's have a look. Oh, he has broken it. Okay, go. Boom! Not good. Not good at all for Mr. Marcon. Back with the 10 now, which is Andrea Trevisan. From memory, won some of the. He won RC2, didn't he? In one of the Italian rounds, I think maybe the Asti round. We're next to all those vineyards. I can get a single glass of wine.
I'm sure we did.
Oh, no, I'm sure you did.
All you have to put your hand out.
Hello. Wine, please. Oh, marvellous.
Ooh, buffalo cheese in one hand and wine in the other. Great.
Does buffalo cheese go around the outside?
Around the outside. Around the outside.
Right, that's it. Now you owe Malcolm McLaren's estate money now. That's not his full Cortina estate. That's his living relatives.
I was singing the M&M song.
What about the chocolates?
No. What you call it? I don't know the name of the song. Matt used it in a video for
Lose yourself. That's where they're famous, isn't it?
Alex Hagberg.
Alex Hagberg. He lost himself. Doctor. I think it was Matt. Who's Doctor? That Thompson twin.
Oh, that reminds me.
Yeah. Oh, he's upside down.
There is actually a low-C E-BUGGY here.
Is there? Who's got it?
Yeah. One of the, I would say, privateer racers. Not one of the pro guys.
Use that. That's fine. Privateer is not a dirty word for us.
No.
Oh. It's a very dynamic change there, Ash. Going one way and then sweeping back the other. Someone's been practicing their car changes. In fairness, otherwise he'll be even more bored than he is. This is Max Gotzel in 12. Renault Savoia has a 148.2, but it's Daniel Parente, the up-and-coming young Spaniard, with a 146.3 with the best top 3 so far. Chris Circus has turned up. I think he bounced in there like he wanted a round of applause. Maybe Chris. Oh, Gotzel's pushing a bit, isn't he? He has got a 35.1. Parenti's got a 34.9 as the best lap. Max the best of 148.6 for 3. Goes over the line. 35.1. No, sorry, 37.9. So another poor lap. You need to pull 3 laps. That's about 2 or 3 tenths. Just lost just there. Pushing over that concrete step up. It's time to thank you to Mevo Sport, S-Works, Hot Race, Hobby Wing and X-Ray. Printed down to 145.7 for 3. Oh, see, this is the problem, you see. He's lost 3 or 4 seconds there. And the whole set of 3's gone. Let's go somewhere else, Ash. With the 9 of Savoia. Yep, that's Renault Savoia. KO Show. Now, he used to drive a Team Losey. Does that count? He's Losey adjacent.
He used to run HB as well.
I know. You've been around so long, you end up with everyone, don't you?
Yeah.
They're back in the circle again. So, Frank frustrated with his inability to do what he's trying to do with the B-roll. Oh dear, oh dear. That blows 3 laps doing that. This boy's going to remain on a 48.2 for 3, which is obviously an average of 36 something. 36.1-ish.
Keep it clean, please. Car 8, car 4, keep it clean.
Right, just set James a job. Because that's the kind of man I am. Slope his shoulder the whole thing.
Limit car.
5,
12 seconds to go.
7, finish. 3,
Remember that one, 45.771?
finish.
That is the best 3-lapper so far. David Todd, who's pretty good in the qualifying, pre-practice, sorry, so 47.6. So that's going to be a good time for Daniel Parente. My guess is probably good enough to stick him in the top 8 if he wants to be in there.
9, finish. 10, finish. Four, finish. Marshall.
Saw that man with the mallet a second ago. Joined the sweepers. Okay, so you've got Jean-Pierre Sartel in this one. Heat 11, so penultimate one of the round. Thomas Musso in 2. Mattia Polito Del Bello in 3. Hugo Tavernon in 4. Alex Valles in 5. Pierre Abelon in 6. Gabriel Astorino in 7. Ricardo Montero in 8. Rob Battle in 9, Theo Lamary in 10, Jordan Lott in 11, and Boykin Kilic in number 12.
Questions open. 10, 9, 8,
Getting ready to roll.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Start.
Oh, Chris is a marvellous man. Chris Circus. Chris Circus is a special talent, don't you, Chris? You've got a special talent. Chris Circus RC, Chris Circus, you all know as the greatest camera person and photographer taking in RC, now that Phil's retired. Chris has a special talent, and Chris's talent is to go to sleep instantly. It is unbelievable. I shared a room with Chris on a couple of occasions during RCGP, and we'd sitting there, he'd be reading a book, he'd close his book and he'd say, good night, Nick. I say, good night, Chris. Like that. It's unbelievable. You are asleep in about 10 seconds. Yeah, light switch. It's amazing. I've sat there like that, festering, going, how the bloody hell has he managed to go to sleep? I cannot go to sleep. He's just pointing out it's the only thing he's good at. But hey, it's pretty big talent. But there we are. So if you ever for some reason you're sharing a room with Chris Circus, if he says good night, he's gone. Don't have a conversation. That's it. It's happened. Someone's got the wrong transponder out there. It's a bit odd. We are with, I think that's car number, well, I know it is because I'm just looking at it. Funnily, I think it's 6. I'm pretty sure it's 6. And it was 8. Oh, marvellous old eyes. These old eyes are. Car 8, Ricardo Montero from Portugal. So, on the top Portuguese drivers. Ooh, that's why he's doing it for me. I asked him to do so. Oh, there we go. It says prove. There we go. So, sorry, we're just talking about production things on air, which is getting in terrible trouble with Matt. Over and around. Montero now with 147.9. Don't think we had a 145.7 from Danny Parente. These are their first 3 laps, so they can go a bit quicker. The answer to that, James, is yes, James, you can. Okay, so Montero, did he get any quicker that time round? He did a 35.9, 35. That's his best lap. And now it's all gone to wrong. Let's find somebody else. We've got a 46.4 now from Boykin Kilic for 3. So that's not quite the 45.7 yet. There is the 11 car. Is it 11 car? That would be Jordan Lott from Le Bon France. Oh, the person in front of him falls over as well. It's the falling over that's the issue, because you're not going to get 3 consecutive fast laps you've fallen over. Look at this. This is a man and a half. Merci beaucoup. See, I'm even using the lingo. I'm drinking a lot, but it's very dry because of the dust. And also I'm oozing the whole time because it's very, very, it's not too bad, but it's a bit sweaty. Oh dear. Jordan there losing a couple of seconds. You think you can't afford to lose? You've got to do 3 completely clean laps. No one's on a 34 yet. I think Boykin Kilic's gone to a 45.8. He's only a 10th off Parente now. Go show how good Parente's time was. And over the line went Lot that time, and Lot's time was 36.2. Let's switch, and before I even say let's switch, we've switched and we have gone to, I assume, the one car. Is that the one car? It is. He's made a massive mistake straight away. The one car of John Perrick Sartell, the 2019 European champion. It's home track. Oh. In fairness, he'd already loused that lap up, so it doesn't really matter too much. So Robert Battle didn't get a time here, hasn't started. That's a problem for him. Sartell's having a real problem putting three together. It does look that actually it is quite difficult on this track to get 3 laps together in a row or consecutively without minor errors. There's minor or major errors, like where you end up almost hitting the back of Marshall. So that's gone again. So you know, just stop, regather, and think, right, I need to put 3 laps. Whoa, Thea Lamarie has moved to the top now with a 45.8. 45.8 for Birkin Kilich, 45.8 for Thea Lamarie. Remember, it's a 45.87, wasn't it, for Danny Parente? Still a big spread. Sartell having a lot of problems. Let's find somebody else. He's given up. That's how bad the problems are. And this is car number, don't know, 10 of Thea Murray. This is the man who is currently first. So, you know, we might say, oh, you know, using local knowledge, but the fact is that this track is not featured on the French Championships. So, there isn't any. To be had. Flying high.
Look now, this is crazy, we need to go.
Slightly wobbly there, wasn't it?
Keep it clean, please, car 2, car 3, be sensible.
So Birkin Kilich has gone to the top of the overall times now with a 45.1 for 3 laps. We find the 12 car, Ash, who's doing all the fast times. Ooh, nice save in the air there by Birkin. With the Mugen Seiki, of course.
Marshall 3, can you get this car, please? Runner 12, can you go?
Oversteer there, and that cost him a couple of attempts. Well, that was a 37.2, so it wasn't a pretty good lap. He's got a best of 38.8. Sorry, 34.8, as has Thea Marie, 34.8. And that's not 34.8, is it? So this one's gone. I don't think it might. No, there's probably not enough time for 3 more. Oh, so you get that rhythm and suddenly it just gets bounced slightly wrong. I think that's going to be interesting during the races. And that quad. seconds to go. 34.9 last time around. It's now up on the ridge. He's very much into controlling the left and the right angulation of this car in the air. This is the first time I really noticed he's kind of almost bending it in the air. Interesting style, and that was a 35.5. So he got called a little earlier. So yeah, so he's done a fastest time of 1:35.1, and our next one will be the top heat. That's quite dramatic, wasn't it? That was our, yes, that's the EFRA supporters.
Orange les téléphones, messieurs, au ramassage. Ramassage, is open.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Top heat time. So it's all about who can get the best 3 laps out of this bunch of reprobates. And it's Ongaro leading Coelho. So the yellow and blue is Ongaro, the orange is Coelho. Both of them multiple world champions at different disciplines. I think Coelho's got 4, I think. 2 touring car and 2 4-wheel drive 1/10. Whereas Ongaro's only got 3, which is 2 IC nitro buggy and a 4-wheel drive touring car. So not touring car, 4-wheel drive 10th scale buggy, weirdo. Yes, so lots of world championship between the 3 of them, 2 of them. I've added a mystery third person now. My brain has melted officially. Hello, this is third person. So, well, straight off with some pretty quick late time. Running the 34.6. Is he using those special new hot race tyres we heard about from Nicola Moroni earlier? Or Nick Brown, as he's like to be explained to. Frank sidles out in a weird way. Ngara was a bit slow first lap. It doesn't really matter because it's about building up to 3 top laps. That was that. Ongaro did a 35. 34.9. Let's find somebody else. Ooh, what are we finding? It's exciting. It's that car there. It's car number 10 of Remy Bermudez. Hasn't quite managed to get his second lap in yet, Remy. And that's 36.9, so that's not what he wants to do either. Try and take that quad with limited amounts of issues. Up on the ridge. He's scrabbling to try and keep himself balanced. And now, yeah, he's a little bit timid on that. Not sure it's any slower than giving it lots and lots of power, but lots and lots of power just seems to be more fun. Now the big news is, look, you got Juan Carlos Coronas has had problems. So JCC looks like it's had issues, which could give him a lot of problems if it comes to later on. Because he will be in a non-top heat. We have the same problem next time. Ron Falk's got a 45.4 already, 45.4, 45.6 for the top three. Ron Falk, Ongaro and Berton. Not as quick as the 45.1, of course, but there's plenty of time to improve that. Let's move elsewhere, Ash. The Rouge, that's the 4 of Marco Barafalo with the WIRC. Italian brand. I'm not quite sure why I have to always say Marco Barafalo's name that way, but it's just something I really want to do. Currently 9th. I do think it's 3 consecutive laps is proving really quite hard, even for the top drivers here, because there's a lot of ways of losing half or 3/4 of a second on this track, which pretty much negates your 3-lap run. So across the line that time. So Ronafalk 45.4 still. 2:35 laps for Ronafalk and Ongaro there. Only person that was Remy is going reasonably well, we saw earlier. Marco is at 35.8 last time. His top 3 laps are terrible, but this, if he gets this one in now, he will jump up a little bit. That's time lost there, and kind of a messy landing. And that's time lost there as well. So there's a few. You can see where the tenths are disappearing for Marco on this run. A few more tenths. Oh, it's the last lap. This lap now. The previous lap would have taken something from him. And that's going to take everything from that. So that's 3-lap loss. But he did manage to get that third one in Buffalo with 35.3, so he goes to 146.0, which is good, but, you know, good enough for top heat. But you could see where there were bits of time just melting away. See if we can find the 7 of Boots. I don't think we've seen Boots the entire time yet. We've been here at the moment. It's on the 7. Figueiredo goes to the top of the tree, 45.3. Boots down in 7th on a 46.3 for 3 laps. The S works, of course, Boots. And Red's Power. A little bit of nibble on the outside of the line didn't help. This is okay so far. Elliott on a very, very good run of form. That was good luck as well. Well, or good driving, really. Avoiding the dead car. So, certainly, form absolutely looking up for Boots at the moment. I think he won this, didn't he? He's won the GP here a couple of years ago. Best lap of a 35.2, and that's the problem. He needs to find about 3 or 4 tenths in some of his laps. Looking the dirt there. 35.6. Moving steadfastly towards the bottom of the table. So it's a 44.4 on Garo. And Juan Carlos Canas fans, he came back out again, and he came back out again with a bit of speed. He's come back second to second. Now it's Coelho now who's second. With the 144.3. No, Coelho's top. Is that right? Ah, no, this is not listing it in the order we want it to. We want it in top 144.3. No, he's with 144. Sorry. So 144.3 for Quelo. He's really gone a lot quicker. 144.4 for Ongaro. 144.4 for JCC. 144.5 for Ronafat. So Quelo has come out of the traps here and has finally decided to show what the top of the table looks like. All these obviously comfortably inside the 45.1. Figueiredo in 45.3. I think a few of them have stopped and had a few adjustments made for, like, you've got 10 minutes so you can stop and then have adjustment made and see what's going on. We've got a minute stop for Burton last time round. Okay, let's take Boots over the line, and let's see if we can find. We haven't seen Ricky Beton at number 9. Let's see if we can find 9 off this one. I don't remember seeing him so far. So Boots that time was a 35 flat, which if we can put a couple more, we'll get a bit closer to a decent time. So that is Ricardo in a bit of a one-can light blue. The Infinity have just launched their new Nitro buggy. I have no idea if they've got a E-BUGGY or it's just a combination of other parts of as the Nitro buggy was for a while. It's Ricky across the line. 35.4 that time round. No movement at the top, but there have been some little pit stops to try and fine-tune the cars and then perhaps go out for another sprint. It may even be that they've run in some tyres and they've done a bit of a tyre change as well. Romick and Kilic having some issues. That's traffic problems. It's Burak ahead of Burak Kilic in the blue car, ahead of Ricky Berton. Time round for Berton. It was where is his name? 35.6. So that's not really where he needs to be. Same can be said for Boots as well. It's just not quite got it. Ronafat's gone stunningly fast now with a 33, 143.2. He's a second faster than anybody. Best laps a couple of tenths. Well, actually, best lap isn't the best. The best lap's on Garo, so that's a case of sticking 3 good ends together. So Ronafat stuck 3 good ends together to put himself in the lead. Oh, that's bad luck. I think he actually marshalled Bruno there. So they're finishing now. So Ronafat takes that one. And puts himself in the position of top pre-qualifier. Canas's second, Quello's third, Ongaro's fourth, Barefalo's fifth, Figueiredo's sixth. The top 5 came underneath Danny Parenti's 45, Kilic's 45.1. Burke and Kilic. You've got Figueiredo, Boots, Berton, Bermudez. But there's a lot of B's, isn't there? Barefalo, Boots, Burton, Bermudez, Bayer. It's 5 B's in one race. It was a hive. So that is the end of the first round of pre-qualifying. That's the best thing to call it. I'll just give you the rundown that I think is there now. Just waiting to see. It may have to wait for it to find out if it's actually gone in yet. The ranking list. Practice. Yep. So it's Ronafat from JCC, from Coelho, from Ongaro, from Buffalo, from Kilich, from Figueiredo, from Boots, from Burton, from Boda. Lots of B's again, keep saying. Clement Boda. And then you got Remy Bermudez, Daniel Parente, ended up in 12. That's interesting how the 11 got past him. Thilo Marie, Mattia Polito Del Bello, Martin Bayer's 15, Brian Baldo down in 16. Unlikely at the bottom if he can get running. No, I think everyone got some sort of lappage in. 130 cars took the line for that one. Obviously a couple had some problems. Didn't get 3 laps into the book. So. Now, between rounds, I don't think there's any published delay, is there? No. So, they're about not far off time, about 4 or 5 minutes off time. So this should run to about just before 7 o'clock local time, and then we have a short, half-hour break, but more than that, then the opening ceremony is officially happening, which we may or may not have a treat for you with, bidding with what you consider a treat. So Leffy's back with us. Why is JCC or Juan Carlos Canasco? Oh, I suppose Juan Carlos Canasco Carrasco, isn't it? JC3. I see what you mean. That's why it's JC3. That's way too difficult. I'm going to stick with JCC. It's in my brain. Though you are actually correct, Lefty, with that one. I've done this thing where they use some of the timing screens, timing systems allow you to put the Spanish put both their surnames in, and some don't. So that would be Juan Carlos Canas, and then when you can get both, it means Juan Carlos Canas Carrasco. Would RC bikes be good for this track? The off-road ones, I think it might be a bit too. I think even though it's an 8th track, it might be a bit tight in some of the corners. RC bikes are really interesting, really interesting units. Oh, that isn't the track. I think JCC runs off the So the problem is, if you do JC3, it's almost like he's saying he's like the second sequel to Jesus Christ. He's the third coming of Jesus Christ, is JC3, which could get us in a hell of a lot of trouble in a number of parts of the world. So the whole Beatles are bigger than God thing, isn't it? Again, you know, hey, it's JC3, it's the third company. No, it's just his name. Frank's back. You've done your B-roll. You got bored with it.
No, I did. Well, I learned, as you do, as a professional does. You try something, you improve on what didn't work the first time.
Right.
And
make 4 new mistakes.
Well, yeah, but you learn from those as well.
I know.
It's all about marginal gains, isn't it?
Really?
Yeah.
It's the aggregation of marginal gains.
Exactly.
Dave Brailsford and the Sky cycling team. The main game was working out which drugs to give them. Oh, sorry, that's out loud. So which football team do you support, Frank?
My not to get too geeky, but my Blood Bowl team.
You what, sorry?
My Blood Bowl team. It's a board game.
Your Blood Bowl team?
Yes.
What is Blood Bowl?
I don't watch football. I don't even watch American football.
Oh, I like the fact you just got to make the delineation there between football. I thought
I have to.
I thought you were going to say Dallas Cowboys. Like, I did not read football.
With this accent,
yeah,
I have to say football and
You've
then
lost
American
none
football.
of your accent in 20 years, have you?
No.
It's weird, isn't it? It's
But if I
deliberate.
go back, if I say something like, I need to go to the toilet, that's not something you say. Dog.
Sorry? It's more Malin. It's very
dog.
Malin was.
Another dog.
Yeah.
There's a black one and a brown one.
And there's also the woman with them's got kind of sort of loud, but sort of very lively trousers.
Oh, yes, I see now.
I mean, they're
It's a shame the banners are all there.
they're loose-flowing, lively trousers. Hello, my name's loose-flowing, lively trousers.
Lucy Trousers.
Wait, no, I didn't say her name was Lucy.
No, I don't really
Oh, that's
support.
not the point. Oh dear, no. So I'm going to give you, because this is what we have. I'm going to say who we're following in a second, and then I'm going to give you 30 seconds to explain what Blood Bowl is. No, unfortunately I've got to play a replay first, so you're going to have to wait a little while.
Please. And there's another crash as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
bang.
A little bit too much brakes on the landing there because he knew he was
Oh,
overshooting it.
Look, this is a man who knows what he's doing. I would have known that. Number 3, that was. It's still number 3? No, we're 12 now. 12 is... Hang on. Because as soon as I say this name, is Dominic Vim... No, that's 12th place. Car 12 is Clara Junon. So Clara Junon. Something man. Anyway, so it's Clara on the track. Frank, Blood Bowl. What is it? Go.
It is a board game that is a combination of American football and rugby using fantasy races like orcs and goblins and skeletons and whatnot that basically punch each other and try to move a ball from one end zone to the next.
Fair enough. It's only a board game, it's like a video game then.
There is a video game, yeah. It's on Steam.
Any good?
Yeah, it's fun. Blood Bowl.
Bowl, not ball.
B-O-W-L.
Blood
yes.
Bowl. So if you want to be an orc or a skeleton in a pseudo-American football situation and murder people to get to the top, I know that's very similar.
That's roughly it, yeah.
The interesting thing is they have less brain injuries in that game than the real one.
Yes.
There we are. That is Blood Bowl.
Yeah.
Blood Bowl, the only team that... Well, what's your team called then, Frank?
My team, I use a team called the Orcs, which are, basically like
Quite basic, isn't it?
Tolkien-style
Come
orcs.
on, the Orcs.
Yeah.
All right, the Orcs.
Exactly. And mine are called Da Mean Green Machine.
That's just lazy. Are they green?
Yeah.
Can't argue
It's
that.
all very caricaturized and just goofy.
No,
fun.
I'm not going to knock anyone's hobby. It sounds great fun. If you've got a team to play with it, fantastic. One of the things I've learned in becoming incredibly old is people find enjoyment in different ways.
You're not 300 years old.
People find enjoyment in different ways, and if they're enjoying themselves and they're not hurting anyone else, knock yourselves out. Do what you
Yeah,
like.
yeah,
If you want to do crochet, if you want to do plane spotting, if you want to do, I don't know, number plate collecting, fine, knock yourself out.
James does plane spotting.
Yeah, James likes the plane.
He
James
loves the
likes the plane.
I was telling him the other day that...
Big Jet TV, he's probably got a subscription to that.
Well, yeah. Where I grew up in San Antonio, it used to have 5 Air Force bases, U.S. Air Force bases. And one of them was the Military Airlift Command Base, where basically everything from Desert Storm took off from there.
Wow.
So C-5 Galaxy planes, which are bigger than the planes that James was going goo-goo gaga about the other day, the C-17. I was like, I had to look up the specs. I'm like, yeah, the C-5's bigger. I mean, not that I flew them or anything.
Size
but
isn't important. Always.
No.
Well,
But
in fact, the transport plane is actually important.
if you're driving around in the south side of San Antonio and you see the training pilots coming in to practice their taxiing and landing, not taxiing, but the orbits and landing and all that, they just look like they're hanging in the sky because there's the size of like 40 buses
and
just
don't
hanging
forget,
in the sky.
those are the worst pilots the Air Force has.
Exactly.
Because basically,
They're literally training.
The faster the plane, the better the pilot. So the fast
Yeah.
jets get a certain type, and the next jets, and the transporter people, it's the worst.
Yeah.
Well, least good, shall we say.
Yeah, but still, they got a pretty good career when they come out of it.
I had a friend who, a friend of a friend who ended up being whatever the RAF equivalent of a VC-10 or Victor is. He's just doing transport flights because he wasn't, seen good enough for fast jets. But as you say, walked into a commercial job.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you don't want someone who's been flying a Phantom F4 to start flying your 737. Whereas someone who's been flying transport flights to the RAF, you knock yourself out, mate.
On the other side of town, where my house was, was the training ground was a training base for fighter pilots. Or
Okay.
one of the training bases.
Is that where the girls hung out, is it?
Possibly.
Kind of take
That's why
my
I used to go
breath
see.
away.
That's why I used to go see air shows. It's quite cool.
Well, you say that. Interestingly, when we were in Italy last week, we drove back from Stansted Airport to my house with Matt, and we saw virtually all the Red Arrows display, because Red Arrows were displaying at Duxford, and they were flying across the M11, and we were just seeing them the whole time. So it was, that was a bonus. It was a bonus to get Red Arrows display for free.
Yeah.
Red Arrows, for those you don't know, are the British RAF aerobatic team.
Yeah, the Blue Angels would be the U.S. equivalent. I'm not sure what the German or other. I'm sure
There's
Canadian.
certainly
Canada
there's a very good Italian team. I know that, but I don't know what
Yeah.
their name are.
They were at Mugello over the weekend, weren't they?
The Blue Angels. I mentioned this before because the RAF, the Red Arrows used to be at all the Grand Prix. They do display at the Grand Prix.
Used to be.
Yeah.
Aren't they always?
Well, there's two things. One, but they don't like doing full aerobatics, over land anymore, in case a plane goes down and takes out some bystanders. So they do their full shows over water. So it's only them who are in trouble.
Right.
On the
Yeah,
whole.
I can see that.
Second reason is F1 got all kind of, as you know, up itself, and so it didn't want any air displays because they were wasteful of pumping out fuel, and they were going to, fine promoters who allowed air displays. So air displays stopped,
Oh,
and flypast stopped.
I'm pretty sure Goodwood still do it.
Since when is a Goodwood F1 track?
Yeah, but Goodwood they have the red arrows. They pay the red arrow, or pay or whatever.
But there's different levels of
yeah,
there's different levels of demonstration Red Arrows do.
yeah.
Anyway, but certain countries don't care about being fine because they want to show off, and so that's why you see the whole of the Emirates, the whole of the Etihad Air Fleet fly over at the start of the the race. Tell you what's really, really cool, whilst we're talking about aircraft at an RC event, at the start of Le Mans, which I've been lucky enough to be on the grid for many times and will be hopefully next week, they bring in the French flag to start the race by helicopter.
Yeah.
And they have paratroopers rappel down from the helicopter with the flag. And I've seen it a couple of times from a distance, like whatever. For some reason, last year I got stuck at the wrong end of the pit lane, so pit straight. So I was right underneath it, like I was first human being and wasn't part of the display. It's blooming impressive from close up, I can tell you. Those things are woof. And they do some really low, fast chopper passes, as if to say, yeah, these cars are cool, but look at us. Anyway, that's my story.
Still love a AH-64 Apache.
My phone is going to melt. It's really not enjoying being out in the hot. In the hot and the heat.
Finish. Well, finished.
It's so warm it's slowing down, my phone.
2,
That was the first heat.
finish. 4, finish.
Damon Maria de Silva from France won that one with 154.2.
Finish.
That shows you the difference in speed. So we talked about planes. I didn't engender any conversation anywhere else. Look, if you don't start giving us conversation topics on the chat, we're going to talk about this stuff on our own. We could go anywhere with it. Tell you what, here's some background music so you can think about what you've done. Ooh, very 70s. Not off. Now, after the break, it's Funky Disco.
Point is open. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Start. Off.
Just turn me off. Why do you turn me off? Oh, that's weird. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Everything is done. It's not a problem. Hello, everybody. Right, so, as I said before, it's Cyril Baldini and Florent Anderset, Oscar Coote, Erwin Lebarth, Joseph Berifit Tolinguiet, Mathieu Chaffrendon, Gilles Riglout, Jessica Baumgartner, Nicholas Madeir, Sandra Schulte, Peter Norret, and Nicholas Madar. Right, okay, sorry, and Nathan H. Who are we with? We're with that car, which is number 1. It's upside down. It's number 1. It is Gilles Riglout. Give it the full French there. There, oui. Gilles Riglout. Who's had a little bit of a problem there on that slick section of matting. Here he goes. And the official terminology giving it some. Moving on to the up onto the Ridgeway. Oh no, that's not how you want to do it. It's all going really well. I reckon he's probably going, oh, this is going really well. This is going really well. This is oh, it's not going well. Going well till it wasn't. That's amazing. We are living in dust. Dust. It is dust everywhere. It is dust everywhere. It's highly surprising the de-dusty thing is going 27 per dozen.
Marshal 10, do not fix the car, Marshal 10. It goes to the runner, please. Runner 12. Runner 12, please. Can you get it off? Yeah.
Okay, let's shift on Ash. Okay, that's number 9
Ah, en tour, voilà.
of
Non.
Oscar Coote.
So, the marshal cannot fix the car on the circuit. Okay? So, we have a clear.
Oh, that's a big one. He gets himself a replay. Oh, wow. Bang. Just hanging on there. Overtaken by
Runner 11, please. Runner
the
11.
one we were covering before. It's amazing. They're overtaking each other.
Runner.
Got back one to the red and yellow, which I think is number 12. Indeed it is. It's Nathan Ayachi. Good enough.
Marshal 11. This is your job, yeah?
There's a little bit of action from the referee. I haven't heard much referee action. Bit going on here.
Can you explain to Marshal
So we
11?
can hear it on the. It might be able to hear it on our ambient. I think he's down nearer where the ambient mic is. Oh no! See a lot of replays though. Oh, no, yes, maybe. That was a bit weird, stopping and then waggling the wheels and then get it going again. Spooked the marshal, he rushed out.
5 minutes to drive.
Half this one's gone. Down the straight, left, under the bridge, right through the berm, and it's those 4 pesky little jumps into a downhill spludge. And then you just sit in a bucket of dust in the corner. Somebody else? Thanks to Meebo Sport, S-Works, Hot Race, Hobby Wing and X-Ray for supporting our broadcast here, and of course thanks to EFRA. Frank's back, and to prove it he's arrived, but I think he's doing more B-roll by the looks of it. Wasn't watching what happened here. I'm now going to see the replay of it to find out. Ah, car already broken. He's got his headphones on now. This is the 11. Just about hanging on. Oof. Peter Perrault is the 11. There we are. Okay. Just going to 4:45 local time. Matthew Shaffordon leads this one, 50.6, 1 minute 50.6 for 3 laps. Oh dear. He's cone adjusted the whole thing.
Keep it clean on the left-hand side, please. Be sensible.
Well, parked it then crashed into it, didn't he? I think I should just park my car here right now. Yes, I will wait for a bit until I am marshalled. Minute 45 to go. Let's see if we get one more, Ash. One more victim to a camera of doom. My dooming camera. Ah, there we are. And that's car number 4. And that is Nicholas Madar of France. Oh, very good dancing. Look at this, back on its wheels again. And here we go. And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and jump and pirouette and tip and tap and down. Well done. Slap landing there. Oversteer there. Going up and across the ridge.
7, finish. 8, finish. 5, finish. 9, finish.
The last lap. Oh, doesn't help. Just a few seconds, the last couple of corners.
Finish. 6, finish. 2, finish. 3, finish.
And that's the result. Matthew Shaffordon, 150.5. So the usual amount of sweeping is happening.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
So up and running with heat 3. I'm just checking a few things on everything. Checking everything. I'm just so important. I'm going to check everything. There's nothing I won't check. Anyway. Oh, that was dramatically angled then falling off, wasn't it, for the 5 car? Oh, just made a complete faux there and there. 5 car, which was Anastasia Forg. There's a couple of lady drivers here today. I think it's 3.
Okay, keep it clean, please. Car 4, car 9, car 3, car 2. Keep it clean. Also car 7 and 5. Keep it clean. And car 10, car 2. Keep it clean, please.
The 1 car just in front of this picture is Eric Mazur.
Car 2, please.
Who just bounced out. Oh dear, no, yes, maybe. Hello, I think I'm going to the Cone of Doom again.
Runner 12, please. Runner 12.
Nikolai Lambert's not started this one. So we're running through the rest of this second round of time practice here to end about an hour and a half. And then we got a brief break before the opening ceremony. And then we go home. Then tomorrow morning we're back quite early, not quite sure how early, probably about 8:30. And we have, I think it's 5 rounds of qualifying, which is going to take some time. And then it's also programmed to have 10 minutes or 2 finals. Let me just give you the complete accurate statement rather than umming and ahhing about what's happening for the future of this event. So so tomorrow, we're back about, racing starts at 8, but that's way too early. All right, this is weird. The qualifiers are 5 minutes again. So the qualifiers are 5 minutes, but this thing is 10 minutes. I was sure right, so the qualifiers are 5 minutes, and we whip through those in quick succession for 5-minute qualifiers, get through 5 rounds of that, and finish about 6:15, and then there's 2 finals programmed for the end of the day tomorrow, which is the 40 plus and the junior special finals. All of that is subject to weather forecast. Moving forward for Sunday, which has not been marvellous in historic. So we'll just have a look where we are on Sunday's weather forecast. Montpelier. Oh, it's still saying 50% rain. 35%. It's not. It's moving. It keeps moving later in the day, which is the plus point. It's now not hitting till midday. It was hitting at 9 o'clock, and then it gets quite likely about 2 or 3 o'clock. On my weather app. Other weather apps are available. Though I haven't told you what weather app it is. It's hard for you to say which ones there actually are. Now we are with the 10 car.
5 minutes to drive.
No. You see, now, that's not where the track is. Just as a clue, you kind of mark the track by the... Oh, no, he could have popped up half a lap further on for all I know. So you've got the 6 car there. Oh, slightly unsighted, I think, at that point. I wonder if people on the rostrum are unsighted, as Frank was saying, from that cone of doom corner. This is the 6. With Jonas Bauer, that is. I've seen him before. Oh, I'm sure you've ever before by now, to be honest. Hard not to.
Mark 9, you have a plastic car, please. Thank you.
Oh, no, don't go back and visit it again. That's not going well. Next car. It's a sad story there for the 6. Who is it going to be? It's very exciting. It could be anybody. It comes. A bit tentative on the way up there, a bit long on the way back. It's 5. Anastasia Forg. Up and over. Doing the quad. Quite conservatively, but actually gets you over in some ways. When you're trying to get these fast 3 laps, conservative is quite a good idea. Oh.
To drive.
One of those things where you just drive along and suddenly you're not facing where you want to be again. You asked her how it happened and whether she could make it happen again. The answer is I don't know and no. That's off-road race for you sometimes. Oh, goes past a dead man, or dead person, sorry. Not up in the books, but that accident, I'm sure, went one of their best 3. So she's doing... averaging sort of 40. Has he got the back? Oh no, I'm just got the back. So she's doing 3 laps in 2:05. It's basically averaging a 42. Yeah, so she's averaging a 42. No, you see what her fastest lap is because she's averaging a 42, but her fastest lap is a 40. So yeah, so it's struggling a little bit for outright pace, but you know, in this heat, halfway up. Obviously, the more laps these drivers turn, the more pitfalls they're discovering the track they can avoid moving forward. So I think she'll get this one.
Finish car.
12, finish.
Whether it will result in an improvement from her current 2:05, effectively 0.6. Who knows? Not hitting the cone would be a good start. There we go. And the last lap was a 40.4, but unfortunately it didn't improve. It was her fastest lap of all, but it didn't improve her top 3 laps.
Two, finish. 7, finish. 9, finish. 1, finish. 6, finish. 4, finish.
So, Camo Giovanni won this one again. He's certainly the fastest in this Group 3. 150.7. Probably means there'll be 2 or 3 groups up for tomorrow's qualifying.
Volontaire du club au poste numéro 8. Un volontaire au poste 8.
And don't forget the album of RCTV background music classics. Available from all good record shops in time for Christmas. Okay, Frank's brought a friend. Frank has brought a friend, and just to get going, and the friend is a racer. The friend is a man who, well, his family owns a track. He's a man who, I'll be really honest with you, up until I saw your T-shirt there, about not to know, I've completely forgotten you now drive for a different chassis manufacturer.
Yeah.
It's Hal Figueredo. How are you doing?
Hi. How are you guys?
Just turn the background music off because you don't need it. So how are you enjoying Montpellier, Hal?
It feels different. We come always here like it's cold, windy, rain. And as soon as I got here, I'm like, okay, this doesn't feel like Montpellier. It feels weird. It's hot. We're on shorts, T-shirt. It's dusty. We're like, it's gonna be fun.
So I mean, it's a good point. It's not like you expected. So did you turn up, and your car was within a box, and it was all, you put on the settings from February, and you bought the tyres from you'd use in February, or did you know it was going to be completely different?
No, I mean, for me at least, since it was a new chassis, different manufacturer, going to Techno. I came here Montpellier in February was like my second race, so I wasn't really sure about what to do, what not to do, so we were still finding some stuff. And now I got like a more pretty clear idea of what I need to do on the car, so we came here with the setup like we are using on the last couple of races. And then tire-wise, this is nothing compared to to what the GP was. So yeah, I mean, probably for some guys, the same setup might be working. I'm not sure. For me, I'm almost sure my car is completely different now.
So obviously you had many years with Kyosho, and you've moved to Techno this year. Now the question really is, if you've still been with Kyosho, how much easier would it have been to come to a track that was a surprise than with a new chassis, or is it not really that way? I mean, I just kind of think that you have that huge bank of knowledge about different tracks in the chassis, or is it just not that important with all the chassis being quite good now? It's just a case of getting the tyres right.
I mean, coming with a car that you know well, that would help for sure. Like, you know that what the car likes, what you like from the car, what you can change. So I'm pretty sure, like, if I came with, let's say, with Kyosho, would be probably easier to get the car into the group on the track. But nowadays, I think all the manufacturers, pretty much all of them, like, the cars are so easy to tune to whatever conditions you are racing, that I think pretty much everyone gets the setup quite fast, even if it's like a chassis you just bought 1 month ago or one that you have for 10 years, So
when you first you built all your new Techno cars, put them on the track. I mean, it's a question. Obviously, you're a professional racing driver, RC driver. You're running with Kyosho for a long time. What is the process that makes you decide I want to try something different? Is it I want to try something different, or you got approached by Techno, and then what happens then? Do you test the car, or do you just take it on faith? How does that happen?
So for me, I don't know how the other guys do, to be honest. But for me, like, it was many years with Kyosho. I think I just needed like some new motivation to keep on trying getting better. And yeah, I approached Ilias from Techno, and he said they were happy to help me, and they gave me one kit. I tested it for a couple of months. I was happy with the result, got the contract, just signed it. But yeah, I think it's more like, most of the time, like, people have the idea it's just, let's say, about the money or whatever. Yeah. But I think for us drivers, sometimes it's just like the mental part. Like, there's people that probably go to worse contracts, but just because they're not feeling good where they are, so they just change to something new, a new mentality, something different. Even like team-wise, like, if you don't feel comfortable in a team, like, let's say the Formula 1 guys, if they're not comfortable, they probably want to change or whatever. So I think for us it works the same way. Most of the times I think it's more that than just money talking, So, but yeah, with I mean, for me it was like a completely different thing, like the mindset on the team, everyone working together to get the car better and better, race after race, doing like team meetings, knowing what everyone has been testing. So we've been working hard, and I think it's paying off. Like the car is getting better and better. So I mean,
are you at a point now after what 6 months where you are confident you are getting as good a result with the Techno as you would have with the Kayo show?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. I mean, we had like a race last weekend on Cana's home track, the Spanish Nationals, and I was always like a bit close, but this race, like being his home track, I've never been there before on those kind of conditions and everything, and we got like super close at the end. So I'm like, okay, this has legs to move forward, you know. So I mean, I'm getting more and more comfortable driving the car and like knowing what can I change and what can I not change. And yeah, I mean, it's just suiting my driving style to that. And I mean, the results lately have been pretty good.
No, that's good. Is it a bigger change to change chassis manufacturer or change tyre manufacturer?
That's a good question. Because I think tires nowadays, if you don't have a good tire, you can have the best car in the world.
That's motorsport. We can do anything we like, but it all comes down to the either 2 bits or 4 bits of rubber touching the ground.
Exactly. So I think tires are as important as cars right now. Like you can have. I would actually say that tires might be like 60 to 65% in a racetrack now, at least on the conditions we are racing. Like in Europe, at least with all like the kind of surface we have here now, it's just if you don't have the right tire for those conditions, it's like you lose 1 second and you don't know why. Like the car feels good, you're driving good, and it's like, why am I so slow? So yeah, I think the cars more or less like you can suit them to feel the same, but if you don't have the right tire, it's just
and where's the engine fit into this package? I mean, it seems that these days no one's chasing ultimate power, and often you're just chasing run time. So as long as you've got a decent, reliable engine, does it matter anymore, or are there pluses and minuses?
I think like of course you want the engine to just rev it up, but most of the time, like off-road, you don't really need a lot of power unless it's like bottom power for the jumps and so on, right? So that's where you gain the most. Like if you have a nice smooth, but you feel the torque on the engine here in off-road, it's just, I think it's what people are looking for, to be honest. Like not really a engine that goes 200 miles per hour or whatever, but I think like finding the good middle term on both of these things, and then like of course like if it suits your driving style or not, because different manufacturers you have different feelings. But yeah, I think people nowadays, they, from what I've been seeing, like all the engines are looking same, let's say. Feelings and everything, run times are pretty similar. There's like probably 1 or 2 that are better, 1 or 2 that are worse. But yeah, I think people don't really. You just want a reliable one that doesn't stop in the track and you don't know why, basically.
Now you mentioned torque, and that of course is the big difference between E-Buggy and Nitro Buggy. With an E-Buggy you've got instant torque, it's electric motor, 100% torque at 0 revs. Does that make them easier to drive or harder to drive?
You mean E-Buggy?
Yeah. Is it easier or harder than Nitro?
I think it really depends where you grew up. If you grew up on racing Nitro cars, this can get difficult. Like, I'll give you one example. Robert, world champion, European champion, everything. And he says that he doesn't like the E-Buggy feeling, and this is what he struggles the most on this class. For me, as long as like it's not really, really punchy, I mean, it's okay. But I think like this can be more difficult overall if you're not used to it, because like if you don't have the right amount of power, like delivering on the motor like you want, it's just gets out of your hands. So yeah, I think this might be a bit more difficult just to tune better for your driving style, because you have so many like things you can change on the ESCs nowadays. It's like, where should I start, right? And yeah, I think this might be a bit more difficult just for the fact that people need to get used. If you grow up in a E-Buggy or 110 scale or whatever, this might be easier than Nitro.
Yep.
Because you're always used to having power, right? But then coming from Nitro to electric, it's always that thing.
So if this was an event, say a big open event, and you had both E-Buggy and Nitro here, would they be set up exactly the same, with the same tyres and the same base setup, or what would be the difference the way you'd set the two up for exactly the same track on exactly the same day?
I mean, from my past experience, I normally go like a bit stiffer on shocks, just because it's heavier. So let's say if I'm running 500 all around on Nitro, I'll put 550. Diff-wise, normally it's the same. But then, you know, like the inserts on the wishbones and everything, sometimes you change just because, like, one car can be more snappy than the other. So, but more or less, it's the same setup. Small bits you can touch.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I think, what normally people always do. At least that's what I do. I don't know if they do that way. But, yeah, I think it's just that, like, small bits, like probably try a different wing on one car that works and the other wing works better on the other car, but it's more or less the same thing.
Let's talk about a big E-Buggy event that's coming up next year, which is obviously going to be quite important to you.
Yeah.
We have the first ever E-Buggy World Championship at Barcelos, your fantastic home track. Love it. Love your track. It's amazing. I know that a great experience had there 2 years ago now for the Euros. It was fantastic. Now, do we have a date for that yet? Do we know what month it is even?
We don't. I mean, I don't know, at least. I don't know if my dad knows something, or the Federation in Portugal knows something, but from what I know, it should be more or less the same, let's say, date as Radovan this year, for example.
So September-ish again.
Should be around that time, I suppose, because we still have the Euros and everything, so...
and obviously, we had the warm-up, which didn't really go very well.
Yeah.
But I assume once you put IFMA world title on it, well, we got 144 here for Euro, so you kind of think if it's a world title, it's going to be, you know... It's going to be fully done. So the track itself, is it going to be a complete redesign from what we've seen before?
Yeah, I mean, because next year we're obviously doing the IBC, our race, and then this will be more or less a warm-up for everyone. And then we also have the Euros for Nitro and the E-Buggy Worlds. So
I didn't know Euros. I didn't know you had Euros next year. Okay, fine.
Yeah, so we have three big races like next year.
So you have to change it from the Euros Nitro or not? I don't know. 'Cause it's
I think we need to change from Euros to the Worlds. We want to change, like, let's say, like Montpellier, for example, they changed 50%. Let's say, like, it's only changed the left part. So what we want to try and do is just like move a couple of pipes around, and we have a all different track. So. We will rebuild the old surface for sure and everything, because this year with the IVC raining and everything, everything got destroyed. But yeah, we'll do our best to have like a completely new racetrack for everyone, so everyone can enjoy, and there's no advantage for anyone.
I mean, it's a huge commitment, isn't it? You've got the Euros, which normally is like, you've got a very big independent event. Then you've got the Euros, which is normally a big enough event anybody, and then you've got a Worlds. I mean, how big is the team around you and your dad? I mean, you must have a lot of people who must be, I mean, a lot of volunteers, but do you have anybody else working permanently?
We have like one friend of ours that works with us in the track. He has a hobby shop in Barcelos, and he's the guy that normally is there, and let's say during the week goes there and just redo a bit the surface or cut some grass, but like here and there. Before the event, let's say 1 month or 2 months before the event, normally it's me, my dad, this guy, and one friend. So it's like 4 of us doing the stuff. If we really need more help, we try and get some volunteers, of course. But then at the event, we always have our nice staff, the young staff we get from Barcelos, which help us a lot. Like at the end of the day, like we are tired, we need to go home, and the kids are there and they're helping us cleaning everything, get everything like they got on the first day. But yeah, like the staff itself is not that big, to be honest. Like we have Miguelo building the track for us, which is a big help. Otherwise, we wouldn't do that. And then track-wise, it's me, my dad, Paulo, which is the guy from the hobby shop. We have another guy that does like more technical stuff, like soldering stuff and concrete stuff, and this that we don't know how to do, so he does it. But yeah, it's more or less 4 or 5 guys, let's say.
I mean, if you've not been to the track, it's amazing, and it's just the way you set up is great. I genuinely, I'm not just saying if you're here, I've said it to everyone else anyway. It's fantastic, and it's a very nice town as well. If you get in the right side of it, I was in the wrong side of it. Honestly, I'm going to ask you a question. You can be political or you can be honest. How did you feel about the awarding of the Worlds to Redovan?
I'm gonna be honest. I felt like we got robbed.
Yep.
More or less. I don't get mad because it's in Redovan, because everyone knows they will do a fantastic job as they always do. But I don't think it was pretty clear why it was Redovan.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not really a lot of info around this. I mean, we got mad. My dad got pissed. But I mean, it's like I told you. I don't mind going back to Redovan. We just want more explanations. Why, for example, don't we change the E-Buggy Worlds to Redovan and we do the Nitro Worlds in my track?
Yeah.
For example.
I mean, let's get absolutely clear. The Baldos do a fantastic job. I know that Javier Garcia is now on the team and he's one of the best organisers in Europe. So, there's none of this conversation has anything to do with Redovan. It's just about, I think it was a very, it was extraordinary circumstances, but, we all sat down and went, well, this is going to be between you two.
Yeah.
And we kind of thought there'd be like a bidding process, but it was just like,
that's what we thought. Like, I think we were in a race somewhere, me and my dad, and we were in my race, IBC, and we got the news like there's no Worlds in Brazil the week before, probably. And during the race, got the news that it will be on EFRA block. And the same day it's going to be Redovan. And we're like, why was this so fast? Why there was not like an explanation? Why no one contacted us like, you guys want to do it? Are you able to do it or not? So it was a bit like this. So it's like I told you, it felt like it was robbed from us.
Yeah, I think personally, my personal feeling is I think, either of the tracks would be great because it's very personal. We've been to both of them. We know how they work. We get supported by both of you guys. That's fine. My feeling is, and I'm going to say this because I don't want anyone at Redovan to take this the wrong way because it's not meant that way. I just feel that the way the international travellers would view it is possibly they would view it's a Worlds, so realistically we should go somewhere else. That's my personal view. It's not the view of RCTV. It's Nick Damon's view. Nothing against Redovan. I just thought that's going to add an extra because there were already people who didn't understand the way the Worlds gets reallocated, and it's very clearly written. What happened was when Brazil pulled out, which was very unfortunate. All the way we were talking to the Brazilians, and they just couldn't get the permits. Yeah, and so they had to pull out. And the reason they couldn't get the permits is because the track is licensed for 100 people, and they wanted to license it, and they just couldn't get the permits. Yeah, because it's quite anyway. That's what happens in some countries where you need those sort of things. Then the internet goes wild with the Americans saying, "Oh, great, we'll have it at Baker Street Raceway," and you go, "No, that's not how it works. You've got a couple of weeks to see if someone else in the Famar block can do it, and then it always reverts back to EFRA." Now, there is 3 weeks there, I think, where we always knew it was not going to get re-awarded to Famar because the track's not being funny about this, but it's a difficult area to bring people to and organise, and it just wasn't going to happen. And I saw a couple of people, Mexicans, I think, and was it the Colombians, I think, put something up.
Colombians,
and there's nothing against those people, but you have to think about this as a world championship and everything else. Yeah, and I've got no skin in the game because it's fine either way. But then I kind of thought it kind of disappeared. And I think the problem is the lack of transparency. And if there had been an open, you've got a week to put in your bids, you've got a week to have a video conference, and let's go. And then they said Redovan, which again, let me get right. I just have to keep saying this. Very happy to go to Redovan, no issue whatsoever. Yeah. Baldo's fantastic, not an issue. It's more from me how it seems to people outside Europe, not Europe, but people outside Europe, the Americans, and they go,
why?
Why are we going back there again?
Yeah.
And the point you make, which is really, I hadn't thought that before, which was swapping the two around.
That would be like a good idea.
Makes the kind of thing you're going, okay, because I think what I heard was that you can't give it to Barcelos because they've got the E-Buggy Worlds.
Yeah, that's what we heard.
I mean, I think it's done, it's over, it's happened, it's one of those things. But I mean, I think obviously you'll sit there in September wishing it was you. Then the following year you've got a World Championship, so it's fine.
Yeah.
And a European Championship, and an IBC, and a very busy year. But I think it's important that people discuss. RC racing is run by volunteers. It's run by volunteers. And the last thing we need are the conspiracy theories, which is all over the internet, coming in and going, oh, X, Y, Z. So things need to be transparent. And if at the end of the transparency a decision is made you don't like, that's life. It's just.
But at least people know what happened, and
and it's open.
There was bids for this and that, and we try these kind of people voted here, the other people voted there. So I mean, at least that's what we were expecting, to be honest. Because as soon as we got the news from Brazil, my dad started messaging.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I thought, I mean, I know there's some other people were interested, and I think it has to be Southern Europe because of when it is in the year, the best chance of decent weather, and more importantly, because it attracts people to come because it's you can
good weather.
You can bring the wife,
exactly.
or the husband if you're a female racer. I don't want to get all, you know what I mean. And they can do stuff, and it's nice, and it's a pleasant. Do I want to spend? I'm going to offend someone now. Do I want to spend a week in the middle of Germany or a week in Portugal or Spain?
I mean,
Germany's lovely, Berlin marvellous, but in the field not so sure. And I've spent a week in just about every single country in Europe doing this, so I kind of,
Yeah.
So moving back onto this event, just finally, Howard, thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. I'm just waiting a while to get on then. It's very, very quick out there, but it's interesting. This second round situation, this best 3 laps, seems to be a real test. Getting 3 consecutive clean laps is really difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, the track, it's actually pretty difficult to get. The old layout was already difficult. As soon as you get out of line and you lose your line doing the lap, it takes you a couple of seconds or corners to get into the rhythm again. So I think this one is feeling the same thing, especially you have grip in some places, the other you don't. It's dusty here, there is not, so it's kind of difficult to get into the groove on the track to say, okay, I'm good to do this pace for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's getting difficult for everyone to get consistent laps on, let's say, I wouldn't say just 3 laps, but 4, 5, 6 laps on the same pace. Because you can do 1 lap, for sure you can do. I did 1 lap.
I think about 3 minutes, 4 minutes in, you were top of the table.
Yeah, because I think I got a fast lap that just moved me up. But yeah, like I said, it's as soon as you get out of the line, in some parts you just lose half a second here, half a second there, and 1 second out of nowhere. So yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch, I think, for people back home, because it's gonna be difficult for the same guy to be always.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to lead for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Tomorrow qualifying is 5 minutes, which is very confusing, but there we go. So it's like we've had 5 minutes. Okay, right, whatever. Sometimes you just go, yeah, whatever. So it's 5 minute qualifying, and that's going to be quite difficult. I mean, most electric qualifying, we don't do it here because we actually qualify the electrics a very similar way in which we qualify the nitro. You all wander around and cross the line at a point. Now, don't forget, if you're in either 1/10, any of the ordinary electric class, it's the 1/10 off-road, you get called off in order.
Yeah.
So at that point, you get kind of a visual reference of how well you're doing. This way, you don't really know.
No,
because you
it's
don't.
You need to find your space, and normally, I mean, I think most of us try and get a good space, but then a point of reference with one guy that we know we can go fast. But yeah,
you're doing this sort of the Marquez thing, isn't it? Where you're trying to follow someone who's quick, and then just come up to them a little bit, just go half a second faster, and it's fine.
Yeah. So yeah, it's normally that's what most of us do. You just, let's say I'm starting the lap here, and I see one guy doing the double. Okay, I'm gonna keep trying to figure out if my pace is good with that. So, but yeah, it's difficult. It's like you said, it's difficult. Also because sometimes we give space, but then everyone just crashes together and gets, it's, I mean, for us nitro guys, it's normal, I would say. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that for normal electric classes, people get what are you doing?
How super good luck, mate.
Thank
best
you.
luck. I think you're already in the top heat, so it's fine. So you can relax for the next one.
Yeah,
and
might be okay.
and good luck for tomorrow, mate.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
10, 12, finish.
How Figueiredo, now a techno driver, and also, of course, part of his father owns the Barcelona track, and we're talking about that. And I just want to stress again, I have no issues with Redevant being awarded the World Championship. I'm looking forward to going to Redevant. The Baldos have been fantastic to us, but it just needed to be a little bit more transparent to prevent some of the whispering. We don't need whispering in this championship, in this class. We need to keep together.
Allez, encore un volontaire à 17 pour le ramassage.
Tara's asked, because I was chatting to Hal for quite a long time. I've got Tara, who's now my official helper as well, Tara Evening, Pecco's mum, answering questions for us, because Christopher Shot asked who was the fastest in P1, and it was answered by Tara, who said that Ronafat was fastest in P1. Chris Loveland, getting bored with the same tracks getting these big events doesn't allow other tracks to step up to that level and make race better for all. It's a really interesting point you make, Chris. If you talk about big tracks, and let's talk about European Championships. There is a kind of, and I agree with you. There's an issue with a lack of diversity, but the problem is those are the tracks that are putting themselves up to hold the event. We're going to the Ongaro Ring in Chile in a couple of weeks' time, a few weeks' time, and that'll be the third time that they've held the European. They held it in 2015, 2019. And now again, but the reason they've got it is because they are put forward by the Italian Federation. You know, the UK, I don't think, has put forward a track for a Euros, main Euros, for years. We do have the 40-plus Euros, and I can't remember if it's this year or next year, but this year or next year we've got the 40-plus Euros at Hearts. Now, it takes investment by the tracks, it takes the requirement to do it. You know, in fairness, I don't think these European Championships are massive money makers for the clubs. But it needs the clubs to put themselves forward. And, you know, historically, you know, we went to Reims, we went to a couple of different tracks we've gone to different tracks in Portugal. But there is a kind of attraction to going to Southern Europe because, again, people are using their holiday to do these events. And also, the weather's more likely, they're not guaranteed to be better. So, you know, I would love to see a Northern European Euros. The last Northern European one was Eskilstuna, which I think was 2017 or 2018. I'm looking over at Ash. You were 18? 16 we're saying for Eskilstuna. He was definitely at university. So, that's the last Northern European one. But, yeah, I agree with you. But it is, Chris, down to people applying for it. And if you put in a good enough application, you've got a chance. There is a problem at the moment. This is a bit parochial in that at the moment the BRCA has massively fallen out with EFRA. And my feeling is that is a little bit more down to some of the people in the BRCA and the people in EFRA. So, you know, unfortunately it's politics. Pardon? Yeah, that's more of an off-road falling out. But yeah, I mean it's difficult. It's a difficult situation on that front. But yeah, I'd like to see more events spread around. But you know, where are all the events this year, Frank? Where else are we going? Put your helmet on. Not your helmet. Put your headset on. Put your helmet on. Put your headset on, and turn the volume up. And let's work out where we're going and where we've been for the events this year. Okay, here we go. Right, so we've been already to Italy for the 12th and Italy for the GT8s, but different parts, Sicily. This is rather obviously France for 8th, and we're going to France again for the next one, which is the 10th IC. After that, you're going to have to tell me what the order is. I've forgotten of
that. Well, let me see here. Buggy Beach Euros is the first weekend of July.
Where?
I don't have that in my notes because I'm not going, so I don't have it in my. Alicante, Sax, not Redevant.
Different one near Alicante.
Yes.
Again, nice holiday, but the B Euros actually needs to be more of a holiday than the A Euros because you definitely are racing club people who need to have a nice time. Yeah, keep going.
ETS round 2 in Austria 2 weeks later.
No, we'll look at EFRA, mate.
Large-scale off-road for myself and
It's in France, isn't it?
Brest.
It's in Brest, which is northern France. So that's northern one. It's the same. That's large scale off-road. It's the same weekend as the Chile, Italy for the
Yeah, unfortunately.
1/8 Nitro.
And then large-scale touring car Euros, which I'm not sure if we're going to that.
Where is that?
La Stala,
Sala, the famous Sala Switzerland track. Yep.
3 weeks later is the 4th week of August, and that is the EFRA, touring car Euros, electric touring car Euros, and that is Roeselare, Belgium.
Oh, but see, Belgium, Northern Europe again. So that's
I
a new
would call
one.
it Northern Europe.
Well, Belgium.
Yeah.
Who's Northern Europe?
Well, Northern Europe is Scandinavia.
No. We're Northern Europe. France is in both Northern and Southern Europe. Oh, we've got a fire. We've got a fire. Fire. Camera on the fire. Camera on the fire. Camera on the fire. Fire camera.
Well, you got to tell them where. Okay.
One's gone up.
There
Well,
you
you can.
go.
We got problems.
Flames. We've got
Car's gone
flames.
up. Car's gone up. We need to get this race stopped. It's going out, which is remarkable. They don't tend to go out. Is that car 1 or car 7?
7, I think.
It's 1. It's 1. So
okay.
this is a very, very bad day for car number 1. They're putting some sand on it.
Ooh, I can smell it.
Actually, it's the speed control that's gone rather than the battery.
Yeah, I can smell the speedo.
I think it's the speeder that's gone rather than the battery.
The magic smoke of doom.
No, I didn't actually get round to pressing replay on that. Actually, I can press minus 30. Will this work as a massive replay? Hang on. This was 30 seconds ago.
Yes, but there you go, yeah.
So you get a big fiery replay
But you don't want that to get on the batteries, do you?
of the Morgan. I think that's not the batteries that have gone up, because if the batteries had gone up, they wouldn't go out again.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't want the fire to affect the batteries.
And it smells electrical. No, you absolutely don't. But then I've not really seen them go. Yeah, that's a bit. That is very much more. If the lipo had gone up, you're not doing that, are you?
No. Well, we saw, not something similar, but a fire in the pits at the 12th Euros.
Yeah, he's kicked the batteries out already, actually. It's not the batteries. That was the rest of the electrics has gone up.
Yeah, it's just
Which is, no, it's still burning. Is it one of the lipos has gone?
possible.
Is it like the left-hand lipo has gone and the right-hand? I think it's the left-hand lipo. I really wouldn't do that, mate. That needs to be. That's the lipo that's gone up. The left-hand
He's
lipo
got
has gone
gloves
up.
on at least.
Yeah, the left-hand lipo has gone up because they've got 2 packs. So that's obviously for your highlight reel. Does anyone remember what I was talking about before that? Because my brain's completely cleared out with that information now.
The calendar.
Oh yeah, there we go. So we've got as far as Belgium, and Belgium being in northern France.
Ooh, that's
Northern Europe. Oh dear, sorry, Belgium. Northern Europe.
old wounds.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe I honestly don't know.
I don't know actually.
I don't know.
The Belgians haven't got a problem with France. They've got a problem with themselves. It's just the Flemish speakers and the French speakers.
Yeah, I was going to say Flemish. Yeah,
that's their issue.
The World Championships are actually in September.
Yes, yeah, so we've missed several things out.
Well, no, you didn't.
When
electric. Third weekend of August is electric touring car Euros.
Yep.
And then nothing the next week, which is the 5th week of August. And then September happens to be the following month.
Yeah.
And the next thing to happen then is you don't want to talk about ETS or H2GP.
No.
So there's IFMAR World Championships, Buggy World Championships.
When's the 1/8 then? Is it the week after?
During the large-scale
No,
off-road
1/8
Euros.
track. 1/8 track.
That is the weekend after that,
Oh,
which I'm
blimey,
going
it's very
to.
late, isn't it?
Yes. And that is just at the top of the heel of the boot of Italy.
In Locantadoro.
La Corotando.
So there's a lot of Italian ones this year, aren't there? And then we've got the off-road, which is in Sweden.
Yes.
Electric off-road. But that's again really late as well, isn't it?
Malmö.
What date is that?
Those are 3 September weeks in a row.
Interesting. Oh, it smells, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That fire. How acrid.
Circuit boards and PCBs.
Gypsies, tramps and thieves. Da, da. Circuit boards and PCBs.
You can't say that anymore.
I certainly can, because it's a share song. Can we watch car 3? I don't know if it's this heat because we're wittering on. Can we find car 3? Actually, it might be this heat.
Yeah, unfortunately, that number 7 car didn't get any. Didn't get 3 laps.
Yeah, I'm not sure that number 7 car's coming back unless he's got 2 of them. He's done.
Not today.
He's done at least £500 worth of damage to that. Sorry, €500 of damage to that. I mean, it's one of those things. It's life. We've all had things blow up and it's been annoying. But yeah, he's done €500 of damage to that.
I mean, that will get you a decent, a running Renault Twingo.
Oh, you saw that Renault earlier, didn't you? You saw it. Frank saw this beaten up Renault and took a picture of it.
Well, as people do to remember moments.
Okay, Jan Eichhorn is going, if Belgium is Northern Europe, then what is Sweden, Norway, Denmark?
Yeah,
the same
exactly,
Belgium and Norway. All right. Then, okay, we all understand that Southern Europe is Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece,
Malta,
and the Balkans. That's all Southern Europe. They line up. So, what's Germany?
Well, it's central.
Right, and then, but Belgium and Holland's Northern Europe, isn't it? The Netherlands is Northern Europe.
It's west of Germany, though.
It's not. It's north of Germany.
Denmark is north of Germany.
Yes, and so is the Netherlands. They link together. It's northwest. But yeah, obviously Northern Europe is is the UK. We were saying it's because don't forget. No, hang on a second. You would say that Britain is Northern Europe, wouldn't you?
No, not really.
Amsterdam is level with Hull. I know it's not very fair talking to you about your second continent geography-wise. Right, Jan's gone for Middle Europe for Belgium, but I think you'll be. I think Northern Europe. I do. It's the weather as well. I've been to Spa. It rains all the blooming time and it's cold. It's Northern Europe.
I mean, look.
Yeah.
Germany goes all the way from Denmark at the north.
If you drew a line parallel with the bottom of the UK that goes through Belgium, bits of Germany. You see, Europe. If you look at us, we must be Northern Europe because the northern tip of Scotland is way further north than the northern tip of Denmark.
I mean, Scotland, I would say, yeah, but I mean,
so the Baltic states are northern, aren't they?
Okay, yes, I was thinking. I thought you said Balkan.
No, Balkans in the south.
Yes.
Balkans in the south. Look, Croatia, Serbia.
Well, yeah, but you did mention Balkan.
Yeah, but level with Italy,
so the Baltic states are north of Poland and north of Germany. Those are and in line with Denmark.
Right.
Of course, this is a Mercator projection. It's not a global projection.
Very good point. Well made, actually. Yes, it's not we're doing it on a flat map. Now, interestingly, Magnus Berger says geography with Nick. It's actually different because geography with Nick had Frank. Frank coming from a disadvantage of not even living on this continent until about 20 years ago. Jan's from the Netherlands, not from Belgium. So if so hang on a second, Jan. So are you arguing?
What would you say?
You're over modding slightly.
Yeah.
Just on the fader. So you need to. So Jan, obviously you live in the Netherlands. Do you consider Netherlands Central Europe then, or do you consider it Northern Europe?
To finish.
And this, by the way, this is. I'm not trying to have an argument. I'm just interested.
Yeah, I mean, see what I do is when I talk to someone not of the English language, and I try to say their name, I try to say it how they say it. So this is why it's good to have someone come in and go, I'm from such and such place, and we believe them because they say it on the internet, so we must believe it.
Jan Eichhorn says, check where the F1 track of Zandvoort is located, which is located on the coast down the road from Amsterdam. It's called Western Europe. Yeah, but you could be west and north. Portugal is Western Europe and south.
I mean, on that singular axis, but on the north,
Portugal is the most westerly country in Europe.
I still find it.
And it's also south, isn't it?
I still find it weird that.
Hang on.
Here we go.
There we go. Apparently, we now have Wikipedia to answer for, and of course, I have to read something, so I have to put my glasses because I'm incredibly old. Right, here we go.
Hold it in your fingertips as far away as possible.
Northern Europe is the northern part of the European continent. Most people see it as the following states. Okay, this is fun. Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Ireland, the Faroe Islands, Ireland and the United Kingdom, the Isle of Man, Channel Islands, the Baltic states. Right, okay.
I don't know about the Channel Islands.
Areas bordering the Baltic states
10,
and the North
9,
Sea,
8,
Poland,
7,
the Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg. Though actually, I've now got another thing, which actually is not agreeing with it. I see it, Western Europe. No, it's interesting. Oh, okay. Right. Here we go. Actually, I think that Jan's actually correct on this one, because it doesn't make a lot of sense, because we are considered Northern Europe, but actually Belgium and Netherlands on this map is Western Europe. You're right. And as I said,
I would say it's on the western side.
Southern
yeah,
Europe
for
is
sure.
Portugal. So Western Europe is France, Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, and the Low Countries. And then Southern Europe is, as I said, it's the Balkans, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, plus Corsica and the islands, the Mediterranean. And then Eastern European is most of what was the Eastern Bloc, but not all.
Yeah.
Because the old Yugoslavia is counted as Southern Europe. Okay, that's cool. No, so in fact you are right, Jan. You are officially. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but you're on the cusp. But you are officially Western Europe. Thank you, Ash, for that. There we go. See, this is amazing what we've answered today. We haven't found out well, actually, in fairness, we have found out quite a lot about RC thanks to our guests. But we haven't. I haven't given you a damn bit of knowledge about RC, but I've informed you about all sorts of other things.
Well, it's practice day. We have to provide some useful
realistically
content.
at this point, yeah. I mean, this is all about chatting today, because what they're doing is what's the word for it? Dull. So we're chatting. Don't worry, we'll get a lot more focus on the cars tomorrow. But this is what you pay for, you know. It's free. This is what you pay for. But I made a mistake. I was fiddling with a cable tie, and I've actually put it on. So I can't fiddle it anymore. I can make it slightly tighter, and that's it.
Well,
You know what you need?
That's what knives are for.
You know what you need? Reusable cable ties.
Yes.
Because
definitely.
they're the answer. I must buy some more of those and put all my cables in them, James.
Is James only listening to us?
No, he's not. He's alternating and not always listening to anybody. Okay, we are with, heat is 7. So we're getting towards the end of this. Well, actually, no, only just over halfway, actually. Heat 7. And that is car number. I think that's the ones and the 11s are really difficult to differentiate, but that's definitely the 11. This is the heat where there's a huge number of people who haven't turned up.
It's interesting, like,
And that's
I mean, there must be some reason, because why you wouldn't. I don't see why you would willingly not turn up for a.
Well, you enter it, and then your plans change. Misha Widmeyer's not turned up, and Hampersburg hasn't turned up. And both those are semi-works, if not works, drivers. So there must be a reason they're not here.
Oh, I thought you meant not here, but not shown up.
No, they're not even here.
Ah.
And if you don't turn up to these two practices, you are condemned to the bottom qualifying heat, which is going to end your days. There's not much point. Turning up after lunch is kind of there or thereabouts. But turning up after that is not a great idea. Annoyingly, Dick Dawn hasn't turned up. And Colin Nelson from Britain hasn't turned up. I think Colin Meyer has turned up, but it just isn't running on this one. Now, one thing I will say is that one of our sponsors, X-Ray's, got a really good idea. Is that everyone who comes to this European Championship anyway gets a care package from them, which includes some stickers and stuff, but it also includes a free T-shirt, which is why everybody is wearing their X-Ray T-shirts. I mean, it's brilliant. It's brilliant marketing.
Yeah,
Well done, marketing the team. That's great. People get something they want, and they pay you back by wearing it. The only worry I have, and I'll be honest with you, is I really hope they buy some of them themselves, because it's 3 days. It's quite hot, and you kind of hope they're not wearing the same one every day.
A lot of the serious club races will have wear the gear for their chosen brand.
But don't forget, if you come from certain countries, you have to wear the national shirt in the finals now. France and Italy, I think, have now mandated the national shirt in the finals day. So,
I think it's nice, but unfortunately they're both blue.
Well, yes.
You have the Azzurri blue, and then you have.
And then I remember somebody tried to stick all their sponsor stickers on the national shirt and got told not to very quickly.
Really?
Yeah. So this whole RC sponsor T-shirt thing is a industry in itself, isn't it?
I like that you can easily get custom-made things now. It was a bit strange when it started. Just everyone has a custom shirt, but then you do have to change it every year.
Yes, you get new sponsors, which is pretty as well, really. He's pretty had quite a lot of wear. That's the 4 car, by the way, of Roman Lepep, who actually is the fastest in this group at the moment. The 157 over 3 laps, but that's sure going to get beaten.
Got the RC drift style going around the
RC drift
blue
style.
band.
RC drift style. Anyway, as I attempt to work out what's going next.
While you do that, let's thank our sponsors. Meebo Sport, the all-in-one place e-shop for all of your hobby needs, RC hobby needs. S-Works, represented here by a couple of very fast guys, JC3 and EB, Elliott Boots.
No. No. What am I saying no to?
EB?
No, JC3.
Oh, right, okay.
Is JCC.
Yeah, that's fine.
JC3 will get us in trouble. Telling you
Will
now. Yes, because JC is Jesus Christ, and he's going to get us in trouble.
Well, it's the Holy Trinity, isn't it?
Yeah, but isn't he one of them?
Hot Race Tires, we talked to Mr. Nick Brown earlier, and Hobby
Do
Wing.
it properly.
Nicola Marone.
Thank you.
He loves Nick Brown, though.
Okay.
Mark Stiles in Sicily was telling me that he actually used to work at a guy, I think at McLaren, named Nick Brown.
Nick Brown's quite high up in Aero somewhere.
Yeah, maybe. And then, of course, X-Ray. So David Ronefalk and Bruno Coelho topping the first.
Yeah, neither of them turned up for a chat.
with,
I'm very disappointed in you, Frank.
I'm working on it.
Oh, that's not going backwards like that.
Yeah.
That's the 6 car.
Yeah, both of those guys finishing first, and well, not both, but David finishing first, Bruno third.
It's Gail Winterno. Carry on.
In the P1 heat, as it's labeled here, but on the official timing sheet that's on the board, it's called controlled practice. So
It is indeed, yes.
Or timed practice, whatever you want to call it.
Seeding practice, they call it sometimes.
Yeah, seeding practice,
but
yes.
I think because they don't always seed off the back of it, people get upset. They've removed that name. It's kind of it's seeding practice to the extent where they just want to get rid of the anomalies. If you're slightly out, they'll leave you there. If you're very out, they'll move you. RC on track. Hampersburg is doing Swedish 10th Nationals this weekend.
Oh, well.
So it's paid an entry fee.
Yeah, it all comes down to what your sponsors want you to do.
And Jan Eichhorn has said it's fine that I've got it wrong about where Belgium and the Netherlands were. They're in Western Europe. I think it's unfair because we have as bad. Some of them have worse weather than us.
Yeah. Well, I remember reading that
about a weather thing
about the Netherlands is because it's on the coast
is
and
it?
it's on the same.
Most of it's under the coast.
Yeah, but it basically has the same weather patterns as England, so just lots of rain.
Spa has more rain than even Manchester. I went to Spa. I've been to Spa loads of times. I've done 6-7 Grand Prix. I've done 3 or 4 WECs and ILMSs and 5 or 6 of those and 2 or 3 Craventics, and I must have been there 10, 12 times probably. And I only remember once when it was nice, and it was, and it was really nice. It was ridiculously lovely weather. I mean, I've been there when it's been dry, but it's been dry and overcast. And I've been there where you think it's going to be dry, and then it's not, and then it's not for a long. And then it is again, and then it's not. And then it is, and it's not.
Well, they had gigantic flooding problems a couple of years ago, didn't they?
Yeah, they got. It just comes down that hill and it just pools by Eau Rouge. I'm kind of going with the prophet of doom here. I'm literally just pressing buttons when I see someone crash.
Bonk.
Oh, it's really that's going to cause a lot of problems during when they're actually going for it. Magnus said it was 2000. This came out from a long time ago. Magnus said it was 2017. We're at
Hey,
SLs 2 now.
speak of the devil.
Oh, there we go. I was just saying that we had people we hadn't heard from yet. We have another special guest, everybody. Special guest galore today. It's friend of the show, as they say. It's David Runnabout. David, how you doing?
All good so far. Yeah.
Good so far.
Yeah, it's not raining. Track's good, and it's been going well the first few practices here today. So
well, we've heard it was down to your magic tyres these fastest. But we had Nicola in there a minute ago. He said, "Oh yes, we're giving them special magic tyres." He actually said we're just trying them. They might be all right. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean the practices before we already kind of knew what is working, and of course there's plenty of different options today in the tire, how do you say?
Market.
Yeah, market. So lots of different compounds and tread patterns and everything. So you better try and mid today, as we have a practice day and not qualifying. When it's mattering the most, you want to make sure that you have everything under control.
So are Hot Race now your official tyre company? Because you've not had a tyre company for years.
No, I'm still like open, but Nico is very supportive. He's pushing a lot, and he's helping me in races in the US so far this year, and like I said, I'm open, so I'm open to run anything. But Nico has been very supportive, so I've been using his tire for most part, I would say.
Let me take you back to last summer when we last saw you at the Euros, and you were a very unhappy driver, and it was obvious things weren't going well. And then very soon after that, there was the parting of the ways with your chassis manufacturer, and then a bit after that, coming back, your new chassis met with X-Ray. Can you talk us through that period?
I mean, last year was just overall a very difficult year, I would say, for myself. The results obviously didn't match our expectations from the first year together with my Akko, that was, of course. But I was trying to do everything that I could, went to test. I had a couple of changes in my program from 2022 to 23, so I don't know exactly if that played a big part. Of course it probably did, but then also like some stuff that I requested wasn't really happening, let's say, and also from my side they weren't really pleased maybe with the decisions and so on I made. But in the end of the day, some people say it was kind of a how do you say? How do I put it right? It was kind of a waste, but absolutely not. I won a European Championship. I was very, very happy and pleased with how everything was going. And then, I don't know, something happened on their side, and maybe they weren't happy of the decisions and so on I was making. And at the end of the day, I'm doing this for a living, so I have to make sure that the money is coming in and everything. So
I'm gonna ask you a question, and I realise it might be a difficult one to answer, so you can be political, but how much was this issue down to day-to-day working for JQ?
Maybe part of it. I think he was also going through some time, like difficult times. Maybe it was in his private life or whatever, but I felt like the dynamic of the way we worked kind of changed from the first year to another. Maybe the wrestles were kind of too good, so then kind of the develop stopped there, because maybe he say, I design, a car capable of winning the Euros and the world, or second at the Worlds, very close to winning. But I also saw many, areas of not only like the performance of the car, but also like some quality stuff that I wanted to improve to make the customers happy, obviously. So, but nothing wasn't really happening on that side. So the car was exactly the same, which is fair, because obviously I had great results in the first year. But then, you might stop developing, you might stop testing stuff, but the others, they keep pushing, So the others were behind at the Euros and everything, and they keep working, of course. Like they see I was very fast there, and obviously they try to improve for the next time. And if you stop, it's a continuing process of always pushing for the better, I would say. Not only like performance-wise in terms of lap times and everything, but also like quality-wise, and you want everything to be. It's 2024, so the products are, all the products are very good on the market, and yeah, it's very hard to put the finger exactly on what it was. I think it's part of it was probably on my side, and it was some part of it was on their side. So in the end, we had a great 2 years together, considering it was a new product. We won a Euro second at the Worlds. We won a couple of RCGP races and all that. I won a DNC E-BUGGY title there on the first year. there was plenty of good stuff, you know. So for some people that say it was 2 years of waste, absolutely not.
Well, not when European Championship.
I was
is
very
not.
pleased, and you learn in life, and
Yeah.
yeah, like I said, it's hard to put the finger on exactly what it was, but the dynamic changed from the first year to the second, and we agreed after the Euros that it was better for both to just part ways there.
So, when you parted ways, I think it was not long after the Euros. Did you have anywhere to go?
No.
So it was basically I am now, so you obviously you're one of the top RC drivers in the world. You're available. Did everyone phone you up or email you, or was it a worrying silence?
I mean, I expected to find somewhere to go, but like I know that probably Joseph and some others they already thought that I had plans set before, way before I left, let's say. But this was not the case. The driver market is very, the competition is so tough today. There's plenty of good drivers, and the market is very tight. The budget is, they are all set for the teams as well. Luckily, like this was in the right moment of the year where everyone is planning for the coming year, let's say. So, but I didn't have anything decided when I left. So. I had a couple of different manufacturers reaching out to me when I first posted, because nobody kind of knew that was going to happen probably. Yeah. So after that, I started to have negotiation with X-Ray, and we were both very pleased of they were happy with what I asked and what I could probably do for them, especially in 8 scale, as Bruno would be more focused on touring car side. So they were happy to get that kind of a driver here in Europe, especially, and for me, I was very pleased with what they could offer in terms of having all the different cars, like 10 scale, 8 scale. Yeah. I can do the full thing, and as a
you can do anything with them actually. You can't, apart from large scale. So you can't do large scale, but anything else you can do.
Yeah. So for me, it was once the offer and everything was on the table, I was very motivated to pursue that. That partnership, let's say.
Were you aware when you signed, or were they aware when you signed that Ty Tessman was going to retire? Because that was a bit of a surprise to all of us.
Yeah, I was not aware at all. So I was just trying to make it happen for myself. Then I don't know if his contract was up with them or whatever the situation was. It happened, and I heard rumors shortly after that. Actually, it was before he was going to retire, or before it was official that he was going to retire. I heard people talking about it. Obviously, he was doing a couple of the last races in the US, and people talk. So I heard, I don't know from who told me, but that was the word on the street, let's say. And in one way, I was mostly surprised to hear that, because
honestly though, would you have preferred him to stay in the team? Because surely having two of the top 5 or 6 drivers must be helpful. I know it's not so good when you're both at the same meeting, but as far as pushing the product on, it must be better overall, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And like this year, I've done 3 races so far in the US. They are long travels. I'm not really used to the conditions that they have here in Europe, so it's coming there with a new platform. It's the first time I drive a pivotable car.
So you've never driven one before?
Never, ever in my life. Because I was first Kyosho, which was C-Hub, and then moved to HP, C-Hub, and Mayako was C-Hub. So never driven a pivotable before. I had 2 days of practice before coming into Montpelier race here this year. So that was my first time, with the car and everything, because the winter I was doing the 10 scale stuff. So these 3 races in America, it's been... I had a good result, obviously, at the DNC with the 2nd place behind Elliott, not too far behind. But the Silver State and B&B was kind of tough, and it just comes down to the experience of this platform. I need to go to the track and learn everything, how to set it up, what to change, when to change.
Do you learn more on a bad event than a good event?
For sure. I mean, I think you learn. You learn on both types of races. If you're having a good event, you always keep notes and everything to make sure you can, have that with you for next time you arrive to a track where the conditions are similar. And if you're having a bad event, you know what you did. You keep track of that, and the next time you go and you practice, and if the conditions are similar to that, you make sure you don't do the same mistakes, let's say. So
How much pressure do you feel when it's not going well? Not pressure to succeed, but pressure from everyone going, why is Ronald Falk 9th? Why is Ronald Falk 12th? Why is Ronald Falk in the B? I mean, how much pressure do you feel on that front?
of course, I mean, I don't think of it too much, but it's probably back in the back of your head. I try not to, during the race at least, I'm not reading too many of the posts or comments or whatever. I try to stay off of it. Then obviously you always check the social media stuff and everything when you're home and so on. But at the races I mainly just do my posts and I try to get off it because there's lots of comments and everything. People that knows better than me that are back at home watching, let's say. So it's always funny, but I mean it's definitely. But I put a lot of pressure on myself as well. Like, you know, I want to do good. I know what I'm capable of doing. So when it's kind of a struggle, you want to find out why, and maybe you overdrive, you overdo what you're supposed to, and then it ends up being even worse. Like I had a couple of wrestles this year where I wasn't on the podium, but I think a top 5 would have been possible if I was just, not as. I got a little frustrated, let's say, in the mains when things happened. If it was like lap traffic or if I made a crash, I was frustrated myself, and that led to more mistakes. So, I guess you're never too old to learn, and I'm still doing that. But
I mean, it's really interesting you can say that. And that's a really interesting thing to say because obviously, you have won hour-long finals. You've won loads of 45-minute finals. Well, you must have a serene mindset to do that. But sometimes even at your experience, you sometimes break out of that and you lose that. Is it something do you do any sort of mindfulness exercise? Do you do any sort of practice on your brain as such?
Actually, I'm not doing that. I've had other people asking me to, and I don't know. I think all this kind of mental. Like you see in all the sports today, they have mental coaches and everything, and I don't think it's a bad thing, but it's not something that is very common yet in RC. But yeah, I mean, I think just today the competition is just so high that you can't. You really have to have both the talent and the work ethic and everything, and I do think that I have the work ethic and the talent, of course, and like you said, I've done. Many great wrestles so far in my life, and I think that I still have plenty of good wrestles in me, let's say. Now it's just a matter of figuring everything out here with the platform, and I think we are in a good way. Obviously, so far in the first round, I felt very strong, and also, last weekend we were in Sacile, Italy for the warm-up at the Euros. I had issues in the semi, which caused me to start far back in the main, but the speed I had was very good, so that was another unfortunate situation where the wrestle didn't really speak for the speed I had, let's say. So it's been a few races like that where I've had issues in the start.
So you've had that bad semi, you come into the final and you've got the pace. What's your mindset in the final at that point? Are you not frustrated because you realise you know what it is, it's over, now I'm just going to get the best result I can?
No, I mean this time it was... Actually, like on the first pit stop in the semi, the tank lid got stuck on the body. So I emptied the tank and I had to come into... I thought it was a pressure tube, so I thought I had to retire or whatever. But it was actually the tank lid that got stuck open on the body as I exited the pit, on the first pit. So 3 laps later I had to come in again. I dropped from being second behind Davide in the semi to 10th. And then I had to work my way up to 5th. I started 10th in the main. I had a decent start. I was like 8th or 7th, I think, after 2 laps. And then there was a crash in front of me. I got collected, and I was back in 12th. So, like, I had speed and everything was very good. But then, you're there. You're up in 7th, and then something happened. You get collected, and you're back in 12th. And I see the others, they are like 15 or more seconds ahead of me at that point after just 3-4 laps. And today, like I said, the competition is so strong, you can't afford to have a start like that. Everything has to go very well, or you need like a speed advantage of 3-4 tenths, I would say, to be able to catch that big gap up again on the leaders. And today, everyone is so similar in terms of pace, so it's very hard. So it's like I felt if I could have just completed the semi, get a second or whatever, start top 4, let's say, it would have been a much different story this time. You know, this happened. I was collected. I came back up again. I think at one point I was 6th, and I had 2 crashes on myself because obviously I was trying to push as hard as I could. So then I had 2 crashes on myself. I dropped that back, and I finished 8th. But that's an 8th, and you know the lap times I was doing was the same as the leaders. So that kind of frustrates me when you have that happening. But of course, this time it was an unfortunate situation with the tank lid that got stuck open. But you know, in other ways, like in the US, for example, they don't have the semi, quarter, 8 finals. They go straight into the mains, which means qualifying is way more important. So then, if you're making mistakes in qualifying and you start 13th, it's up to you. Like, you don't crash in the qualifying, you're going to start up front, and then you're going to have a much easier way. So then, like, what happened, for example, Silverstone, E-BUGGY, I started 13th in the main because I had a couple of mistakes in qualifying, and I started 13th. I had very good speed. I came up, and I got taken out. But I got taken out from someone, you know, in the back, and that wouldn't happen if I had a better qualifying. So I only have myself to blame and all that, but it's been difficult to learn everything at the races so far. I haven't been able to hit, you know, the track in between, let's say, to just go to the track and test. Actually, we flew down here to France 2 days early with Bruno and Martin and Max. So we stayed at a different track, like 2 hours away from here, drove 2 full days, and I feel very...
Was that electric and nitro?
No, that was just electric
Okay.
for this race, for this week. So, like, coming here, the first practice this morning, you know, I've been driving, let's say, 25 batteries per day the last 2 days. I was, like, one with the car. I was connected. Everything was clicking. Even though the conditions were very different, I was just very into the driving. And you know, the result of today so far kind of speaks for that. I haven't really changed much on the car. I can mainly focus on driving, try a couple of different tires. And when I do have a change on the car, it's mainly like one thing. You know, it's not trying 5 different things at once. So it's all about putting in the work, and you know, I'm happy so far here today, and hopefully we can continue on showing the you know, performance that we have so far this weekend.
I mean, we're obviously right in the meat now of the season. The season's ended, it has changed its complexion, because rather than a long haul to an unknown track in Brazil, you've got a trip down to Spain to a track we all know very, very well, a track which we were second at 2 years ago. I mean, how intensive is your program? You say you are obviously at some point going to need to find, I assume you're going to need to find several days just to burn around the rubber and the tracks. A bit like you and Cole did in the winter a few years ago. You know, we just sit in Spain and just drive. Is that in the plan for the next few weeks?
Yeah, for sure. I have a race again next week in Denmark, the NXC Grand Prix, which is a very nice race. I've been to 3 times already. This is the 4th edition, I believe. So I'll be there next week. It's just north of Copenhagen. If you haven't been there, I would really suggest you to check it out, because it's a beautiful track and facility, and the race is just very nice and relaxed. So that's going to be a lot of fun. After that, I have a couple of weekends off, let's say, so then I will have plenty of time in the weeks to go to the track and test. So I have some plans on flying down to south of Europe to try go to some of the different tracks here in the end of June, just to get track time with the stuff, you know, before, like you said, a big race like the Worlds will be in Redovan. So.
Yeah, you got the Euros in Chile, you got the Worlds
exactly.
in Redovan. It's a busy end to the season.
Yeah.
So I mean, obviously, yeah, we see, you know, X-Ray. You've joined the team. It's a massive. It seems to everyone a massive team. You know, we've all been to the arena. We've all had I've had the factory tour. You know, we've all seen around there, and they've got. But you know, I mean, how much are they? You know, you kind of get the idea. Much as you said, yeah, you went round for a couple of days with Bruno. That like every week they're arranging training camps and that sort of thing. That could be completely just in my mind. I mean, what is the sort of the level of support from X-Ray in that way, sort of out with the just product compared to the other teams you've been with?
No, I think that, you know, the difference, the main difference I kind of see is that with Kyosho, obviously we were plenty of drivers at the time. With HP, when I joined, we were not that many drivers, so it was more like, you were basically alone trying and testing and doing everything. With Mayako, it was the same thing, similar, like HP, I would say. But then now you join X-Ray, and it's a huge team in terms of the amount of drivers that are driving the cars around the world. So there's plenty of information, setups, people to talk to get advice and ideas of, and the support from the guys at the factory, the Hudik family, and Bea. It's been very, very good so far, and when we've asked something, they've been doing it, and that's what you want to see. And of course they also have all the tools and the facility to make things happen very, very quickly. So I feel like I'm in a perfect place right now, and I'm very happy so far, and hopefully we can kind of get into the groove here for the rest of the season and put in some good results and have a great first year together. So then keep it going from there.
There's a couple of big chances towards the end. I mean, just to talk about a couple of other things. I mean, you obviously during the winter, obviously you're in Sweden, which is even worse weather than the UK. I bet that's possible. But you've got your own indoor track. How's that going?
It's going. I mean, in terms of people driving there, there's not a lot, because where I live in Sweden is kind of offset from where the bigger cities are. So it's kind of an area where there's not that many people living. So it's pretty far for most people to go. But I host a couple of races during the winter, and I'm there, this winter, driving 10 scale again after having a break of 3-4 years. I was probably there, like, I would say 4 days a week, testing, wrenching, and doing everything. That was in between the races, of course. So I'm putting in a lot of time there during the winter, and it's, of course, for what I'm doing, it's a perfect place.
Are you going to enter the Euros in Malmo?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I don't know about, of course. You don't forget. How many Euro tents have you got? Is it 2 or more?
I have 2 in 4-drive and 1 2-wheel drive.
Yeah, you won both in Reims. And where was the other one?
Pinerolo.
The
year after.
Okay, yeah. Yes, because everyone forgets that.
Yeah, so I had some good results in the past with the 10 scale stuff, so I'm excited to get back into that as well with the X-Ray, and the cars are working really well. Obviously this year we had the Euros on carpet, so something which none of us have had, like a big title race like that on carpet before. It's been on AstroTurf and everything, but it's going to be a lot different from the other Euros, a lot closer in terms of times, and there's many fast drivers on carpet today, so and it's coming up rather quick, it's like 1 week in between Redavon.
We're all going, the whole thing. So when you join X-Ray, you're the X-Ray, well, I suppose really within off-road, you're their lead driver now. Do they give you this massive pack and you get one of everything? Like you get one of their front-wheel drive touring cars, you get one of their touring cars, you get a 12th car, a GT8. They go, yeah, just build all those. Or is it like, no, you can have that, that's all?
No, anything we decide together to drive, they of course support me with the product. But what we've learned so far, for me, getting into the system of how everything works, and then being back driving all the different kind of classes again, it's been a lot to kind of separate the different classes and keep track of what you learn in each one of them. So now for the rest of the summer, it's going to be all in, like 8 scale, and then obviously 10 scale for the Euros in Malmö.
So no golf then?
No golf once in a while, I would say, like maybe once a week or so. But that's my kind of time to relax a little bit in between the races. But yeah, focus on 8 scale and 10 scale here this summer, and may go to the Touring Car Worlds in November, because that's like way after the bigger events for the off-road classes. So might be doing that, but yeah, like focus on buggy, and then during the winter it's going to be touring car on carpet and 10 scale buggy on carpet. So
well, a big year. We wish you all the success, David. It's great talking to you.
Thank you.
And currently you've got about half now. You're back out again. I'd like to point out you are currently the fastest, so you've got to protect that one.
Yeah,
thanks, David. Dave Ronefalk,
you.
X-Ray team driver. Thank you very much, mate. Cheers. Thank you. Really lovely to talk to David. And we obviously know David particularly well because obviously he was on the RCGP circuit with us. Thank you, Frank. By the way, all the interviews that I think most people are enjoying these interviews, they're only happening because Frank is here. Frank's setting them all up, and I'd like to say thank you, Frank. It's great. But that's probably it for today, though, isn't it, I think?
Yeah. he was the last big one that I wanted to get.
Well done. Most amusing, I was moaning about you not getting him, so that was quite funny. and that moan was a joke,
I know.
by the way. It wasn't even a serious moan.
I was holding it back.
We both slightly open-minded, I'm not sure. That's all right, okay, that's fine. Okay, so obviously we've been chatting to Dave for, I don't know, I think it's worth having a 20-minute chat with people when you get a chance to sit down. I mean, Ash has been doing his cracking job of just following the cars around. Timing's up in there. It's like a kind of like a smorgasbord of entertainment. You've got visual entertainment, you've got audio entertainment. Every now and again, you've got a chance to see Frank do something, which is always entertaining.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm getting messages from Matt as I'm editing the photos that I've just taken.
What's Matt's
saying,
message?
Need more socials. Well,
need more socials.
They're coming.
God, let me. He's a right old. He's got 3 decent interviews you can cut out as audio clips.
I was exactly just thinking that. But is it 3 or is it 4? There's at least 3.
How?
Jerome.
I've forgotten. Oh, I forgot Jerome. Yeah, sorry. No, there is an issue with the Jerome one, which is my fault.
Right.
So Jerome was brilliant, but I made a slight error on that, which I'll tell you about later.
Okay. Well, still, we do have a podcast. It's not filled in very often, but
it should be more often.
These kinds of chats,
more social,
especially as Nick's not a he's pretty handy when it comes to interviews.
Been doing it for long enough. This is my 28th year doing this stuff. Admittedly, when I was doing F1, because we were doing everything in translation, everything I was doing I had a maximum of 2 questions each time, which is quite difficult sometimes. That did get relaxed to 3 after a couple of years. It was a very exciting day that was. You can have 3 quick, really fantastic. So, here we go. Next up is heat number 10. Who is in heat number 10, I hear you ask?
Who is in heat 10, Nick?
Very good. Little bit whingy, to be honest. But, you know, I'll let you off.
Mark is open.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Start. Off.
Now, who will Ash choose? It's always exciting working out which cameraman's choosing what. Now, I think he's I can't tell. I think he's gone for the number 2 that's holding back, and that is Iker Tellez from Spain. Español, Iker Tellez. So 3 more heats of this today, and then we will have a brief sojourn break, and then we're going to go for the opening ceremony. What are we doing in the opening ceremony? Are we staying on air?
We can record it and play it out.
No, we can go
later.
live, but are we going to go live? Are we staying on air?
Well,
here?
there's going to be a team manager meeting at 7.
Half an hour. I mean, why don't we stay live on here and then do a new one onto Facebook?
If Matt is listening, he can comment.
Why would Matt be listening? Because he's at ETS.
I have no idea. I'm literally messaging Matt with this and doing something with that. So
Frank has got 2 phone issues. Frank is trying to do 2 messages at once, and Frank's having an issue. Double phone. So lap round there, I could tell it was a 36.4, that last one. A little bit on two wheels. Oh God, jeez! Literally, I've tweaked my just tweaked my neck. The corner shit. That shouldn't be like that. I'm not trying to get myself comfortable again with my neck tweak. Okay, let's find somebody else after Ike has made an evil mistake like that. 39.9 last time, waiting for a big back. Here we go. It's a yellow car. Well, it's got a yellow nose. That's red. That's one, isn't it? That's car number one of Cyril and Michel. Oh, now I'm not an expert, but the car shouldn't be facing that direction sometimes. I overshot that first part of that loop back onto the main straight, didn't he? I won't count on this lap. It was a 41.4. He's not having a very good run so far. Cyril, his best three is a 2:01.2. 1:45.7 from Danny Parenti. Oh, that's not the track. More of a situation here where Michel is just, Cyril, sorry, is just sitting here going, oh, this is all going to absolute wreck and ruin. What am I going to do? I'm getting, because I've done a few of the IMSA races this year, that's the American sports car races. I am on their sort of, when they have their race weekends, I'm on their emergency weather action.
Oh no.
So I keep getting texts about bad weather near where the IMSA races are. So I can tell you, for example, the last race was a threat of thunderstorm. I had to be careful. But it was probably 7,000 miles from where I was. Remember the first time I went to America, and I didn't realise that because I just bought my iPhone there, and it was kind of opted. I'd opted in. I wasn't opted out of alerts, and you suddenly get beneep, beneep, beneep on your phone. Going, what the hell? It's like a it rings like a smoke alarm, telling you, something's going on, like a armed person or someone's missing, and going, oh my God,
an armed person.
Yeah, obviously, if someone near you is running around with a gun, which must be difficult in the States because they're all running around with guns.
Yeah,
running around with a gun, but also firing at people, they send you an alert, and it's like, oh my God.
Well, obviously,
and tornado warnings.
The only solution for that is to have a concealed carry.
Yeah, this is David Todd, who's Spanish. I think it's great. He's got one of the most English names possible, David Todd.
Yeah. So is Nick Brown.
There used to be, that's not his name. There used to be a Colin Todd who was a defender for Derby County in the 70s. And I think England as well. So, don't forget, European Championship starting for football, starting in a few days. But who cares about that when we've got plenty of RC action, and it's Le Mans as well. Hey! Then you've got the Olympics, haven't we? Got the Olympics in Paris at some point in August.
Yeah, we saw the logo for the mascot.
What is he? Is he a penguin?
No, it's some sort of like blobby thing that's carrying a torch.
Who for?
Good sporting.
Yeah, we need to leave. So this is the 8 car, which is David Todd. He just got out of sync with himself there, didn't he, really? There's our camera. Oh, all right then. We'll give you another. This is the 5. It's the 6 or the 5. That one. Don't know. It's the 6. So that was Norbert Mohammed Having going for a bit of a bouncy spin.
A bouncy.
A spin, a bunga bunga. Oh dear, that's going right off the track. But we're actually with this car, which isn't right off the track. We're going with car number 2 again, which is still Icateles. He's having a little bit of a tickle around the cone there, and behind him is the 0 car of Andrea Treviso. Well, I think he's I'm pretty sure he's WIRC. I don't know why, but I just feel he is WIRC. Mainly because a lot of Italians are WIRC. I'd like to thank Mybo Sport, Amiibo Sport, S-Works, Hot Race, Hobbywing and X-Ray, our sponsors, and of course EFRA. That's why we're here, European Federation of Radio Automobiles. Oh, he got him going again doing that, and then he's fallen off. See, jumps up the bottom, he finds on the car, brilliant marshalling there, but he's actually marshalled number 3, so he's actually marshalled Elliot Marcon. Can't argue that, can you? Free marshalling by some other car. It's not best. Oh, 44.9 from David Todd, that's good. Sub 45s, remember, I think it was a 43.2 something, which was Ron Falk's best, 3 laps. Some minutes to drive. So 2 minutes to go. That bit of blue, which obviously these bits of blue are very slick, aren't they? Are they shiny concrete paint?
I think so.
I'm beginning to feel bad about some of the replays I'm
doing. Once you look closely at the track and the difficulty of
I just think it's bullying. Yeah. So we've changed cars again. I don't know who the heck this is. One.
I mean, look how shiny it is.
I know. That's Michael again.
And then, so you're going from medium grip hard pack dirt.
So that one's very shiny. Is the one at the top corner as shiny? Yeah.
Yes.
It's quite good actually. I'm not knocking it. I think
well, you can do a bit of a track walk.
Oh, not in this weather. I might have to do a track walk actually because I've got to try and fill for the opening ceremony, haven't I?
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Whilst carrying the camera myself because it makes Matt laugh. There we are, that's a
look how shiny that is. Yeah.
Shiny, happy people. And we're just finishing now. Danny Parenti's finished on a 1:45.7. No, but Mohammed's slightly faster. We're slightly faster by 9:57, and a 1:44.923 is the best 3 laps from David Dodd. I'll be interested to see how they do the resort, to be honest. How thorough it is. Is it a complete resort, or I said it's kind of? I've seen both done.
I would argue why not?
Well, because sometimes people you get used to driving with certain people.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not necessary. I mean, it might be a complete resort.
It may actually be stipulated in the rulebook as well.
I'm absolutely certain there's something stipulated, but I think it's not called a seeding practice, which is interesting. They haven't called it seeding practice. So they're not assuming they're going to seed. I think they may well move. Also, normally within the 1/8 classes, they put the top drivers across 2 or 3 heats.
Yeah.
This time they concentrate them all. Well, not all. The top heat has the top heat's got 10 of the big names.
Yeah.
And there's like 2 big names in the others. In quite a long.
Maybe they'll do that for qualifying then.
You got a 5-minute run, and
if I remember right, it actually is stipulated that they spread them across the top 3.
Okay, well, they haven't done it this time.
But well, that might be a nitro actually.
No, it is for nitro. Yeah, I just know a lot of the lines. This is the point. These classes are quite hybrid.
Yes. Yes, especially. I mean, this is a relatively young class,
it's like
but it's all with experience.
Like, to give you an idea of how hybrid things can be, with the GT class and the GTE class, they had to paint 2 separate starting grids. They had by the side of the track starting grid for the IC and a proper griddy grid But it wasn't. It was like an electric grid where it's one behind, rather
Yes.
than the F1's grid. There's a lot of paint used anyway. I think they got them wrong at one point. Shall we have a word from our sponsor?
Yes, please.
Really nice pieces of kit there, actually. If I was still actively racing, which I haven't done for the last couple of years, there's a couple of things I think I quite like. Look very nicely made. Well done, Meebo Sport. All in one place, eShop. Yes. And who experts, of course, Hot Race Tyres, Hobby Wing and X-Ray. Now, we haven't had... Because actually, unfortunately, Jerome doesn't work for S-Works anymore. So we haven't had anyone from S-Works or anyone from Hobby Wing yet.
Well, the main Hobby Wing guy that we can talk to is at ETS this weekend. He goes to all the
There are
ETS
more
events.
electrical bits than ETS, in fairness, normally. 2 heats to go. Jean-Pierre Sartel, Thomas Musa, Mattia Polito del Bello, Hugo Tavernon, Alex Valls, Pierre Raboulon, Gabriel Astorino, Ricardo Montero, Rob Battle, Thilo Marie, Jordan Lott and Birkin Kilic are your riders for Heat 11. We found out that Rob Battle doesn't like these cars.
Well, Pecco told me he's having a really tough time with his electrics.
That's odd. 3 is the number we're with, which is Mattia Polito del Bello, one of the top Italian racers.
And Ricardo Berton is running the Infinity prototype of E-Buggy.
Yes, because they've sort of released it, finally sort of
They
released.
have actually released it.
Yeah,
yes.
Anyone bought one yet?
I don't know. I certainly can't afford a modern electric RC racing car.
Yeah. Infinity, interestingly, have started supporting Thai karting meetings. There we are. Information you didn't know you wanted, and I'm going to give you anyway. So just getting this first few. Quite a couple of sub-34s, including this man here, Mattia Polito. So Polito runs around for a second. I think quite good if you can get 3 decent laps in straight away, then just relax and enjoy the rest of the time. Enjoy the fact you're not on camera anymore, for example. But the second lap wasn't very good, 35.4. And now we have a different car. I think that's 9. These are good numbers, in fairness. These are good numbers. I can read most of them. It's Robert Battle. It's the double. It's a triple European Championship, single World Championship at IC. Not such a fan of the super instant torque of the electrics, and that might be why. He's about to not get a brilliant first 3 laps together because he's just said that they're in lap 3. It's nothing quite irritating, really. 36.2, yes, he blew a second there with that little tick we saw, which unfortunately now means he's now got to go and do it all again for 3 more laps.
Watching those cars come around that carousel type berm is really interesting.
Around the tree.
Yeah.
Can you name a racetrack with a tree in the middle? And it's a bit of a trick question because they took it away about 5 years ago.
Well, Montpelier, Circuit du
No, full size.
a tree in the middle.
Exactly like this, had a hairpin corner going round a tree.
I mean, the only one I can think of is, what's the name of the track? Oh, I can't think of the name now.
It's Virginia International Raceway. VIR.
No.
Had a tree, and they took it off, because trees are quite dangerous in the middle of tracks, but it was fine for the first 70 years.
Well, back when men were men.
As a cricket ground, a cricket ground in first-class cricket ground has a tree in from the boundary, and if you hit it, you get a 4, even though it's not anywhere near where the actual 4 is.
Oh, that's
Do you know where that is? That's a Canterbury.
I have no idea. I have no idea about cricket. I mean, I do know what a 4 and a 6 are, but yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, no one else listening will.
That's
yeah.
I don't know. That's my. If you know also of a tree that is where it shouldn't be, or it's a surprising place in a sporting field or ground, please put down your on a postcard. I know of a tree that should be where it is. in the sporting ground and write to the BBC W1A8QT, or just put it in the chat on YouTube. That's probably the easiest thing to do. Well, David Todd's down from Ireland, apparently.
But with the Spanish Federation?
Well, you live in Spain, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
It's like the Likes. They're Swedish by birth, but they are racing and living in the UK, so they're now in the UK.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, Left is quite exciting from the RC podcast. Keenan's quite excited about Red Van.
You know,
he's a karting tyre. That's a naughty tyre being there, isn't it? Oh, yeah, knocked it on. That's the 5 car that's had a bit of that Alex Files.
You know what I'm quite excited about is the brand new episode of RC Autopsy that's just gone live.
I know.
Just recently.
It's Masami's world's winning car, isn't it?
Yeah.
I saw that many years ago.
Yeah. I had an opportunity. We actually tore it apart, and it is live now for everyone to see.
I'm so old, I took part in the warm-up for that race at Romsey, and Masami was there, 1987. And just before 87, yeah. And I hadn't got a cat, which is a mistake. I bought the PB Mustang, I think, which was the car to have for about 4 weeks. No, about 3 months. Had a 2-speed box you could get for it, which wasn't really necessary. Obviously now all over the IC class is the 2-speed box. It's clever. The PB was a clever design. It's a very clever design. It just wasn't the cleverest. Well, it wasn't as clever as Schumacher, who basically moved everything on with the cap. It was a long wheelbase version. The long wheelbase version was only a centimetre longer than the short wheelbase version.
Yeah.
The major
quite a lot.
The major advantage of it was it meant you could actually get the electrics in it. The short wheelbase, because the electrics were massive in those days, it was really hard to get them into the short wheelbase one. Because if you chose to have a speed control reverse, it had a massive relay on it.
I bought the Tekin Titan, which was able to run mild modified motors, I think up down to 13 turn.
All right.
And that had reverse in it, but it was gigantic. Because
I don't
the
remember
FETs and the removable FET heatsink things.
I think that's a bit later. I had a Demon speed controller. I think it's pre-FET Demons. This is like probably about 86 or something. Do you know what? I'm not going to play that replay because it's just like cut and paste from the previous ones.
But so yeah, if you're watching, please check that out.
Car 12, please.
RC Racing.
Ash, we got a request from Matez. Matez, to guarantee your request, what you need to be is a what?
Sorry, a hero.
Oh, thank goodness. It's a little bit, there's car 12. Let's see what they do. All right, they're taking a bit of ride height away. By the looks of it, taking his ride height down. Yep, they're unscrewing the shocks. They're lowering the rear end. That takes the ride height out, and off he goes again. So give him to us 3 minutes of slightly lower ride height for the rear.
RC Autopsy has been available for heroes to watch, actually, for free. Well, for them, but now it's free for everybody. So check that out. Just go to the RC Racing TV YouTube channel and click join, and you can see all the great benefits of being an RC TV hero.
Rimfly says, my first ESC was an Aristocraft. My first ESC wasn't. It was a resistor on a servo.
Well, yeah, on my Grasshopper, I had the old mechanical white thing.
Yeah, I can't remember whether I got something speed controllery for my Frog. Where my Frog was actually a resistor.
I remember
some of the early ones weren't. They were just 3-speed, weren't they? They weren't even resistors.
Yeah. The Tamiya, the classic Tamiya big ceramic thing that was on the back, and then a metal guard on it that you put a sticker on that said hot, but obviously it would melt because it would get that hot. And then if you touch the guard, that would burn you.
They're days before health and safety.
Yeah. Oh, my first battery charger was literally a Tamiya plug wired to 2 banana clips or alligator clips.
That's not a speed controller.
No, not speed controller, battery charger.
No controller, yeah.
And then
Do you have a clockwork ticker as well?
the
so
instructions were no.
Wait
the
till it
instructions
go-
were
wait
wait until it gets warm and then unplug it, and then there you go. You're charged. Like, oh my
It really wasn't.
And then I did
Magnus
get
Berglund,
the
he still has a
time
Cat XL in the garage. If that Cat XL is a genuine Cat XL from 1987 or 6, it's actually probably worth some money
Weirdly, the re-releases are worth almost as much.
in the box.
Yes, unbuilt, because you want to have that joy of building it, but you pay about a lot.
About a lot. That's very accurate.
A lot.
For more accurate pricing, come to Frank's Guess My Value shop.
GuessMyValue.com.
I've got this
GuessMyValue.
engagement ring. How much is it worth? It's worth some. Oh, okay.
At GuessMyValue on TikTok, Instagram.
If you ever want to know
Snapchat, and
why Frank was not picked up for the new series of porn stars, that's PAWN stars, it's because they said, right, I've got this, how much is it worth? He went, that's some money. I had a thermocharge. I think it was garbage. Overcharged. Yeah, there was so much. But this is the thing about it. It's so easy. I sound like an old moaning man, but it's so easy to do it now. The stuff's all brilliant. There really is virtually no rubbish stuff. There was so much utter crud knocking about.
You know, the funny thing is, though, every now and then there will be a magazine or a website or a YouTube channel that will go, how easy is RC nowadays, or how expensive is RC nowadays? And if you do the dollar, the inflation conversions from the 80s or the 90s or the 2000s, it's about the same price to get into, whether it's bashing.
Lefty is saying that somebody from Spain is not happy, heard them on the feed. I don't know what that was.
That'll be the ambient. Because the camera's...
you speak Spanish. What do they say? Lefty, were they swearing on our feed and we didn't know on the ambient camera? Oh, dear.
Is it enough to get us any sort of ban?
I doubt it. Can you put the clean version of what they were saying? There's many reasons not to be happy, but, Okay, that was the 144.2 from Theo Lemay. Good time. And 144.8. Right, we're coming to the final heat of the day. Don't forget there is an opening ceremony still to come.
Ooh.
There's a vast amount of blowing off of equipment we're going to have to do. I don't know how we're going to break any of it down beforehand, so I think we're just going to sit here and suffer, aren't we?
Do the same as we did yesterday.
I mean, before the opening ceremony. It is, says Magdenbergen. True disgusting remarks in Spanish in the background. I couldn't say. Oh, blimey. Were they, was it swearing or was it wasn't racist, was it, by any chance? Because that's going to be a real issue if it is. Don't know what to do about that. There's nothing much we can do, really, but I'm quite worried then. Oh, sorry about that. I apologise if anyone was offended by what's been picked up on our background chat. Right, so it's now time for the final heat. Ash, it's the big one. Ash, it's the last time today. Ash, oh yes, definitely swear words. Oh dear. Oh, well, never mind. What can you do? Everyone's out and about. Let's pick up car number 3. We just had a long chat with David Ronefalk. And let's see how it all goes for the Swede. Let me call me a young Swede. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for your translation there, Lefty. Oh dear, what can you do? Okay, so right, Ronafalk now up and running. Don't forget, he's the guy who was fastest in the first control practice, putting a 3-lap of 1:43 up. He's decided that one's already not working, and he's easing himself back for space. He's taking a relaxing run, looking to make Burak's gone out in a 36.2. So this is the 3/4 speed, and now go again. And the first lap Ronafalk was 37. We saw him easing back off it. Oh, in the background someone crashed, wasn't him? And so, Ronafalk on the X-Ray. Running hot race tyres, but not an official hot race tyres driver. Had Nicola Moroni in earlier today chatting about the development and all things tyres, really. Around the berm. Coelho's done a... Oh, I've got the wrong page up. So Coelho's done a 34.7. I felt it a 35.1 that time round. Rimfire says Orlowski missing in action. Well, Orlowski's not missing in action. Orlowski's over at the ETS in the Netherlands. You know, Schumacher currently make a electric touring car. Schumacher not currently make one of these machines. Even though they had a Franken car out last year for a free weekend, it's not a free weekend, and their push is to sell cars they actually make, and that's why Orlowski is at the ETS round 1 in the Netherlands, which you can see, though it may have finished already. I don't know. You can see on the RC Racing TV channel.
And they've just released that MI9 as well. So we saw it in action in Dawn and did a little under the hood video of it. So check that out on the RCTV Facebook and Instagram. It'll be quite old, but
34.7 appears to be the best so far. Oh no, 34.3 from Ongara. That's quick. Let's see if we can find Canas in the 1 car. We didn't get to see him much last time because I thought he'd broken down, but he came back on the track again. Where is he? There's Canas. That round was a 34.5. He goes down to 144.2 for 3. Won the World Cup. Oh, that's not what he wants to do. I will replay that. So that's this lap and the next. Now he needs to work up to another 3 to get things moving for another qualifying point. There's a big crowd watching him just die. Coelho's missing, so he's obviously gone for a tweak. Okay, let's see if we can pick up who's going well. Marco Barufalo in car 4. Marco's found a bit of pace this time. He's on a 45 flat. A lot of people aren't running in this class, this heat, are running a few minutes, stopping and making some tweaks, and then moving on. This is car 4, Barufalo. I'm looking for, there he is. WIRC driver. That last one round, we just feel the poor lap, so now he's got to do 3 fast laps to improve his current 1:45.066. Don't think absolute time matters. I think that they are seeding based on the kind of a points over the 2 round situation. That's not what you want to do at all. So that lap's gone as well for Barufalo. Let's see if we can find Bruno Coelho in this 6 car. He's at the orange machine. He's thanks, Ash. Flip. There he goes, upside down the 6 car. We are kind of cursing people at the moment, aren't we? Cool, that's a bit of a weight. So right now he needs to put up and put a fast lap down. Ronafalk has moved back into the lead, and he's done it. Flipping heck. 43.1. He's gone even faster than he did last time. Ronafalk really is the fastest here at the moment. Did a good half-hour chat, well, 25-minute chat with David about an hour ago, or less than that. And so you want to listen to hear what he has to say about how he comes to be an X-Ray driver, what went wrong at Mayarko, what it's like mentally preparing and racing for big races. It's all in that conversation. Oh, that's not right, Bruno. So what's this lap time going to be? Probably 5.7, yeah, not quick. Oh dear. A little bit loose at the moment from Bruno. That was good though. .359 the last one. This needs to be looks a little bit cleaner. Let through. Got past that back marker. Nice drift ahead of him. Quite slow turning it. Oh yeah, that's cost him. That whole section cost him 3 or 4 tenths. There's a 5 behind him, which is Martin Bayer, his teammate. So I don't think I'll be threatening him too much. And that was a 35.5, so that's not really working either. See if you can find car number 2, which is Ongaro. He's just been in for a pit stop, so they've made an adjustment. Ronafalk has pinged in a 33.9 at some point. That's amazing. Davide with the Associated. There or thereabouts. It looks like Ronafalk's back in the game again, doesn't it? Obviously, qualifying is different than this. Oh, that's not great. So, I don't want to say anything, but we've seen the absolute top drivers lose that rhythm on this quad. And that is going to catch people out all day. There's going to have to be a safety first run through it. And that's not good. So, Ongaro does on a 34.4. This one obviously is going to be gone. He's got enough time for another 3. That was a 37. Minutes to go. So Ongaro, Italian. Everyone's got an opinion that being as tight to those two is what saves you the time. So he's on a 34.1. Now, interestingly, Remy Bardudez has come past him on a 3-lap average, but Ongaro needs to put 2 more of those down. And that would be enough to take top spot, which is the sort of thing Ongaro does. So this is lap 2 of the 3. So he's got a 34.1, which is a great opener, or 34.2. Oh, no, that's a tenth gone. 2 goes into that. I think perhaps it didn't. You got irregular bite. He's on a 34.4. So he's on 68.5 for 2. If he does another low 34, he should, by my calculations, go at the top of the table. By the way, we now have 143.5 from Juan Carlos. Matter of fact, not hitting the heights of those earlier laps at the moment. So what can Ongaro do? What will his 3-lap average be? Goes across, and it's best. He's gone down to a 1:43.030 with a 1:34.362. So that is your fastest set of 3, and it was a set of 3 that made it fastest. Ronafalk still got an ultimate faster of 0.2 of a second, but the 3-lap average is down to Ongaro there, 1:43.030. Ronafalk 1:43.131, and Ronafalk's finished, and that's it. Juan Carlos Canals will get a 1:43.5. 1:43.131, and Ronafalk's finished, and that's it. 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 1:43. Bermudez will get a 44-2, which is a good remedy. So we just wait for this one to finish, and then we'll give you the order as we see it. I don't know if it is the order. It takes a while, obviously, maybe we'll finish that. And that is the last of the track action, but we do have action to come from the opening ceremony, which I don't know how long it's going to be. Too long is my answer on that one, which we will try and show for you in a moment. Right, I think if everyone's finished, I think they have, we can do a little ranking list and see where we are for practice. And there we go, ranking list. And it is Ronafalk who's officially counted, who's been scored as pole, which is interesting. I'm not sure this is how it will stay, but it's Ronafalk from Ongaro, from Canast, from Coelho, from Bermudez, from Le Marie, from Buffalo, from Boda, from Kilic, from Figueiredo. That's your top 10. And then it's Boots, Burton, Mattia Polito, Jordan Lott, David Todd, Daniel Parente, Oscar Baldo, Martin Bayer, Brian Baldo, Noah Ben Mohammed into 20. And then the next four, which might be in the second heat, they do shuffle everything around. It's Hugo Tavernan, Gabriel Astorino, Pecco Even, and Andrea Trevisan. And so that's where we are at this point. So that is the end of racing for the day. So we have more to come. Not quite sure when we've got more to come. Possibly if Frank put up a up next opening. So what we will do is we're going to come off Facebook, and if we have an open when the opening ceremony comes back. Oh, is that not officially written down here? Trying to read everything now. I've been way behind the messages.
Just scroll to the very bottom.
I think we should come off Facebook. I think Facebook's probably died. You only get 8 hours on Facebook, don't you?
I don't know.
I think I may have made a terrible mistake there. Not renewed Facebook. Yeah, unable to connect. It's died from being on too long.
Okay. Well, I mean, I told James we'll stay live on.
Well, we'll stay live. We'll stay live here on just if you do a message, just the opening ceremony coming.
Yes. Coming
soon, and we'll have that up for you guys. Sorry, but well, you won't be there, but the Facebook thing just died, which is like unfortunate. I can't really
if you're watching the dead Facebook feed.
Yeah, watching the Facebook page which you can't watch, I'm very sorry. Yeah. Nick, will you be at Watkins Glen for the 6-hour race? I won't, Maverick, no. That's the first of the Enduros in IMSA I'll be missing. Because I'm actually doing a kart race meeting, believe it or not. And I hope to be back for Petit Le Mans is my next IMSA race. Is Ongaro only stick ready on the stand? I don't know. Is Boots stick or not? I can't remember. I think Boots is on stick. Not seen Zanchetti because he's not here, Trip. Okay, right. So we have a message coming up. We'll go on that message. Just before we do that, I'm going to do this for our sponsor. That wasn't long enough, was it? So yes, we're waiting for the opening ceremony. Who knows? Everyone loves an opening ceremony, or do they? There we go. So we will see you very, very soon. Until then, enjoy the background music. So, we're back. Yes, that was fun. And now we've got Germany. La Germanie. The YO Germany. A couple of three lady races from Germany. And some blokes. England? Great Britain. Everyone's enjoying themselves. Oh, next it's Great Britain. That's exciting. So the Brits are coming next. Oh, blimey. I've got shoeless undone.
England.
Yeah! Brit- hates glass. Italia. I think I go for the second bit, the bombty bomb. No. No, they get the bombty bombty bit. That's depressing. Monaco. It's a strange piano version of Monaco's anthem there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think that's Monaco's anthem. Da, 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 da. Oh, we've got a selfie though. Monaco's selfie. That's always good. That's not Monaco's anthem though. They got ours wrong by 3 years. That was not even Monaco's anthem. That sounded like a kind of a tune you hear by a hurdy-gurdy. Who? The Netherlands. That sounds like a Christmas carol. Oh, quite a big Dutch team. Look, there's loads of them. There's buckets of Dutch people. What more can you ask for? That's the definition of a ripple of applause. It is. It is very much Christmas carol. They've obviously decided to get... I don't know where they found this alternative national anthems record, so at the bottom of a discount shop somewhere in Montpellier, but this is, I'm sure, is not what... Hang on, this isn't right. We hear the Dutch anthem the whole time when Max Verstappen wins. That's not it either. These are the wrong anthems. It's fun. They're waltzing Matilda for the Australians, probably. Norvège. There's two of them. Oh, tell you what, Ash, I need you to comment, but I think that Team Norway on the right there has better hair than you. What do you think?
Absolutely not.
There we are. So it's a hair off now between Norway on the left now. Obviously Norway on the right. He has he's like a Guess Who bloke, isn't he? Really more than anything else. But there's definitely some very top-tastic hair there. So vote in the chat. Is that better hair? Oh, it's 3 polls. One of which is Bartok, so he has grown up quite a bit. He's not 12 anymore. It's weird how they don't stay 12 forever. Another little ripolette there. Portugal will be next. What I'm liking is we're getting the top level of indifference we normally get for these sort of things. I won't make you laugh. It's going to shake the camera. What I need to do, I don't have to stay by. I can meander off, but then you won't know what I'm doing. Here's Portugal. That's Bruno Coelho, João Monteiro, and Ricardo Monteiro and João Figueiredo. Sorry, and that's the 3 of them, and their mum. Their mum's turned up as well, which is nice. Don't know whose mum it is. Someone's mum's there. I think more mums should be involved in ceremonies. Okay, now we're going to have this. I think it's the Spanish next. Now, when we had the Spanish at the GT8, they hadn't all received their official A-car tops. So it was very notable that only the skinny people had an A-car top. Obviously, the XLs and the double XLs hadn't turned up, which can be quite important for RC racers. But it looks like they've all got a top here, which is good news. Those are the Portuguese who got the proper anthem, you see. So that's good. No. Shortened version there. There's some very, very rough edits, very hard cuts. The Spaniard, here we go. And they have all got the shirts, I think. Yes, look, the new A-car shirts. Very nice. A bit of blue on blue, light blue by dark blue. A couple of them had their sponsors stuck on them, which would be a bit... the Balders have gone Spocker. The Balders have stuck their sponsors on, as have Robert's got his sponsor. There's quite a lot of them, aren't they? Quite young as well. All of them, I noticed, sporting very good tans. That's what comes with living in a hot country. Oh, look at that. Playing up to the camera. That's what we need. More camera playing up to. Well, they're well drilled, aren't they? Straight down to 2 rows. Someone's literally taken the Spanish team out and told them how to do opening ceremonies. Next up, it's Billy No Mates for Sweden. Because Hampus left him. It doesn't seem to be a particularly even amount of national anthems, does it? Some people get like quite a bit, other people get a lot, and others get like rapidly cut halfway through verse 3. Here comes the Swede. Why, it's David Ronnefalk. He is the whole of Sweden. Hampusberg, not with him because he's doing a Swedish national. Oh. Basic instructions failed there by David. Had a very good chat with David earlier on the stream. Good 25-minute chat talking about what's been going on with him and how he came to change chassis at the end of last year. Sorry. So no need for a wide-angle camera for that one. I want to really do. Are you filming me? How are you?
Fine. And you?
I'm very good it's kind of, look, he's filming me, I'm talking to him, they're filming each other. Oh, there we go. See, you film me, I film you. gathering, as you can see, of the great and the good. I'm kind of waving that way a little bit. The gathering of the great and the good. Well, they're not that great. They're quite good. Sorry about the intermittent connection problems you've had. Hopefully you've still enjoyed this little sojourn into the opening ceremony. Everyone's kind of meandering. I think because there isn't a buffet, everyone's meandering about wondering what's going to happen next, including me. We also need to have a timetable. I think we're back horribly early tomorrow, 8 o'clock is my feeling. I think it's 8 o'clock we're back, and that's it. But there are lots of people that are kind of scuffling away. I'm hoping to grab a word with Carlos, but he's disappeared. We still on? I don't know. Oh, yeah, we are still on. It's all going marvellous at the moment. So people get a chance to enjoy the track. Look at the track. Look at this. As you can see, it's mostly mud. Should we go and look at you've got the cone of... this is the cone of doom here. This has been gradually increased all through the day. So these things have been added. And that. It's looking a bit sad now, isn't it, really? It's quite a sad cone. It's been kicked a few times. And they're adding more stuff here as well. So they're trying... I didn't realise. I didn't realise quite how steep this actually was. Okay, one more thing, because we're having a few just spin it round. I want to see how slippy this blue stuff is. How slippy is the blue stuff? Well, that's a question. God, everything's much steeper when you actually get down to it. So this is the concrete. For feet and for people, there's quite a bit of grip. But for cars, actually not that much. For cars, there's virtually none. So they're kind of power sliding around the whole time. Obviously, it likes this corner. So this is the. So actually, the problem is cameras always flatten things. But if you look along there, that run along the ridge, which looks really, really flat. What I'll do is I'll run along the ridge. I'm going to brake in direction before I start running. So anyway, I'm going to run across. So you can see me going up and down. You'll see how up and down this is. So this is over here is the popular crashing point. This is where they often crash here. Just this point here. So this is how up and down it is. Watch me as I go up and down. Look at this. Man, nearly 60 runs. Look how high this is. Look, and then, whoa, plunging down. And this is paving slabs. Get round there. Don't hit this corner here. Whoa, it's all slippy. And that's probably as much as we can do. Thank you very much for enjoying our opening ceremony. Apologies for the slight technical issues. We will have everything sorted out for tomorrow. We are back at 8 o'clock, I think, for qualifying, which is 7 o'clock in the UK, with more of this stuff and others. But we'll see you back here tomorrow for qualifying. There may be some change in the timetable. You'll find out at 8 o'clock with us. Ciao for now, and thank you to all our sponsors, which is Meebo, X-Ray, Hot Race, S-Works. Have I forgotten anybody? If I have, I apologise. I love you all.